Good day everyone, welcome to this course series on how to build a project management system with Laravel 5.5. My name is Dave Partner and I'll be taking you through this ride. And here we have the entities involved in this project. First of all, you have a company, then you have a project, you have users, you have post tasks and comments. Now the way it will work is that the user will log in, create an account and sign in, and then they create a company. A company will have many projects and many users. A project too will have many users. And then a project will also have many tasks. Under each task, you can make a post. Inside each post, you can make a comment. Also, you can make a comment under a task. You can make a comment under a project. And you can make a comment under a user and a company. So basically, a comment will work for all the other entities. If you notice, you'll see that I've colored them separately. These ones that have this yellow coloring are the ones that will make up our MVP, our minimum viable product. So those are the features we'll build out first. Then as we go on, we add the company, and then the posts, and then the tasks. So what we want to achieve right now is that users can sign in and sign up, and then users can create a project, and then add other users into the project, and then there will be comments. Each user will be able to, at the end of the day, say what they want or what they have achieved in the project they are working on. So this is very important in scenarios where there is a project manager that needs to look at a simple dashboard and know what everybody has done for the day. Alright, so further down the tutorial we'll add tasks, and tasks will help us track the project progress. Alright, and here are the different actors in this project. The first one is the super admin, the guy that owns this project, the person that installs this app, because at the end of the day we will upload this and host it as a website where people can come and create their own project, or we'll also give out the source code on Github so that people can just take it and set it up on their own. So the guy that sets it up is the super admin. And then there's the moderator. The moderators are the staff employed by the super admin to manage everything. And then there are product managers. These ones are the ones that can create projects and companies and add users. And then there are project members. These are the team members that are added into the project. Now, I've tried to divide this into 3 phases using user stories, but this is by no means exhaustive. These are just the key highlights, the key points. As we develop it, we'll have to add other ones and even remove some. So the phase 1 is when we complete our sign-ups, login and recover password. And those will involve the user and admin roles. Then phase 2 is where we'll create a company, where we'll give the user the ability to create a company, add users to the company, create a project, add company users, and tasks to the project, add users to tasks. Then phase 3 will be basically about comments, making sure that everything can take a comment. Alright, so here are the things that we'll be using. First of all, we'll use this technology called Laravel 5.5. Laravel is basically a combination of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and then we will need a database. We'll be using MySQL, but of course you can use any database you're comfortable with that works with Laravel. And then we'll be using Bootstrap. Laravel comes with Bootstrap, so we'll not have to install this separately. And make sure you follow me on social media. My name is Dave Partner, as you can see. And here's my YouTube channel. It has over 450 video tutorials as at the time of making this video. Or just go to YouTube and search for Brain Temple Tutorial TV and subscribe. I want you to hit the subscribe button there. Then if you want to follow on Instagram, don't mind the spelling. If you want to follow on Instagram, this is where to get me on Instagram. If you want to send me a message or chat me up, I can always join your team. Send me a message on facebook.com/Dave Ozalo. Then I'm on Twitter as facebook.com/Dave Ozalo. And also, this is my official handle on Twitter. So thank you very much. See you in the next video where we actually install Laravel and go ahead to build out our project. Good day and welcome to your second tutorial on Laravel 5.5. In this tutorial, we'll be looking at the installation and setup of Laravel. I want you to visit this URL laravel.com/docs/5.5. As you can see at the top of this page, make sure that you have 5.5 written at the top of your page. Make sure you select 5.5. Now, there are many ways to install Laravel, but first of all, you want to make sure that your system meets the complete requirements for installing Laravel. Before we install Laravel, we need to install a server that contains all these things. For me, I'm using a Windows system, so I will install WAMP server. So visit wampserver.com, and if it's not written in English, you click on the English version, then you click on download as it will open, and then we'll download the English version. Now, if you're not on Windows, you would want to install your XAMPP server. Just Google XAMPP server and install it. It all boils down to the same thing. Now we have opened WAMP server. You want to scroll down and download the bits for your system. My system is 64 bits, so I'll click here and download it. I have already downloaded it, so I wouldn't need to download it again. Now, if you're Mac, you want to download MAMP server. This is XAMPP server, you can download it, or you can download MAMP server. If you're on Linux, you have to download Linux LAMP server. Alright, so I'm downloading WAMP server because I am on Windows. And after downloading WAMP server, you want to run it, and when you run it, it will appear like this on your system. Alright, mine is not open. Let me start mine. So to start it, you go to your start menu, type WAMP, it will show up here, then you click on it once, and then it opens. I assume that you would have done this before. At least if you're taking this tutorial, it means you have some background in PHP, and of course you should have your own server. So it should pull up like this on your taskbar, and you should wait for it for like 2-3 minutes until it turns green. When it turns green, that means your WAMP server has been set up correctly. Now, when your WAMP server is set up correctly, make sure you're running PHP 7. So if you go to your WAMP server, click on your WAMP server icon, click on PHP, then you have version. As you can see, my system is already on PHP 7. So if your WAMP server doesn't have PHP 7, you want to Google how to install PHP 7 on Windows system or on WAMP server. So how to install PHP 7 on Windows. So once your PHP 7 is properly installed, you restart your WAMP server. So to restart it, you just exit it, then go to your Windows and restart it. So once it's restarted, you check and cross-check that your PHP 7 is already running on your Windows. Alright. So now WAMP server is installed. Make sure that your WAMP server meets these requirements. PHP 7 has OpenSSL extension, so we're going to check it right here. So we'll look at the extensions there. Apache models, PHP extensions. So on PHP extensions, so we cross-check that it has all the extensions that are needed. So anyone you cross-check, as you can see, this is OpenSSL. You will click on it once. If it has this check mark here, that means it's already set up. So make sure that all your extensions are enabled as requested by Laravel right here. Alright. So once it's done, you restart your server. For everyone you enable, you have to restart your server. For everyone you enable, you have to make sure your server is restarted. At the end of the day, you should be able to run your Laravel. Alright. There is a homestead way of installing Laravel which I wouldn't use here. I'll just use the simple way. The next thing we need to install is Composer. As you can see, they put the link here. So you just visit, click on this, it will open getcomposer.org, or you can just visit it directly. Composer helps you to install Laravel directly and smoothly. So you click on download. If you're using Windows, it's quite simple to set up. You just download the setup, run it on your system, and then your Composer is set up. Alright, if you're not using Windows, just read up how to install it in other types of systems. If you scroll down, now Composer is installed, we can now go ahead and install Laravel. So this is the command for installing Laravel if you have Composer installed. If you don't have it installed, then you have to use any other means that you use to install Laravel. Alright, so for me to install Laravel, we have to go to a folder where we need to set up the Laravel. For me, the folder I like to set up my Laravel is in WAMP www. But then that will be in the next video. So in the next video, I will show you how to install Laravel. Now we have already set up our environments to take in Laravel. So thank you very much. See you in the next video. Welcome to your third video on the installation and setup of Laravel 5.5. In this video, we will be looking at how to actually install Laravel now that our system has been set up. So I like to have all my project files inside my www folder, although you can have your Laravel installed and set up anywhere. For me, once my WAMP server is running, I'll click on it once, and this www directory, that is where I like to set up things. So when you click on it, it will pull up this www directory. I've already created this folder, so when I open this folder, this is where I want to install my Laravel. Alright, to install Laravel, you hold the shift key on your keyboard and right click on your mouse. So this will open a context menu that has this particular item, which is open command window here. We are trying to pull up a command window here, and we have done that. Now this is where we can do the installation. Make sure that your system is online and connected to the internet, alright, because we will need internet for this next step. So we scroll down and copy the code or the command for installing Laravel. I've pasted it. This last word is the name you want to call the folder where Laravel will be installed. So we're just gonna call it pmanager. Now click enter, then you wait. This step is supposed to take you about 2 to 5 minutes depending on the strength of your internet connection. I'm gonna pause this video. Once this step is complete, I'll restart it, and then we'll look at our newly installed Laravel. So the installation has completed, as you can see, and this took about 3 to 5 minutes for mine to complete, depending on the speed of my internet connection. If you look at the last two lines, you'll see that it's saying that we've made a reference to non-existent scripts, PHP artisan package discover, PHP artisan key generate. The reason is that we've not created one file, we've not renamed the file we should rename. So what we'll do is to open this folder, navigate into the new app that we've just created, and then do some configurations. So to open this folder from Windows, I'll just do start, then a period, then I hit enter. Then it opens this folder, as you can see. So if we open pmanager, we'll see that an app has been downloaded and created for us. So the first thing we do is to rename this to a .n. So if I click on it once and click on it again, it will open up for renaming. I'll remove the example and leave it like this. Well, I can't rename it like this. I think I should just rename it from my text editor. So if at this moment you don't have an IDE, which I believe you should better download one. So I'm going to use open with VS Code. So I right clicked at the empty space and opened it with VS Code. So I want to rename this file using my VS Code editor. So it's opening right now. Right now it's open. So this is the file we want to rename. We right click and then we rename. And in the renaming, there is just one thing we need to remove. Hit enter. As you can see, it has been renamed. Now if we open it, we'll see that it basically contains the default configurations for our Laravel application. As we can see, just default configurations with empty keys. So we'll get back and fix this. But if you look up here, you'll see that the first thing is that the key is missing. Your app key is missing. And if we look here, we'll see that this particular command is trying to generate an app key, but because the file was not named properly, it ran into an error. So what we'll do is to navigate into this folder. So I'll just do cd pmanager, and then we hit enter. Because if you look at what we have, you see that we have a pmanager folder, then we have another pmanager folder. That's why I did this navigation. So I'm right inside here right now. So what we can now do is to run these codes that refuse to run. So the first one I'm going to run is php artisan key generate, and hit enter. And then it will generate a unique key for us, because every app, as you can see, every app has a unique key, so it has set it. If we look at our M file right now, we'll see that this has been set. As you can see, it has set a new key for us. Now the next thing we're going to do is to run this other code to discover packages. So php artisan package discover. Then of course make sure you have your internet connectivity while you're doing all these things. So it has discovered two packages for us. Now we're good to go. This is a configuration, and obviously the next thing we need to do is to configure our MySQL table. As you can see, we are building a project management application, so I'm just gonna name my database pmanager. I've not created a database, but I have to create it. So pmanager. I think at this point we'll have to stop, then continue in the next video where we will create our database settings and complete this Laravel setup. So thank you very much. See you in the next video. If you've not subscribed to my channel right now, this is the moment to subscribe. So it's on youtube.com/c/printemorg. Alright, so thank you very much. See you in the next video. So we have this pmanager as the password. My default username is root, and then this is the username to your phpMyAdmin. So I want to open my phpMyAdmin right now. Make sure that your WAMP server is running, and this is my WAMP server, and I'll click on phpMyAdmin. Then I'll wait. It will pull up my browser and open up phpMyAdmin in my default browser. So I don't know why we are on Edge. Let me open it with Google Chrome. To open it in Chrome, just open a new tab and localhost /phpMyAdmin. Hit enter. That is how to open it in Chrome. And when it opens, we will have to log in using our default username and password. So if you just installed your WAMP server, or if you don't know your WAMP server password, your password is empty. You leave it like this. So your username will be root, then your password is empty. But me, I have a password, so I'll enter it when you're not looking after leaving this page. Alright? And then the rest of the configurations are not really necessary right now. Cache driver, session file, these are pretty much advanced that we can use later if you want to configure your email and a whole lot of things. You can also create your own custom keys here, right? So as you can see, this is my phpMyAdmin that's opened, and like I told you, I put a password in mine, but if you install this freshly, there will be no password. Alright, so when you hit go, it will open your databases. Then we can create this database that we just wrote here. We wrote a database called pmanager. We can then create it in our system. So it's opening right now. So right now this is open now. So hit on databases, click on databases. When it opens, we now create a database that we want to call. This is where you create a database, pmanager. You don't touch these settings, you just click create. It creates the database pmanager, and it's asking us to create tables. But in Laravel, you don't just create tables from here. You have to create a migration. You can create tables directly, but if you want this people to be able to work with your project, you have to create a migration too. Alright, and then from the migration, it will generate the tables, which we'll do later on. So, but for now, creating the database is just enough for us. Now, what we're going to do is try and run our Laravel app. Because we've done all the settings, we are good to go in running our Laravel app. Alright, so what I'll do is come to the command line, make sure that you're inside this folder. So to run your Laravel app, you start up the server and run php artisan serve. Hit enter, then you wait. This is going to spin up a server. As you can see, it has spun up a server for us, and the server address is 127.0.0.1 colon 8000, or you can just type localhost colon 8000. All right. So if I open my browser and visit that URL, we should see our new Laravel application running. So I'll paste. Oops. So I'll just paste it and hit enter. And there we have it. Our brand new Laravel application is ready with basic links. All right. So what we'll do is to continue in the next video tutorial to create our first user sign up, login, and sign up features, because in Laravel you can actually create this with just one command. All right. Now the secret to building your Laravel app is that your server needs to be constantly on, which means if your server is on, you should be while you're developing your app. So we will need to spin up a new command prompt while we leave this one on, because this one is the one powering our server. All right. So to do that, we just open our folder, and when we open our folder, we'll right click on empty space. We'll hold the shift key, right click in empty space, and run this. All right. So from here we'll be running the rest of the commands we need. So see you in the next video where we'll create a user sign up and registration system with Laravel 5.5. A quick understanding of the folder structure of a Laravel 5.5 application will be of great help towards developing an application with this project. First of all, the first thing you notice is that there is an app folder. This app folder contains the primary logic for your entire application. So this is where you have your HTTP folder. This is the most one of the most important folders or the most frequent folder you'll be visiting in this application. So the HTTP folder has a controllers, middleware, and kernel. So you have a controller, have an auth. So this controllers contains the logic for your application, as we can see. And then there is an auth. This is what contains all your login and registration system. And then there's a middleware. Most of the things you do when somebody is trying to access your page on your site, this code runs first before it passes it on to the controller. So this is a folder you'll be using most often. All right. And then we can see some of these other ones are important, but not as often needed as possible. So we see Bootstrap. This is where you set configurations for your application. And there's config, where you set most of the configurations for your applications. As you can see, there's mail, there's auth, there's app, as you can see right here, where you have the name of this application. Instead of Laravel, we can call it P Manager. So our app is in production. You can change this to development depending on what you want. And these are most settings. By default, these settings should work. The language of the application is in English. So by default, these settings should work. But I want you to understand that this key and cipher are being overwritten by what you have in M file. So most of the configuration you should do here has already been done in the M file. The only time you use this file mostly is when the M file is non-existent. All right. So as you can see, it's using the app key that we already defined in our M file. This is the app key. So it's taking this value, whatever is here, that's what it's using as its application key. All right. So some configurations will be happening here as we develop the app more. And most of these other ones, they are sessions where you set how long your sessions will last. As you can see, by default, our session lasts 120 seconds. Then we can increase it or decrease it. All right. So whether it expires on close when the browser is closed and stuff like that. So apart from this configuration, basically you just visit this configuration folder just once in a while when you want to determine how your app should behave. And then there are factories. There's this database, migrations, and seed. So when you're building your database, like I told you when we opened PHP MyAdmin, that in Laravel you don't just jump in and start coding, start creating your database from here. You should create it from migrations. Then the idea behind migrations is that you can be able to version your databases. You can see in version 1 we had name, email, password. Then in version 2 we had name, email, password, and username. All right, so that more people, when multiple people are working on the same project or multiple developers, they can be able to roll back to an earlier version. So this is what the Laravel migration looks like, and this is what we'll be using to build our application. And as you can see, this is just the migration. This is seed. Seed simply means that after creating your application, for instance, after creating this application, we will be needing some default data in the database, so that maybe the default number of users, we can create like 10 different users, 10 different projects, and 10 different countries. So we want it so that once we ship this software, when someone installs it, if they run the seed, it will populate their database with default data. So that's what you have here. Alright, we may do it at the end of this project before we ship this application. And then this is the public folder where you have your CSS, your JavaScript, and your index.php. So this is the folder that really starts your application. This is the folder that when someone visits your app, like your website's URL, let's say your site.com, this is where the whole thing kickstarts. So this index.php is what now routes all the calls to the controllers or models. Alright, then you have resources. This is where you'll be dealing with all your views mostly, and of course all your JavaScript files and stuff like that. So most of your views, for instance, when there's a user view, like the default image we're seeing right now, this is actually what we have in welcome.blade. So if you look at welcome.blade, that is what we have. So if we change one of them, it should always change. Alright, so in the views, that's where you have all your default views. So if you can change this to P Manager. As you can see, it has changed to P Manager. So the resources folder is where you create all your views, where what the users eventually see. So we'll get back to it. We'll be doing a whole lot of work on this and on the app folder. Then routes, this is what controls all your routes, and the most important one here is the most frequently used one is the web.php. So for every time a user has to visit something on our website, we have to define. So what you have here is the default. If somebody just opens the URL, it should open welcome.php. So but if I wanted to do something else, I can say if somebody opens who/who, it should just return where is the fridge are you. Alright, so this is where is the fridge are you. So if we go to our browser right now and put /who, it will output only a text. As you can see, where is the fridge are you. So this is what it takes to build your application, and that is mainly the folder structure of Laravel. There are other routes you can set here, like when you're setting up your API, your channels, your console. Alright, and there's storage you never have to touch. This is where it stores most of this. Its log. Laravel stores its log files and a whole lot of stuff. You just have to touch it once in a while. Then there's test and there's vendor. You never have to do this. Touch this. Alright, so this pretty much summarizes our folder structure for Laravel. If there's any other folder, as we go ahead, you get to understand them. So see you in the next video where we'll create our user login and registration system. In this course, we will try and create a user login registration system using Laravel's defaults. So we'll open our command prompt and we'll do a PHP artisan make auth. And we'll hit enter and wait while Laravel builds our authentication scaffolding. So as you can see, it has built so many files for us. So we have to go and confirm. If you go to app, you will see that it has built inside HTTP. It has in controller, it has built an auth folder, and that auth folder contains your forgot password, login, registration, reset. Don't worry if all these folders confuse you for now. As we go ahead, you start understanding them very well. If you also go to our resources in the views, alright, for now, well, let's continue. Let's go and check the web page first. So if we go and check our home page, hit enter, we'll realize one thing, that our home page now has a login and a register button. So Laravel has redesigned this home page and added a login and register button. So if we hit on the login, we will observe that there is already a login form created by Laravel for us. This is a very nice login page. If you click on the register, you see that there's a registration form already created for us, and if we look at the forgot password, see that there's a forgot password feature already built out. So this is what Laravel uses to build out our application as fast as possible. So if we check out one of our phases, when we were starting this tutorial, the phase 1 was going to cover the username, the password, and if we check it out, we'll see that we have covered that already. Alright, I was trying to show you the folder, the auth folder here, but as you can see, it has not reflected on this folder. It has been created, but it's not reflecting here, so we'll wait for it to reflect. But otherwise, we can go to the actual folder itself in our Explorer. If you open resources, this is our P Manager folder. If we open resources, this is the resources file. If we open this resources and open these views, we'll see that Laravel has created two extra things for us. For instance, there is a layout file that we will see, and then there is an auth file, auth folder, and inside that auth folder there's login and there's register, and then there's another folder that has password. Alright, now in Laravel, the concept of building websites in Laravel has something to do with frames. For instance, this is a frame. The rest of this application is a frame, and this is the content of the frame. So the content of the frame is just a page, and the rest of the frame is just one page. So the content keeps changing while the rest of the frame remains the same. So in Laravel, what happens is when you're developing the Laravel app is that you have one frame. This is app.blade.php. That's just one layout. Alright, so once you have this layout, what happens is that every other page you are developing will be inside this layout. So let me open it and show you that every other page will be inside this layout. Alright, it could be easier to see from here, so let me refresh this. I've refreshed this, and if I go back to views, I'll see that there are two folders already. Then there's a layout. If I click on app.blade, so usually if you're designing a HTML website on the traditional PHP website, you will see that this resembles very much your default HTML page. And as you can see, and if you look at this, you'll see that this is basically Bootstrap, because Laravel makes use of Bootstrap. And if we keep scrolling down, we'll see where Laravel develops all this. This is still the navigation, login and register. As you can see here, login and register. And if you look at the Laravel name here, the app name, up here you will see that it's the Laravel. So which we should obviously change to P Manager. Alright, so if we keep scrolling down, we'll see that it checks for the username if the person is already logged in. And if we get to this point, we'll see content. So this, after this navigation, we have content. So each page is served into this particular point. So this is the point telling the whole frame or the layout where Laravel should serve the rest of the pages. We will understand this better as we go ahead, but I just want to show you that this is like a container that contains different pages. Alright, so as you navigate from page to page, this nav bar and the rest of the bottom stays the same, while the inner content of the page changes. Okay, so see you in the next video tutorial where we'll create a user account and log in and even create admin roles. Thank you very much. See you. If we take a quick look at our initial presentation, we have a user stories that says, as a user, I should be able to sign up, log in, recover password as phase 1. So let us make sure that we've completed phase 1. Laravel helped us to build this automatically. So what we'll do is to log in and create sign up, make sure that sign up is working, log in, make sure it's working, and then recover password. The problem is that our website is not hosted, so our email may not work yet. Alright, so but once we've done that, we can now sign off that we've completed phase 1. Then we can move over to phase 2 and start trying to get phase 2 done right away. Alright, so let's go ahead and check it. So there we are at our app. So I'll click on register, and try to register. The first name to register is Dave, and Dave Partner. And then that's my email, and then I'm going to enter a password, and then I'm going to enter the same password, hit register, and see what will happen. So it's trying to register right now. It's opening up. So if you've not used, we ran into an error first of all, but if you're not used to Laravel, if you've used earlier versions of Laravel, you see that this is not how Laravel throws errors in the past. When Laravel throws errors in the past, it's just a whole bunch of junk that doesn't actually tell you what's happening. So Laravel introduced something called Whoops, a package called Whoops in Laravel 5.5. So it's a very neat way of presenting errors. So as you can see, it shows us the page that has the error, that threw the error, shows us the error here, and also mentions it here. As you can see here, it's telling us that access denied for user root at localhost, because I didn't enter my password. Alright, so I have to enter my password. But remember when I was telling you what should be in the env file, I left my password empty and told you that this is how yours should be, but mine, I have a password for mine, so I'll enter it when you're not looking and fix the problem. Also, in case the problem is not solved, you can always use any of these to share your problem, and you can copy it and paste it. Alright, so make sure that you can you feel free to contact me if you ever have any errors with your Laravel. As you can see, this is my email, and if you want someone to join your team or help you build out a software, you can contract it out to me. This is my email. Alright, so I'll just pause this video and enter my password, and we'll go ahead. So I've entered my password. We're going to try something to refresh this and see if it will resubmit. Okay, continue. I pressed refresh, Ctrl R on my keyboard, and it popped up this. I'll say continue. So which means I should probably try and resubmit. And then of course it appears we have one more problem. What we can quickly do is to start all over again instead of refreshing. So I'll visit the register page again, start all over again, all over, then partner, and then we have this. Enter my password, and hit register. Really? Just one more time, Dave, partner, and so register. I wonder why it's throwing this. I'm going to pause this video and figure out why it's throwing this error. Alright, so it's important that you know what happened. What happened right here is that even though I've set my password, what happened is that it didn't pick it up because my server was already running with the previous blank password. Alright, so what I did was to restart my server, and when I restarted it and tried again, it tells me that the users table does not exist, which means when we ran PHP artisan make auth, it couldn't access our database because we had the wrong password. So if we run it again, it should recreate it, and yes, we want to replace. Yes. Oh yes. So it should just go ahead and do everything. So if we go to our database, we can check and be sure that it has created some tables for us. Alright, the solution to that problem was to quickly, because we forgot to do something, just make sure you restart your server, and then you run a command php artisan migrate. So this is the command that you run. You hit enter. It creates the databases for you, because actually it created the migration files. So if we should check out in the migration, if we check out in users migration, in database migrations, you will see that there's a table called create users table. It created this migration, but it didn't create it in the database. So to create it in the database, we have to actually run this command, which is php artisan migrate. So it will take whatever we have here and go to our database and create it. As you can see, we have these two tables here, just like we have them here. Alright, So this sorts our problem, and we can now test again and see if we are good to go. Alright, we'll just visit our register page one more time and try and sign in one more time. And of course, you can ignore this error temporarily. If you run your PHP Artisan Migrate and it says this error, syntax error, whatever, just let it go. Just continue what you're doing. I have Dave, and then now enter my password and enter another confirm password and hit register. And let's see how this one goes. So as you can see, it has signed me up 1, then it has logged me in 2. I just made sure that you saw all these errors and the way I handled it, so that you learn how to handle errors in Laravel. Alright, so I believe this sorts our problem, and as you can see, there is a logout button for us. So subsequently in the next video, we'll try and create admin roles and make this more beautiful. See you in the next video. If you've not subscribed to my channel right now, this is the moment to subscribe. So you go to youtube.com/c/brainteam.org, and when it opens, you hit on the subscribe button and stay tuned as I make more tutorials. Here's the channel, so you hit on the subscribe and then you're good to go. To proceed, we will start creating migrations we need. We will create a migration for company, then for projects, for tasks, for comments. Then further down, when we're through, we can come back and create for posts. But then we will also need to modify that of users a lot. Alright, so let us get into the migrations. I hope that this session will teach you how to create migrations, and for the next few videos we will just be creating migrations only. Alright, to create a migration, what we will do is we will open our folder as usual, hold down the shift key, and then we right click. When it opens, what we'll do is select open command window here, and then this guy will pop up. You right click, and this is how to create a migration in Laravel. So it is basically, you type out PHP Artisan make migration, then you name the table you want to create the migration for. For us, in this case, we want to create a companies table. In Laravel, all your tables in the database must be in plural. So I'll hit enter, and Laravel will create the migrations for this table for me. And once it's done, we will also create migrations for other tables. Alright, now our migration is created. What we will do is to go and check whether it's actually created. So if you go to your list of folders, you go to database migrations, you will observe that a new migration has been created for us. It is called companies table, and when we click on it, you see that it has attempted to write some things for us. Remember that migrations are just a way to version your databases. So instead of going to your PHP MyAdmin or your database manager to create the tables manually, you create it here in a file so that it can be versioned properly when you push it to Git. Alright, so this is our companies table. We are going to quickly create other fields here. Now if you want to read more about creating migrations, you can read it straight up from the Laravel documentation, which I will show you right here. So this is the Laravel documentation, and let me just walk you through. When you visit laravel.com, at the extreme here, as you can see on my mouse, you make sure you select Laravel 5.5, alright, or whichever version of Laravel you're currently using. For me, I'm currently using 5.5, which is the latest at the moment of creating this video. Now what you will see is, by the left hand side, you will see a list of topics that you can read up. But what we want is, you click on database, then click on migrations, and then you see that there's this thing you have to read up about migrations. Now a whole lot of things I've done so far are actually in this documentation, and what we want to do is to further our migration and create other items in the migration. Alright, so if we get back into our code, you see that companies table requires an ID which auto increments. The table also requires a name. Every company has a name. So the name is basically a string, and that's company name. And one more thing we can do is probably we can have a description or something. So we can have a company description. Now, if you're not really sure how I am getting the values I'm putting here, like whether I am doing magic, what you would do is to go to the same migrations page that I showed you, scroll down to columns, and then under columns, you will see that there are different types of column commands you could use. And in this case, I'm just going to use the long text column command. Now we're looking for description, which is basically what we want here. So we have a long text, and then it's basically long text column command, and the name of the field is description. So this is how to do it. And then there are two types of functions here. The one is up, that is when you run the migration. It will create this table, company's table, with all these fields for you in the database. Now, if you run this other command, it will simply drop the table, which is deleted. So sometimes you want to delete a table, this is the command that will delete it for you. Alright, so we're done with the company's table. The next thing we have to do is to create another table, but that will be in the next video where we'll create the project's migration. Alright, thank you. See you in the next video. We'll have to create migrations for our projects table. To do that, we will simply come here and repeat exactly what we've done before, which is I pressed the up arrow key and it showed me the last command I ran. So I'm just going to scroll down here and say this is a projects table, and then hit enter. Then it creates the projects table. As you can see by the right here, a new migration file has been created for us. So we'll go into the projects table and work out the fields of that projects table. So what are the fields we need in our projects table? First of all, we need a project name, and it's going to be a string. So we say project name. The project will have a name, and then it's going to have a description too, table, then long text, then description, just like we had in the companies table, just like we had here. But then the projects table might need other things. We can just say project status, whether it's completed, or you can just say project status, or we can leave it out for now just to keep it simple. The project will belong to a certain company, because a project belongs to a company, and the project has to belong to a certain user. So we will add table integer. Like I said, all these things I'm getting is actually here. As you can see, there's integer. You understand? So we're going to have an integer, and we will call it company ID. So when you want to reference an external table or a foreign key, make sure that the table you're referencing has to be in small letter, but the actual name of the table must be in capital letter. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing for user, because it has to belong to a certain user. And then we're gonna do this same thing for the company's table, because every company has to belong to a certain user. That is, a user has to create a company, so we need to track the user that created the company. This timestamps here simply creates the time the table was created and the time it was updated. So Laravel adds it automatically for us. Now we have had this, we have to tell it that these two things are foreign keys. There's a way to do it in Laravel which I will show you right now. So since these two guys are integers, let us make them unsigned. So you have unsigned integer. The same thing with what we have here, unsigned, signed. So we're just gonna go to company's table and make sure that the user ID there is unsigned. So because it's actually a foreign key, now we're going to enter the constraint. We're going to tell it that actually this user ID references the ID on the users table. So this is how we will do it. We'll just add this and tell it this. This is a foreign key that references the ID field in the users table. So if it goes to the users table, and this is the ID field that is referencing. So it's so cool. So we'll go back to this and do the same thing for projects. So project user ID references this, and then company ID references the ID on the company. So we say company ID. This company ID references the ID on the company's table. So it's a company's table. So this is super cool. We've done the migrations for at least 2 of our projects. So we have the description, we have the name of the company ID and the user ID, then the time it was created. Is there any other thing we need to add to our projects? Okay, I think the description will pretty much bear everything. One other thing we could just do is to actually add a link to any specific materials for the project. But I think for our MVP, this field just does the justice. So we're going to have to work down and create other migrations we need, and then see in the next video as we create the tasks migration. Alright, so in this video we will create a migration for our tasks. To do that, I just press the up arrow key to get the last migration I created, and then I'll call it tasks. So I'll hit enter, and then we wait. The migrations get created. Remember that a task has to belong to a user and also belong to a project. So we go over to the tasks. We can just copy these 2 guys because we will be needing them. I'm just going to copy some things I need here. So a task has a name. We need to track the user that created the task. So table string, the name of the task. Then we need to know the company, the project it belongs to, and that's an integer, and it's a project ID, and it's unsigned. Okay, cool. So we need to know the user that created it too. So we'll duplicate and say user ID, and it's unsigned. So we need to tell it that it belongs to these 2 people. So we just go and copy what we have here and paste it because I'm lazy, I don't want to type it. So we're going to tell you that the user ID belongs to the users table and the project ID belongs to the projects table. Project ID belongs to the projects table. Projects. Now, just for fun, let us also make it belong to the company table, because eventually a company might need like major tasks before they need minor tasks, but we may not use it immediately, but eventually we might need it further down the line, so that we don't just have to come back and start fixing those. So we have this task sorted out. The next thing we need to know about task is the length of days it should take, the time it will take. Alright, I think we need to figure out a way to enter the time, the length of days or hours it will take. Alright, the hour must be an integer because it can be either 1 hour, 2 hours or so. So we can just say do we say duration, and it has to be in hours. Okay, and this same thing goes for the project. A project must have a number of hours or days, so we can have duration too for projects. We just have to break it down to hours and just say days for a project. A project can only take a number of days, but then a task can take hours. So I can just say hours. and we'll say days too, so that when we are coding, we'll figure out which one works best for us. All right. Now this is done. The last one remaining is the comments, and the comment is a little bit different from the way we created all these ones, because we will be introducing a new concept in Laravel when creating the comments, because remember, the comment has to belong to all these other guys, because we want it to be possible for anybody to comment on anything. All right, so see you in the next video where we work out the comments. So welcome to this next tutorial where we create the comments table. Now if I do this and create the comments table, I will show you that in Laravel there's a concept that is used to take care of the problem we're about to create, because in comments we need our comments table to be linked to all the other tables. All right, we want people to be able to add comments on people's user profile as a sort of appraisals, and add comments on companies, add comments on projects, and on tasks. All right, so in Laravel takes care of it using the concept Laravel calls polymorphic relations. So I'll show you where you can go and read it up. If you go to Laravel under eloquent relationships, you will see Laravel documentation. Under relationships, you will if you scroll down, you will see polymorphic relationships. So if I click on this now, it takes me to polymorphic relationships. So a quick overview: there's a post model according to the example there. It has an ID and title and body. Then there's a videos, has an ID, title, and URL. But then comment has to belong to both of them. That's a polymorphic relationship. So to create it, we'll create a comment model that has ID body, then it has something called commentable ID and commentable type. The commentable ID will be an integer, which means when we're creating the comment record, after the user has typed in their text or whatever they consider to be the comment, we are going to enter the ID of the model they are entering the comment into. So if they were on a posts page and they're adding comment to post, so we'll take the ID of the post and add in commentable ID. Then in commentable type, we'll just type post. So Laravel automatically, once Laravel says post, it automatically knows that the comment is under a post. Then it will look for the ID of the post. If the user was on videos and wanted to add a comment to videos, we'll just add video here. That's the name of the model. Then we'll add ID, the ID of the video. I hope you understand how it works now. So what we're going to do is to quickly go to our code. Now we've created a comments table. What we'll do is, first of all, we add the body of the comment. The body of the comment is a long text. Then we call it body. And then we'll start looking at the polymorphic relationship. First of all, it has to belong to a user. So we can say, first of all, integer. The user, we want to keep track of the user that is creating the comment assigned. So we can just say user ID. Alright. So we now know the user that is creating this comment. So the next thing we need to know is which of these models is this comment coming under. So to do that, we will have to create a field that we'll call commentable ID. So now it's not only in comments that you have polymorphic relationships. If you were working on a tags table so that your users can add tags to any of your other models, you can call it taggable ID. You understand? So it's going to be an integer. So if this was a tag table, we'll just say taggable ID, like that, taggable. Alright, but this is a comment table, so we'll call it commentable ID. So that's what Laravel expects from you. So unsigned, and then we're going to do the commentable type table. The type is string, so we're going to call it the commentable type is a commentable type. Alright, so this sorts our problem. So the commentable type will always have the model, and What else do we need in a URL? Okay, because this is a project management system, we want people to be able to say, add a comment to a project and say, I've completed this task, and they have to show proof that they completed it or what somebody has to check. So what they're going to do is to put a link to what they have done for the day. So we'll have to create a table string. The string will be a URL to what they have done for the day, alright? A proof to what they have done for the day. So like this, they can add a URL. Now we need this URL to be of a certain length, like that. We need very long so that it can contain what we want. So we just want to make sure that the length is long enough for us. So we enter the length here, 255. We want it to be a relatively long URL. Okay, it can contain a relatively long URL, and that's the same thing we can do in all of the other things. Now something else we have to do in all our models is to make sure that they can be nullable. So which fields are null and which fields aren't can be null. Alright, but before then, let's just complete this. Now we need to make reference, tell it that this is a foreign key. So we'll just do what we did in the tasks table. Just copy this and come to comment, and we will just add it somewhere underneath. I like to give a space and say that the user ID belongs to the users table. Users. Okay, so I think that is basically what we need. Then we have to start looking at which fields can be null. For instance, the comment can be empty. Well, the URL may be empty. We can say nullable. So we do a quick run through comment table. It can be null, it can be null, and then that's it. So if we go back to our tasks table, we just make sure that the project ID of the task can be null, the user ID can be null, the task name, okay, and the days is an integer, so we can just null it. Both of them, they can be null initially, and then oops. Alright, and then we're back to where we were. The company ID of the company, well, we can make it null. The user ID, no. The user must be there. Project ID can be null. Company ID, okay. So we're done with this. We go to the create projects. The name of the project can be null. The description, well, the description can be null. Company ID. The ID the company belongs to, the project belongs to, can be null. User ID, no. The user must know the user that entered it, the days or the length of days, okay. And user ID, cool. So we'll go for the companies, and we're almost through. The name of the company must be there, but the description of the company can be null. User ID, okay. We must know the user that created it. And that's okay for us for now, and then of course. So the next thing we're going to do is to create one more table that will be the join table, because we need to be able to add users to companies, and then we'll need to be able to add users to projects. So a user has and belongs to many projects. A user has and belongs to many companies. So if somebody creates a project, you need to be able to add users to that project. Alright, so we need to create a join table between the users table and the projects table. Alright, see you in the next video where we sort that out. So one more thing we need to do is to make sure that users can belong to several roles, so that we can have admins, moderators, and then users. For instance, we want I that is creating the project, I'm the owner of the whole software. I need to be the super admin, and then if I employ someone to work for me and manage the whole software for me, the person will be a moderator. I can employ many moderators. Then the users are the people that we give out the software to, the people that come to our site and sign up, and then start creating companies and projects and adding other users. So we need to make that happen. So the way to do it is to create a roles table, so that every user that signs in, we will assign a certain role to the user. There are many ways to accomplish this, but this is just one simple and straightforward way that I want to use here so that you can understand the whole concept. So we've created that roles
migration, and we're going to make sure that we just add this. The rows table is just as simple as any other table. We're going to just say string the name of the role, and that's it. So this sorts out the rows table. So what we're going to do next is to make sure that the users table that we have here contains all the other details that we need. For instance, we need the full details of this user. We need the email, we need the password, we need the for instance, we need the user to belong to a certain role. So what we're going to do is to make sure that this user belongs to a certain role. So if you look closely to this function, you will see that it contains the command create. So this is creating, but we need the one that will help us to update the existing column. So the table command here helps you to update an existing column. So we're updating the users and we're adding a role. So we call it integer. A role, that's role ID. And of course it's unsigned. The reason why I did this is because our users table already exists when we ran the migration. Let me show you in the database. This is our database in PHP Do you remember that the first migration we ran actually created this? And then inside here we have of course, so inside here we have this table where we have ID, name, email, password, remember token created and updated, which is exactly what we already have here. So we're trying to update that table with this. So a better way to do this is to actually create a fresh migration, name it something else, and then paste this inside the content. Alright, but let's finish here first before we now export the code we've written and take to the migration. So what are the other details do we need from this user? So what we can do is to break down this name into atomic values, which means we can have actually first name, and then we can have middle name and we have last name. Then we have last name. Okay, so now we have these three. Is there something else that we can add to this? Actually, the possibilities are limitless. We can have city, state, state or province. Then we can have country, whatever. So, but these other things are not really interesting to us. We just need city, and the city is nullable, and of course all these things are nullable, and so that pretty much sorts out our problem. What we'll try and do is to probably create a new migration and run this. So first of all, we need to run the migration and see if this works. If it doesn't work, we create a new migration entirely and run just this. Alright, so now we've sorted all these things out. What we'll do in the next video is to create a join table for the users and the projects that they're working on. Alright, a join table. So there we are, back to our code. We can just say PHP artisan migrate. So we're going to create a join table. When you're creating a join table in Laravel, it's going to be singular, and you make sure that the two tables you're joining has to be the singular one. It has to be in alphabetical order. So R comes before U, so that's why it's role user instead of user roles. Actually, it's not role. We're working with project. So P comes before U. Alright, and unlike all our other tables that end in plural, this guy needs to be singular for Laravel to be able to recognize it. So like I told you, we want to be able to have a table that contains which project and which user is connected to which project. Alright, so because as we work on, we need a user to be connected to project 1 project 3, project 7, like that. So we need a table that will keep record of all these things. So now we have this, we are going to hit on the create, and once the migration is created, we will quickly add in the tables that are needed, the fields that are needed. Now, one of the fields that is needed is the project ID, because this table is basically keeping a record of which user belongs to which project. So it will take care of a project ID, then it will take care of the user ID. So we need to know which user belongs to which project. All right, so we mistakenly put this as plural, so I'm gonna just rename it. Renaming it will give me singular project. So when you open it, project user, create project user table. Okay, so this sorts a problem. What we're gonna do is the table name is project user. It has the user ID, so we're gonna say table string integer. The integer contains the project ID and is unsigned. And then it contains the user ID too, which is also unsigned. And then we're going to tell it that these two IDs point to a specific table in our database. So the user ID points to the users table, the project ID points to the projects table, and like that we can see that things are becoming much easier and clearer. So we have the project table. For the project ID on top of this place actually points to the projects table. So this way Laravel knows which tables you're talking about. Alright, and I'm gonna make sure that this is singular. That was a mistake I made. Alright, so every other thing has been sorted out here. What I will do is to just one more. Another quick thing we can do is to assign to make it possible for users to be able to assign to tasks. So you have one big project that you're working on and it's broken into modules. We want people to be able to assign to such tasks or modules. Alright, so what we're gonna do is to quickly right here do the same thing we just did above. So but this time it's gonna be task, and again T comes before U, so we are good to go. So what I'll just do is to copy what I have here in projects, copy it and move over to the new task migration that has been created, and then I'll add it simply and it solves our problem. So this actually points to task and this points to task and this points to tasks. So this way we have done a lot of things and given ourselves the base to be able to go further and do more magic as we go. Alright, so what we now do just before we round up this is to try and run the migration itself, because all we've been doing is creating the migration. We need to run it so that it will create the tables on our database. So let us take one quick look at our database just to recap on what exists there. So if we come to our database, we will see that it's just users and then the migrations table that are there. So if we browse what's on the migrations table, as you can see, it's empty. Alright, so what we're going to do is to run the migration, and remember we're going to keep an eye on our users column to know whether it updates. If it doesn't update, then we have to create a new migration for it. Alright, so we have this. We're going to keep an eye on this, whether it updates with the new things that we added to it. Alright, one more thing we need to check just to make sure that everything works well. Are there some nullable roles that we need to? Okay, everything appears cool. So this is our time to shine. So the command is PHP artisan migrate. So if we hit enter, and it will try and create all those tables in our database. So far we have at least one error, and the error base table of view already exists. Create table. Okay, actually it's telling us that this table already exists. What we are going to do to resolve it is, the reason we have this error is that our users table already exists. We created it when we first ran the PHP artisan make auth, when we created our user login and registration. This is the users table, and if you look right here, in the code for the users table, this is the code that's supposed to create the users table. So it's trying to run this code and it's telling us that this user already exists. So what we can do is to check. So what I have here is saying if this table does not exist, then execute it. If not, just forget about it. Alright, so there are many ways to resolve that problem. One other way to resolve it is to actually go to a database and delete this table and then run our migration again. Alright, so but here a short form is just to test whether this table exists. If it doesn't, then we create it. If not, it will just skip. So let's try and run our migration again and see if everything will run smoothly. PHP artisan migrate, then we'll fold our arms and watch to see if it will work. So we've had another error which says the specified key was too long. This happens when you are using a little older version of MySQL or MariaDB. So we'll resolve it by going to the app service provider and editing Laravel just a little. Alright, so I'm making sure that you see all these errors so that if you happen to run into any of them, you will know exactly how to fix them. To fix that, what you have to do is to make sure that you just go to the app controller, app folder, then your providers, then the app service provider. There is a boot function right here. So you will paste this code inside the boot function and set the default string length to 191. Then we're going to run this code again. But what I would suggest is that we just go and delete everything that is already on our database. Delete everything. We're going to highlight and drop all tables. Check all with selected. We're going to drop everything. So we have a clean database. Now we have a clean database. What we can do is to go and run PHP artisan migrate, and then we wait. Okay, so this is not found, which means we need to add something else. Let me show you. We didn't import this class, so if we go to the app service provider at the top of the class, we're supposed to import the schema class, the facade schema class. All right, and of course, just one more time, as you can see, finally our migration has been created successfully, all our migration tables. Alright, so I believe by this time, if you have any problem running your migration, you'll figure that out. So in the next video, I'm just going to cut out this particular error because it's an error that many people normally face. I'll cut out the error and just make a very short video of it. You can skip the next video if you want. Alright, so see you in the next video. Alright, this is a quick tutorial for anybody having this problem. If you're having that error while trying to run your migration, what you do is, this is the error I'm talking about. If you're having this error, specified key was too long in your Laravel migration, it means that you're using a little older version of MySQL or MariaDB. So to fix it, go to your app folder, go to your providers, go to your app service provider, import the schema facade schema, and then paste these two. So once you add these two lines and run your migration, it will now run perfectly. So thank you very much for watching this. Subscribe to this channel and see you in the next video.
Hello, so we are going to do something very interesting in this topic. What we'll do is to try and generate our models from our command line. But before then, let me just give you a quick recap of what a model is. First of all, so this is what it looks like. We have our database that we access from phpMyAdmin. Then the rest of this is inside Laravel. From the model to the view, everything here is inside Laravel. So this is the only one that is outside of Laravel, which is inside your system, your MySQL database. So inside Laravel, you have model. This model basically contains the logic that connects to your database and handles your user relationships, your database or table relationships. Then each model has a controller that is directly connected to the model. So at the top of your controller file, you will have you have to state what the model is, which is import the model. and then from then you can start using all the database details that you got from the model. Now you can import several models, multiple models inside one controller file, but each model file points to just one model by default. So this is how you name your model file in Laravel. It must be capitalized, which means start with a capital letter, and should be in singular. So it's a naming convention, must be in singular. So for the user table, in users table in our database, the model should be user. The database name should always be in plural, which is users, and all in all small letter, so which is users. Then you have user as your model. Then in the controller's name must be capitalized. As you can see, every new word is capitalized, but then the name referring to the model should be in plural. Don't worry if all these things confuse you. You will get to know them as you just practice them. You get to know them offhand. So the controller name for the user controller is a users controller.php. So you must append controller. The word controller must be in the name of the file. So then your controller communicates with your route file, which then communicates with your view file. The communication goes that way too. So this is what the users see. So for instance, inside the for the users controller, you have so many methods or functions. One function will handle the sign up, another function will handle the sign in, another function will handle the edits, profile, and so on and so forth. Then in the users field, in the users view, I put this forward arrow to show you that this should be a folder that contains all the files that relate to this controller. Now for each method in this controller, you should have a different file, view file. So users will visit your site, click on sign up. They'll see a sign up page that you designed with HTML and PHP. But then when they click submit sign up, the contents of this the form will submit to a method called sign up inside your users controller. So this is how Laravel basically handles it. Each view is different, but then many views can point to one controller, and one controller can have many models, and then each model is connected to at least one database, one table in your database. So the routes file, this file simply contains a list of all the routes, basically, which is just a basic definition of links. When someone clicks which link, which method should it point to in your controller. So we'll get to see it later, but in the next video what we'll do is we have to create models for all the tables that we have created in our database, and then we'll go ahead to create the controllers, then we'll create the views. Alright, thank you. See you in the next video. Alright, to create a model file, we can do it manually by just going into our folder structure and create them, but there's an automatic way to do that. To create our model files, we could just come to the app folder here and inside the HTTP and start creating them and dumping them here. But what we could do, as you can see, there is a users model already. When we run PHP artisan make auth, it's created a user model. So we can just manually add new files here, but then we can do it from the command line, which is much easier. So from the command line, let us create a model PHP artisan for one of our tables. Make model. So the name of the model we are creating is projects, because we have a project table, and remember it must be in singular on our database. So I click this, it has created it successfully. So if we look in this folder, we'll see that a model for project has been created. If I look at it, you see that it has done the basics for us, which is written some code here, which we can now carry on from then on. So but I would like to create all the models once so that we can just carry on. So apart from this, we have task, then we have comment, then we have company. I think this pretty much sorts it all out. So what we're going to do from then on is from the next video we will see how to create the controllers, but now let us finish creating the model. So let us be sure that we've created all the models. If we go to the browser, we'll see that we've created comments, we've created companies, we've created projects. We've not created project user, which we'll have to do, and we've not created roles,
and task user. So let's quickly do them: project user, roles, and task user. So from here we're gonna do a project user, and then we're gonna do a task user, right? Task user, and then we're gonna do a role, and that pretty much sorts it all out. So we'll start from the first one we did, which is the project. So if you go to your database, we'll click on projects so that we can see the fields there. In Laravel, you have to let the fields be fillable because Laravel prevents something called mass assignments. So you can just fill a field that you've not declared. So even if the field exists in your database, you can create a form in your view that somebody can use to fill a field if you've not declared it in your model. So we have to declare all the fields we want to be assignable. So our project has a name, then we'll have to add description, company ID, user ID, and so on and so forth. So I'll just make this a little minimized so that we can be peeping at what we're doing. So we have name. So I want to make this to look like this because I'm that kind of programmer. So I've organized it properly the way I want. So I'm going to add description. I'm looking at this place, so I'm going to add description. So because we want people to be able to fill a form and add description, then we have to add company ID because we want it to be filled from the form. Then we have to add user ID. So if there's a field you don't want people to be able to fill, then you have to leave it out or you put it in guarded. So have days, and then we have I think that pretty much sorts it all out. All these other ones will be taken care of automatically by Laravel, created and updated and have been taken care of by Laravel automatically. So this pretty much sorts our first basic problem. The next thing we have to do is to define the relationships. Alright, so but then we will have to do that in the next video. So what I want you to do as an assignment in all these videos before the next video is to go to each of your table in your database and do exactly what we did here, which means copy the fields and put them in the fillable. For instance, just copy what we have here, go to company and company model, and inside here just add it. So in company model we just have an ID, a name. Every company just has a name. Alright, and then I think probably that's it. So do it for all the tables that we created so that in the next video I would have done mine. We can jump on to the next thing and enjoy ourselves. In this video we'll be looking at database relationships and how to specify them in your model. But before then, we will look at what we did in the last video. I'll walk you through what I did because in the last video I asked you to add all the fillables. So I'll walk you through mine and you compare it with yours. So this is my comments table. These are the fillables. This is my companies table, the fillables. My projects table, fillables. Product, project user, role, task, task user, and user. Make sure you update your users table because we added extra fields in ours. Make sure you update yours. Alright, so but once we're done, what we're going to do is to make sure that we specify the relationships. So a user has many tasks. A user has many tasks. That is, a user can create many tasks. So we can say tasks, task. This is how you specify a relationship in Laravel, so that when we're writing our code to generate all tasks, once we call the user's details and we'll put tasks, it will generate all the tasks by this user. So we'll just say that this is the task model, and you can actually name this one anything, but I just want to name it tasks for consistency. Okay, so a comment, well, that's not all. A user has many comments. But before there, okay, a user has many comments. A user has many comments. So we'll call this comment. Note the casing, that this is capital letter. And then a user has many, a user belongs to a role. Alright, So we're gonna do that right here, and this time around it's gonna be belongs to, so we'll call it role. It belongs to one role, that's why it's singular. So we're gonna call it belongs to a role. All right. A user has and belongs to. Okay, but then we'll get to this point first. We'll get to this point. But then a company, a user has a company. A user has many companies. A user has many companies. Has many companies. Okay, that clears up things for here. And so let us quickly clear up all the easy ones. So I'll copy this and go to task. A task belongs to a user. How I know it belongs to a user is because there's a user ID here. So a task belongs to a user, belongs to a project, and belongs to a company. So I'll do this 3 times. Okay, so this one is a user. It belongs to a user. User belongs to a project. So you may not really understand exactly what I'm doing now if this is completely new to you, but as we go on you'll really appreciate the importance. Alright, so it's called database relationships. So I'm defining them in my model so that things will be easier, much easier going further down. Alright, so we're through with tasks. So we're gonna go to role. Okay, role. A role has many users. The reason I know that a role has many users is because if I come to users table, I'll see that there is role ID. Alright, that means a role will have many users. So I'll call it users, call it has many, and then call it user. Alright, and then a project user, I'll leave this one. We're going for the complex ones first. So a project belongs to these 3. So I'll copy what I have in task. A project belongs to a company and a user, right? So I'll go to project. The project belongs to a user and a company. So I'll remove project. So this basically solves it. It belongs to a user and belongs to a company. A company belongs to a user. I'll paste what I have here and remove these 2. Oops. Good. A comment here. So this will take us to another level, which we'll do in the next video, because this is a different type of relationship, and this too is a different type of relationship. So we'll see them in the next video. Alright, in the last video we skipped some of our models because they are going to be structured in a different way. As you can see, we just did the simpler ones very easily. These ones involve just has many and has belongs to. So but then we have a little more complex one that has and belongs to. So a user in this case can have many tasks, and a task can belong to many users. You understand? So a user can log in and create task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4, and then somebody can create task 1 and add 7 users to one task. You understand? So that's a different kind of relationship. So to do that, we will specify that user belongs to many. So a task belongs to many users. All right. So that's how we do it, but not on this model. We'll do it on the task model. So we tell a task that you belong to many users, and Laravel will automatically, once it says belongs to many, to look for a model named task user, a table in a database named in alphabetical order and joined with an underscore called task user. If we look at our database, we'll see task user. So this is what Laravel will look at automatically. But then if you didn't name yours following that convention, you can just simply say that relationship is being held together by a table called in the database. So this is just basically a table that Laravel will instead check out for. So if this field is left blank, Laravel will look for a table
that joins task, a table called task, and that one called user that are ordered in alphabetical order. All right. So we'll do the same thing for user also. We'll now tell user that user belongs to many tasks. So we'll just do the same thing, tasks. In the user belongs to many tasks. If you observe, and you will notice that we've not even really touched this model, and we may never even have to touch it, the join table. So we'll look for another join case. We have project and user. So we said we'll do the same thing for project and user. A user belongs to many projects. A user belongs to many projects. Oops. Why are we seeing an error here? Just one. Okay. So we'll call it projects, and call it project. I don't know why my code editor is underlining this. Okay, we already have tasks. Oh, cool. We'll delete it. So this is it. It belongs to many tasks. It belongs to many projects. Okay, so if we go straight to projects, then we can now tell it that it belongs to many users. So what we have here should be belong to many, and we call it just the way this one is. And all the things we've been doing so far, we made a mistake in the name here. So if you look at the way this folder is organized, you see that models is not a folder here. If you decide to put all your models inside a folder called models, then you can actually use model. But the way it is, we have a folder called app, then we have our model files outside, just pasted on it. So we don't need models. All these models name, we don't need it. But in your own case, you can just create a folder called models and copy and paste it. So just go through all your models and make sure you don't make that mistake, as in these ones that I have models, all mistakes. So fix them in yours, and everything will work out just fine. Everywhere you see model, you just fix it. So in the next video, we'll look at another type of relationship where we will have to declare the relationship for the comments. It's called a polymorphic relationship. So we'll define it in the next video. For now, I'm just going to clean up all my models, make sure that everything is structured well. Everything. Okay, cool. Company, cool. And comment. Alright. So see you in the next video where we'll define the morph to many in this. Alright. And do other cool stuff like create the controllers. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to this tutorial. In this video, we will look at creating controllers. Remember in a video, in one of our past videos, we talked about your data coming from your database or your data source, then it moves to your model, and then from your model, you get to your controller. Controller is where you write the logic, and then the view is where the users see. You understand? So, now we talked about routes too. So in this video, we'll quickly in the past video, we created all the routes, all the models that we need, comments, companies, and all of them are inside our app folder. So what we're going to do in this video is to make sure that we create controllers, okay? So we create controllers exactly the same way that we create models. So we're going to do a PHP artisan make controller. And then we make controllers for each of our models. So for the comments, I wouldn't need a controller for comments. I'll need a controller for company. So company. Then there's something else you can add. You can add resource so that Laravel will write some code for you already when you're creating your controller. So if you don't add the resource keyword or option, it will just create an empty controller. So I like to have my controller in plural, controller, and then it must end with controller. So it's company's controller, and then we're going to do resource so that Laravel will automatically create all the some default templates for us, template code. So if we go to our app folder right here, go to HTTP,
go to controllers, you'll see that Laravel has created a new controller for us, but we need to, it's not showing here because we need to refresh. So now I've refreshed. You're seeing company's controller, and if I hit on it, I'll see that index has been created for me. Create, store, show, and these are just like the basic controllers. All right. So what I would like to do is to show you another way of doing this. So if we delete and try that again, what we could have is now let us try and indicate the model. So we can tell it the model equals, and the model is company. We hit enter. It's created, and we go and check it again. So as you can see, it has automatically added the model for us at the top. It has imported the model, and this is just a default empty code for us that we can now start writing on. Now once you create your model, your controller, the next thing you need to do is to create a route for it. So we are going to go to routes. Our route, it's on, I'll just close the migrations, close the database, and our route is right under our resource. So we click on routes, and this is the file we're looking for. And here we're supposed to add the route for our company's controller. All right, so this is what we did in the former videos when we were starting. So right here we're going to add a route for our company's controller. So these routes are just repeating themselves. I'm just going to delete all the routes that repeat themselves. So we're going to do route resource. Then we can, inside the resource, now tell it that we're dealing with the companies, and the company we're dealing with is company's controller, and this pretty much sorts it out. So we're gonna create routes for all the other ones, then we'll create their controllers. I'm just gonna duplicate this, and we create we'll go and look at all the models we need to create routes for. So I'm gonna do for projects, I'm just gonna do projects, and projects. Then we'll do the same thing for role. So I'm going to say roles. I'm going to do one for tasks. So I'm going to say tasks and task. So we're going to look at users. All right, if you observe and you see that I've left out the join tables, we'll create them when we need them. For now, let us just work with the most important ones we need. So this resources means that it's routing so many routes to this. So let me show you. You have to go to Laravel documentation and read up routes, resource routing. If you go to Laravel documentation, make sure you set it to 5.5 here, and then you click on basics, click on controllers, and then you click on partial resource routes. So this is where you understand what I'm trying to do right here. So we created a controller and we automatically made it to create routes for us. And for instance, one of those routes can handle all these other routes, all these HTTP verbs. So you can handle get, post, put, patch, delete, and then this is how the function works. All right. So if somebody visits, for instance, somebody visits our site.com/companies, they will get a list of our companies, because this is it. Site.com/ whatever you put there will give you an index, which is a list of all the items. If you put /create, it will take you to the photos, the company's create page, and so on. We'll see it in action in the next few videos, but for now, let us create all the controllers for all our methods. All right, see you in the next video. Right now we're going to create the controllers for all the other models that we need. what we're gonna do is to be looking at our model. We've created company. Let us create one for comments, maybe one for company, one for comments, and then we call it comments controller. Then we hit an enter. We do the same thing for our projects. We've done for companies, we do for projects. That's the name of the model. Then we give it a project here. Projects. We do the same thing for our role. The model name is role. We will look at roles, and that does it for us. Then we look at task. The model name is task, and we will call it tasks here. Task. And finally, looking at what we have here, we're gonna have to make one for users. So, oops, there is an error. There is a task. Okay, I'll try and find out why this error occurred, but let us quickly create that of user. Users. Okay, I'll try and find out why this occurred, but let us just look at our controllers already, just to be sure that all our controllers were created. So if we go up here, we'll see that we have already these controllers created inside the controller folder. Let me try one more time to create task controller, and if I go up, see tasks controller resource. I wouldn't know why it's tossing this error. The only possible culprit could be the task itself, because from here we can see that it's trying to connect to the model, and if it's throwing this error, probably there's an error in the model. So let us go to our code and scroll to the task model, and I'm looking for a curly bracelet that was not closed, and there we have extra one here, so that's why it was saying that error. So if I remove it, my code works perfectly. So I can now create tasks model. One more time, task, enter, and it works perfectly. So we've now created all our models and our controllers. If we get to a point that we need any of these, we'll just create them straight away. Alright, so but these are the main ones I think we should start with. Now we've created these controllers and we've created their routes. I think what we can do is now to go ahead and start creating the view. Alright, but before we create the view, we can start looking at building out the controller. For instance, we can build out the company's controller. So once we write the code that needs to be here, we can start working towards the rest of the application. Alright, so in the next video we'll start writing actual codes here to make sure that we retrieve the list of our model companies in our database, and here we'll enable the application to create a new data in our database, and this one is to save, and so on and so forth. Alright, so see you in the next video. In this video we'll be writing our CRUD. So here let us retrieve the list of all companies. So let's assume that there are several companies in this website. So let's retrieve the list of all companies. So let's give it a value. We can just call it companies as a variable. Then let us retrieve the list of all companies by saying company all. This is how you do it in Laravel. To understand this, you just need to go to Laravel documentation. In the Laravel documentation, you read about it on the database, and then also you read about all the eloquent. So for here, I'm going to continue. Make sure you have double dots here. this way. So this quickly retrieves the list of all companies, passes it into a company. Then we have to return it to the view. So what we're going to do is return view. So this basically passes this list to the view. So the view we're going to have is, we've not created it, but we're going to create it inside a folder we'll call companies, and the file will be the same name of this function. So I'm going to call it index. Just for uniformity, you can actually name your files anything and put it in any folder. So I'm going to pass in this value. So the value is it will bear the same value, the same name in our views. So in our views, we want to call it companies too. So we'll pass it this way. This is how you pass values to views in Laravel. So as you can see, we've not created this view. We're supposed to create an index file inside a companies folder. So to do that, we're going to go to the resources. That is where Laravel keeps its views. Remember, the views are what the users will see. So a user will basically visit companies/index, and then they will see a list of all companies. That's what we just want to achieve. So inside resources, you click on views. Inside views, we're going to create this folder and we'll call it companies. So just new folder, companies. So as companies now, we're going to create our first file. We'll call it new file, index. Then Laravel uses a templating engine called Blade. So we're going to call it index.blade.php. This is the file we're looking at. And then inside index, we can now retrieve the list of all companies and use a for loop to print it out. But before then, I want to quickly create all the views we'll be needing, so we don't have to go through creating it again. So we'll create all the views according to the methods we have here. Some methods, for instance, this is index. It requires display. It requires a display. So this one requires a display to be where users will see the form for creating a new resource. So we're going to create this. So inside our model, inside our resources companies, we'll create a create.blade new create.blade.php. So I'm going to close it. It has created an empty file. We'll look for the next one to create store a newly created resource. So if a newly created resource, if somebody posts something to the database, basically what will happen is the person opens a form, you understand, to create a new company. After filling in, they click submit. The form comes to this particular function, and then this function handles the uploading to the database. After this function has handled it, it either redirects to this form or redirects to this one. This one will display the data that has just been entered. So it's also a display, so we'll create it. These things will become clear as we go down the road. Just do what I'm doing now. If this is your first time of ever using Laravel and you don't understand very well, don't mind it. It will become very, very clear as we go on. So we've created show.blade.php, and we scroll down again in edit. This is a form that will show. So if somebody wanted to edit the company they just created, so that's how they do it. So I'm going to create edit. So the edit, I'll call it edit.blade.php. So you can read about Blade templating engine. Just Google Blade and then you read about Blade if you want to understand it, but we'll get to that. And so somebody opens a form where they want to fill out the method. They want to edit the company they created. Maybe somebody wanted to change the name of the company. So this is the method that opens the form for the person. After they have edited it and clicked on submit, this is the method that will handle the updating. You understand? So this one doesn't need a display. After it has updated, it will just redirect to this method or any other method. And this destroy doesn't need it's a way if the person wants to delete a company, it doesn't need a view. So we've created the main views we need. Alright, so it is basically for create, edit, index, and show. So what I will do in the next video is to start adding we start actually writing HTML code inside this. Especially we'll start with the index, write an HTML code to display the list of companies. So thank you very much. See you in the next video. Stay tuned. So there we are in resources, views, and companies folder. We're in index.blade.php. We're trying to create a list of companies. So first of all, I'll have to write the HTML to display the list of companies. Then I'll retrieve the list of companies from our controller. If you look at our index controller, we've already retrieved the list of companies and passed it into our view, this view. We're going to retrieve it from here. But first of all, I want to go to Bootstrap. So you get to bootstrap.com. If you get to Bootstrap, oops, hold on a little. If you get to Bootstrap, get bootstrap.com, you'll click on components, and then we can now go and look for a very cool component to use. For me, I will just look at this basic example or list group. So panel heading, panel with panel heading. Okay. I think something like this could be cool for us. So we'll just basically take one of them, just to display what we want to display. So we copy this because it has a heading and a content. It is just HTML. I would have as well typed it out by myself, so I'll just paste it here. Then that's not all. In the body, if you see, if you know Bootstrap, you should understand what is happening here. So basically, this is the heading and this is the body, and then this is the heading again, and then this is another body. So I'll just delete one of them. Then in the body here, I will now put something that will help us have a list. So I will just come and look at list group. Inside list group, so something that like this would be cool for me. Something like this. So I'll just take a list group and then put it there. Okay, so what we should do now is to actually view this page on our browser, just to be sure that this is cool. Then we'll write the code to actually display the list of companies. Alright, there we are. Just visit. Remember that your server should be running, as you can see here. You type PHP artisan serve, make sure that your server is running. Then you come to your browser, you type the URL that it gave you in the command line. If you look at mine, you see that mine is HTTP. Just copy HTTP 127.0.0.1:8000. That is the port. So if you don't type 127.0.0.1, you can just type localhost:8000. Then your app should pull up. And as you can see, this is the code we just wrote. So I'm just going to show you. This is it, panel heading with this. So, but there's a problem, as you can notice, that Laravel is built on built with Bootstrap, Twitter Bootstrap, and we've copied Bootstrap code and pasted here, but it looks like normal HTML. It's not formatted in the Bootstrap way. That is because Laravel has not connected this index page with the main page. So if we go to our layouts folder, we'll see that there is an app.blade.php. That is the main page. So if we scroll up, we'll see that it has HTML head tag, and then it has body tag. Inside the body tag, it has app, and then all the codes. Then it has HTML. At the bottom, it has a JavaScript, and then somewhere in the middle here. So this is the navigation though. The whole of this from here is the navigation. That's the top navigation. But then here is saying yield content. So it's expecting any other page that you're visiting in this app to be inserted here. So Laravel automatically take the HTML of that page and insert here. But then we have to go to that page we're working on, which is this, and then tell it that it should insert itself into the app blade and this portion of the app blade, alright, app.blade, alright. So we're there. At the bottom here, at the top here, we're going to do something. We're going to write a code that will do exactly what we want. We're going to tell this guy that, hey, you are just an extension of a file inside layout folder called app. Alright, so inside layouts folder, the file is called app. We'll not put .blade. Alright, so this file, this code now knows, hey, I'm an extension of something. And then we will now tell it something else. We will now tell it which part of the app.blade.php to insert itself. So if we go to our app.blade.php, it is the content part. You understand? So we can now, or content section, so we can now say at section, the section we're talking about is named content in app. If you go to app, you will see a section called content. That is where you will insert yourself, which means right here we'll now say end section. Okay, this pretty much sorts our problem. So quick recap, I hope you understand what just happened here. We're basically telling this page index.blade.php that you should copy everything in between this, go to layouts.app and paste it in the content section. So which means in layout.app we could have more than yield content. We could have for instance yield whatever, or yield menu. Let's say menu for instance. So and this yield menu will be somewhere in the code. Let's say somewhere here. So if we had come here and told it that the section that we're talking about is menu, it will now insert the rest of the code inside this into the wherever it says yield menu in app.blade. All right. So let's go back and refresh our page again and see whether what we did just worked. Keep your eye on this. So here's what we have. We have panel heading, we have the rest of the panel body, and then that's it, and it's on our page. But what I want you to know is that if you try to refresh this and it's not going through, just go to your server, open it, and type any random keys on your keyboard, just spacebar, just type any random keys on your keyboard. Your server will wake up. This server has a habit of sleeping, so if your server sleeps, just type random keys on your keyboard, it will wake up, then your browser will be able to load. So if yours is loading too much or too long, just type keys and make sure you're online, because I think the bootstrap imported is from it's not online. So you're okay, you can work offline. All right, what else we can do is from the next video we'll style this properly, make it to center in the middle of the page, and then we will change this to list of companies on our database. Thank you. See you in the next video. So what I'll do here is make sure that we have a panel that looks cool. So we'll come here and we do a panel primary, and then we will call this my companies. There's just companies. So this is companies, and then we will have to, since we're going to use a loop here, we'll just remove all the rest of them except one. Then we'll try and use our loop. We'll just do at for each, and if you look at the company's controller here, the name of the variable that we're looking for is companies. So we'll just say companies for each $$, as company, $company. Okay, and this is how to write for each statement in Blade. All right, so these things will just get familiar with all this as you go forward. So you do at for each and for each. So this ends the for each. Then inside here, we'll now start passing the variables. So we'll just do twice of this, and we can now start saying things like the company we're looking for, company/name. All right. So I hope you understand what just happened here, because what we did was we just had for each company's variable we're receiving, for each item there, we just pick one of the items and then display the name property inside it. All right. So if there were other properties, this is how you access properties inside this. So we'll just save, make sure your stuff is saved, go to our browser and refresh. And that pretty much sorts it out. As you can see, company, but then we don't have any company yet, and this is too wide. So what we can do is to quickly come to our code, and here we can just say colon MD if it's a medium-sized system or laptop, it should make sure that the size is 6. Also, if it's a large laptop, call MD, call LG. If it's a large system or screen, it should make sure that the size is 6. 6 is half of the screen, and 12 is the full length. Okay, any number between 1 and 6 or 1 and 12 is just less than 12. Alright, this is the kind of thing we have now. We can better format it afterwards, but what we should do right now is to go and create a company, dummy company in our database, and see whether it will actually show here, right? So I'm going to open my database. I'll open a new tab. As long as your WAMP server is running, make sure that your WAMP server is running. And if I open a new tab, I'll say localhost PHP myadmin. You know how to start your WAMP server, I believe you know, but in case you don't know, just go to your start menu and type WAMP server. As you type it, it will show up here. Then you click it once and wait. You can wait for within 1 to 5 minutes for it to turn green. Once it turns green, then it's running. So once it's running, we can just log in and go to our database and add dummy companies. So I am inside my database now. I'll look for the companies table, and there it is. I'll go to structure. I'll go to browse. So once this opens, so I'll go to insert. We're trying to insert companies directly from here. So you leave out this field because it's on auto increment. But then this one, the name of the company, we can say King's Block. I'm just guessing the name of this company. Berkshire Hathaway. I remember Berkshire Hathaway. So there's a description, so we can just put a description and say this is one of the largest companies in the world. Owned by Warren Buffett. Cool. So we add a second company and just say that the name is Supersoft. This is one of the largest medical companies in the world, owned by Bill Mario. Alright, so we're done. We can now hit go. Okay, we're just gonna create the user. Which user created this, just to make everything consistent in the database. This user ID, we can just say user ID 1, the first user we signed up, and then these two fields will be automatically filled by Laravel or by the app. So we just say user ID 1, and that's okay. If we wanted to add the created at point, we can just select 13, and then the same thing up here. Just select the date when this video is being made. Alright, cool. So we can now say click on go. We've created two dummy. As you can see, it is successful. So if we click on browse right now, we will see that we've created two dummy companies. So if we get back to our Laravel code, what then happens? So if we get back to our Laravel code and reload, as you can see, we now have two companies here. Our next task is to make it a link so that when it's clicked, it takes someone to the view page where you see the details of the company and everybody subscribed in the company. But then our CSS is not cool yet. So what we can do is we have to add everything inside one div. Then just to make everything cool, I'm going to copy this. So you guys shouldn't mind that I'm making mistakes when I'm typing. I can't see my keyboard right now, the place it is. I can't see it, so I'm typing blindly. So we're gonna do a div, and we're gonna do a class, and inside that class we're gonna paste this. So that is the cool way to do this. Then we're gonna add a div at the bottom. So let me just quickly put everything here in the middle. Alright, so this is how it works. You put your panel inside a div. That's the way to remove this tiny little space here. So if I refresh, as you can see, it now looks cool. One more thing we can do is to try and center it. Okay, so we have to offset it. We can just say if it is a laptop screen or just a mid screen, medium size screen, I think like 15 inches, it should offset it by 2. And we'll do the same thing for large screen, so we'll have to test first. We'll just do a refresh. And it's in the middle, or almost in the middle. Alright, we can now do the same thing for large screens. So we want large screens to also be in the middle. So we'll just do exactly the same thing, call. Like I said, I can't see my keyboard, so forgive me if I missed some letters sometimes. Call LG, we'll do offset. I like to put this at 3 or 3. Then some other thing we can do just to make everything cool is that we actually have to add a container here, row. But I'll prefer to put it outside here. So if we come here, we have to put this content inside a container. So we just say container row, and then so we have these two guys. Alright, so just for a properly formatted bootstrap tag, so we have this. So basically these are solved our problem. Let's just confirm, and I'll see you in the next video where we'll work out other things. Cool, so it's in the middle and then everything is looking cool. So see you in the next video. I hope you understand how these things work right now. And welcome to this section of the tutorial. We're going to do the view page, and what we're going to do is to make sure that when somebody clicks here, it takes them to another page where they will see details of this company. So for now, this is not a link, so we have to make it a link. So we can get back to our code, and in the index.php here that we just outputted this, we're going to make it a link. So I'll just do a href equals this a. Alright, so now we have this. We're gonna have to create this link. There's a way Laravel creates links, but first of all I want to give you a recap of how this works. So if we go to our Laravel code, remember that in controllers that I showed you before, because we use resource, we didn't create our methods one by one, just use a resource to generate them automatically. Laravel has done some things automatically for us. So it has taken care of route names. So when we did companies/companies, it outputted everything that is inside our index. Alright, and then if this is the route name, companies.index. Alright, so we are going to use this to look at to be able to link to our routes. Okay, so the route we're looking for is that of to show the photo. So we need the ID of the photo here. There are actually many ways to do that, or 2 or 3 ways to do that, which means since it's a GET request, we can just come here and do a companies/show. In Blade, like I told you, you use this to display variables. So we can now say company-id. So we can say company ID. Alright, because if you look at this, you'll see that you can get it from your photos / the ID of the photo, and automatically Laravel route will route this to the proper company. So it will just output the ID here, which means if we now go to our code, our company's controller, and go to show, right here is expecting us to get the company. So from here we can now retrieve the particular company we're talking about. You know, we're able to do this because we've already imported company here. So we're trying to retrieve that particular company ID that is coming in. So we can say where ID. So we're basically telling it go to companies table where the ID is whatever is coming in here as ID. But first of all, let us test the link that we have already. Let's just be sure that it's converted to a link. So I'll come to this page and refresh it just to be sure that this place is now a link. As you can see, it's now a link, and it looks cool. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is now to make sure that when we click it, it doesn't run into an error page. So when we click it, as you can see, it passes the ID of the the correct ID of the company to this page. And the page it passed it to is called the show. So this is the method that handles the page. So in this method, we basically go to database, retrieve using the ID of the company that's passed in. We retrieve the company's details, then we pass it to a view. So basically, we're going to do what we did before. We say return view, and inside the view we're going to return is the view in the companies/show. So we're going to do companies.show. So that's the view we're going to return, and then we have to pass a value into that view. All right, so we're going to do companies.show. We're going to put these bracelets brackets, then we're going to tell it company. That's the value we want to pass in, then company, and then so we're passing in this variable that we commented out. So we're going to uncomment it again. So this contains the payload that is coming into this method. Inside that payload, what we're passing in is the ID. All right. So the ID is what we're looking for. We're simply saying whatever you receive from this company, get to the ID of it, then go to the database, company's database, look for in the ID field that matches this ID. This is a Laravel Eloquent. Like I said before, you can always read this up. If you go to Laravel documentation and click on Eloquent ORM, just take your time and read it up, and read up the database too, so you understand what I'm doing now. Eventually, to enter your hand, and you'll be able to code it offhand like I do right now. So there we are. So we're basically saying, okay, collect the ID and then go to the database, find it, and pass it into the view. So which means we'll still get a blank page if we refresh our site here. Still get a pretty much blank page because we've not actually displayed it. All right. In the next video, what we'll do is try and display it. So in the next video, we'll go to our resources, companies, and show.blade. As you can see, it's still blank. We'll put some bootstrap code, and then we'll display the details of the company that we just got. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. So for this page, this view page, we'll try a different design approach. What we'll do is to go to bootstrap.com, click on examples, and it pulls up these example pages. So this is version 4. I think we're working with version 3, so click on it. If you're working with 4, you should select 4 too, and click on getting started. We're looking for sample bootstrap pages that we can copy, and if we're somewhere down here, if you scroll down here, you'll start seeing some example pages. We'll look for the one that most likely resembles what we're looking for. For me, I've already seen one that looks cool for me. This one can represent our company, and this one can represent the projects under that company. Same with this one, and this other one. Okay, so we're just gonna have to choose one of them. So this looks cool to me. So we'll take this. So you click on it, and once it opens up like this, this is what it will look like. This is the company name, this is the company description, and then this will be the project. Alright, so what we're going to do is to copy this. So you right click on the page and view page source, then from there you can copy, or you just right click, inspect elements. In inspect element, we want to copy everything inside container. Yes, everything inside here. So we're just going to right click, edit as HTML. It gives us everything we're looking for. So we will select all and copy. Oops. Select or Control A on my keyboard, Control X, and it's gone. So everything is gone. Alright, so if we come to our view page, we can now paste everything. And once we do, we can start removing some things like this. This is the title. We can remove the title and the number of other things we need to official. Alright, so if we go to a view page right now and we'll refresh, we should see something cool. But as you can see, it's not having the CSS, and just like the other time, we'll quickly add the CSS for it. So if we scroll up, we'll say at extends, it extends a file in a layout folder called app, and then in the section, at section, a section called content that we named content. Of course, you can name your sections or anything. Then at the bottom, we just end section. So we don't need this footer for any reason. I should just take it. Then at end section. So this solves our problem. We will refresh it and see whether it works this time. Well, this looks cool, doesn't it? So for me, this looks cool. What we'll do is to change this and a whole lot of things here. Alright, so we'll have to change marketing stuff to the name of the company. So we just come here and where is the marketing stuff? This is it. So in Laravel, remember, you can just get a value by just saying company name, because we've already passed it in from all the contents of company. We've passed it in from our controller, so company name should work for us. And if we refresh, it's reloading. You can't see it, but I can see that it's reloading. And then there's an error. I'll try and fix it. Alright, the reason is that in our query, we actually have a mistake in our query. There are two ways we can write this query. The first one is this way, the way we've just written it. Then we can now say that we are looking for the first occurrence of where ID matches whatever the number is given. If we do that, our problem will be resolved. That is one way to find one content. As you can see, Berkshire Hathaway, we have our problem is resolved. Another quick way to do that is, let me just comment this out, duplicate it first, then comment it out, and instead of where, we're just going to say find. Just going to say find this guy. So find company ID. So this sorts our problem. If we refresh, as you can see, it's still the same thing. It works well. So if you're going to use find, then you don't need to specify that as the first one. But if you're going to use where, you have to specify it. Alright, so don't make that mistake in yours. Alright, so this basically pretty much sorts our problem. And we see Berkshire Hathaway. The next thing we have to do is to enter the description, and then we're done for this particular video. So we'll enter the description. I know by now you know exactly how we're going to do it. We're just going to open and close this double bracelets. Then we're going to say a company, and we're going to say description. And guess whether it solves it or not. So it solves it. Cool. So as you can see, this is the company description. Do we really need this button? I don't think we need this button for anything. Alright, we might need buttons here to edit later on, but I think this is okay. So what we're going to do temporarily is to comment this out. I'm going to comment this out temporarily. Oops, this is Blade. In Blade template, you don't comment this out normally, but let's just use the normal HTML comment and see if it works. If it works, cool. If it doesn't, then we have to comment it out the Blade way. Alright, so we have this, and these are supposed to be the projects under this company. So we're going to get the list of projects in the next video and make sure that they appear here. Alright, see you in the next video. This is the time we will start benefiting from the database relationships we defined at the earlier part of this video tutorials. So if we go to our company's database, we'll see a company belongs to a user, but then it has many projects too. So we're going to define a company function projects. So a company has many projects, so we say return this has many projects. App project. So with this, we can retrieve all the projects. Remember what we're planning to do? We're trying to retrieve all the projects and display them in blocks like this. All right. So now we have this relationship defined. We can now go to our controller, and inside here we retrieve all the projects by this company. So we can say projects. So we can say, well, it's already there according to what we did. So since we already have this, what we're going to do is just to go to our view and start printing it out. So this is what we have. I will remove this and then put a for each loop here. For each company projects as project. I hope you're seeing what I'm doing right now. I've accessed the projects, the list of projects inside company, and I'm looping through them. So which means at the end of this place, I'm just going to do end for each. So since we now have project, we can now start printing the contents of the project, which is we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Project dash name, because there's a field called name in the projects table, and then I think the project has description too, so we're gonna do a project description, which is what we can do from here. Project description. I'm just gonna delete all this. So this sorts our problem, so I'll just do this the project slash description. So project description, and then we're going to create the link. So we can just say, yeah, view details, view project. Okay, so we're going to do what we did the other time. Like I told you, there are many ways to actually do this, but we're using the first way. So we just say go to projects and show us the list of the projects. So just give us the ID of this project. So we're going to do the same thing we did there. Project ID. Cool. So this sorts our problem, and since we don't have any project yet in a database, I just want to confirm the field whether the description exists. I'm going to here project. Yes, there's a description. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna go and refresh. We don't have a project yet, so this it should come up empty. So we'll reload and it comes up empty. Alright, so I want to look at the HTML for this again one more time, and then we'll go and add some dummy projects in the database. So if I go to show and up here, I'll see that it's recreated container, but in our app.blade we already have container. We already have container, so I'm just going to remove this container ID. I'm going to remove the bottom ID and the top one. Remove. Cool. So refresh. Looks better for me. Alright, so now we've sorted this out, what we're going to do right now is to go and add some dummy data, some dummy projects. So we'll go to a database, go under projects, a database, P manager. Then under projects, we'll go and insert a new project. Maybe 2 new projects will make sense. So the first one, we'll call it the first project, we can call it Zioni phone. Alright, so we're building a Zioni phone. So we can just say this is a dummy project for building Zioni phone for our people. So cool. So the second one, we're going to fill some of these other fields. For instance, company ID, let's say it belongs to the first company and by the first user, and it's going to take 10 days to build, and they created that today. Cool. And then we're going to do the same thing here. The second project is building a student management app. Okay, so it's a student management app for all students. for all students about to be fired from school. So this sorts our problem. I think what we should do is to now make sure that in the company ID it belongs to the second company, or just let's put it on the first company by the first user, and this will take 33 days to complete, and it's starting today. I will say go, create the two of them, and we're good to go. So if we come back and refresh, it will now confirm whether what we did was right or wrong. So if we see new projects here, then we have written a cool code. Alright, as you can see, we have new projects, and our projects have the correct description under them. And then view project, keep your eye underneath here, so you will see that it has project /2. Alright, and this has project /1. If we click on it, it should take us to the projects page. So see you in the next video where we work out some other things and make sure that our app looks cool. I hope you're enjoying the video by this time and you're understanding how things work. Alright, this is the video where we add a sidebar to this. It is important that we design this particular view very well. And once this view is designed very well, we can now duplicate it for other views, you understand, so that we don't repeat ourselves. First of all, I don't like this background. I want this particular guys to be in white. Alright, so we're gonna do it first. I'll go to my view, shoulder blade. Inside this row, I'm just gonna add a style, and the style will contain a background color of white, because white just looks cool and I can do it. That's why I'm doing it. You can put yours at a different color. So if we refresh, we will see that it's now white in color. Alright. So, but I want it to be a little inner, so I'm just gonna go back and put some padding to it. So I'm just gonna say margin. I'm just gonna say margin 10 pixels. So this particularly makes it cool for me. You can do yours in any other way you want. So I've done the margin. Now the next thing I want to do is to put a right menu. So I'm gonna go to Bootstrap, just bootstrap.com, and of course, as before, you just click on Getting Started. Go to getbootstrap.com. Make sure you select Bootstrap 3.3. So click on Getting Started, then scroll down. So right here, we'll see that we're looking for which of Bootstrap templates has a right menu. So we can just hijack the right menu, then customize it for our good. As you can see, this one has one. So I'm just going to click on it, and when it opens, we'll copy the code that makes up the right menu. So I'm going to right click here and click on Inspect. So when the inspect opens, make sure click on this. Then let me drag this to the right a little. Oops, to the left a little. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Right click on it one more time, refresh. So this is what I'm looking for. This sidebar, that's what we're looking for. So we're just going to edit as HTML, of course. Then we'll copy all the HTML, select all, and then we'll copy. So now it's copied. We can come here and put it, but first of all, I want to wrap everything here inside a div. So I'm just going to say the div. We're going to create a div, and that div, we're going to make sure that it occupies only a section of our page. According to Bootstrap, I just say if the screen size is medium, then give it a size of 9. If it is large, give it a size of 9 too. So between medium and large screens, we have a size of line. Then we can pull it to the left and close this. Then right here at the bottom, we'll close the div. I hope you understand what I'm doing. I'm just making sure that everything here is moved to the left so that we can have more space at the right. In Bootstrap, remember, the length of the screen size is 12. So if you do 9, that means you still have 3 spaces left. So right under here, we're going to put the spaces. I'll Control V. I've pasted this one. I'll go to the top where I pasted it. Alright. Let me just scroll up so you see. This guy stops here. Then this is what I just pasted. As you can see, the code they wrote here is that if it is a small screen like a phone screen or tablet screen, that it should be that this menu should only be 3. But we're not really wanting that. We just want it to be called MD3. All right, call LG3, which means we should just do the same thing for the extras, for the small screen like tablets, called SM3. Okay, so then we don't need to offset it. The offset is not useful to us. We don't need to block sidebar anything. It's not useful to us. So what we can do is to pull it to the right. So pull it to the right. So just go and see, and we're here, and we're here. We'll refresh just to test our bootstrap skills. Cool. So we now have this by the right hand side of our code, of our page. So now we can now start doing cool stuff. So what we really need to do here is, for instance, we can use this to list of users in this company, and then we can use this also to list what do you call it, the edit, delete, and whatever items here. So I'm just gonna go back. I'll comment out this. We don't need it. Comment it out. Cool, it's gone. And then we're just gonna take one of the sidebars, and at the top here, sidebar module. So this will basically contain edit, the company, delete the company. Those are the only two things we want to see. And okay, we can just say add a user, add new user. Okay, cool. So right here we can just call this manage or actions, and here we can just say users or members. So add new member. Okay, so let's just see. That means we have to remove this too. I hope you understand what I'm doing. I'm just trying to customize that sidebar so it will look cool, super cool. So if we refresh, we now have these three cool links and then list of members. What I'll just do is to make sure that this actually displays members instead of just the months. So to quickly do that, I'll remove all the options except one, and then I'm gonna do, remember from our company model, this is the company model, we did belongs to, this belongs to a user. Well, I think in the next video, because our time has passed now, we'll look at how to retrieve all the users that belong to this company. Remember that it has everything to do with the company. Did we really do that? I don't think we wanted to add users to company. We just wanted to add users to projects. So I think we have to stop there for this. Let me comment this out. Maybe later on, when we're done with our MVP, we can start listing users. So I'll just take this out. We may need it in the next view. Alright, so this is out for us for now. When we create the view for projects, we can add the view for adding users. So this looks cool to me. You can design yours in another way. Alright, see you in the next video where we work on other things. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. As you can see, we seem to have a very super cool interface, even though it's very super simple. Alright, what I'll just basically do for now is to check how it looks like on mobile. So you see what I did, I right clicked and clicked on inspect element. Something will pull up on my browser, because in most developing countries a large percentage of the users of a website actually use their mobile phones. So this is what this app looks like on mobile phone. As you can see, there is the company here, and then there is the list of actions here. So what we can do is, if this is a mobile phone, make sure that this is selected on yours. If yours is not displaying like a mobile phone, if yours is displaying like this, make sure that that this is selected. So you basically test different screen sizes to make sure that everything works well. For me, I would like to pick this and put it at the top, and then as you can see, when it's not on mobile screen, maybe this is a phone tab screen, you'll see that there's really a fundamental problem with the way this thing is displayed when it comes to this div, this well div. So we're gonna make sure that it shoots to the extreme, or at least to somewhere here when it is on this screen size. Alright, so let's get back and see what we can do about it. Alright, so what we will look at is what actually is bending, because if you look at this, something is shrinking it to this width. So let us look at what is shrinking it. We're saying that when it's medium screen, it should be at 9, a large screen at 9, small screen it's at 3 instead of 9. We want it to be 9 also on tablets. Alright, so that pretty much sorts our problem for us. So if we go back, we'll see that everything, if we refresh it now, we'll see that everything works well. It's reloading. And then so it's my advice for designers: once you're building a site and you're designing it, always make sure that first of all, and most importantly, it is mobile friendly. If you are, most especially if you're you're designing for people in a third world country. I'm in a third world country, so I always make sure that my design is mobile friendly. Alright, because 80%, more than 80% of your users will come from a mobile. So even if it doesn't make sense on a website as a whole, on a web page or laptop screen, if it makes sense on mobile, you're good to go. Alright, see you in the next video, where we will further our design. We'll make sure that our edit method works, then the delete works. So welcome to this video. In this video, we will make sure that our edit button works. So if you scroll down, you will see that we have an edit button here. We have to link it to our edit page. So what I will do is to actually do the linking, which we can do simply by just saying companies and edit, and then we put the ID of this particular method. I'll show you why I know that the link should be like that. So the ID of this method is actually inside this company. So we'll look at the company, we'll pick the company, go to edit button, and then inside it we'll have the company ID. So the reason I know that this works is if you come back and go to your Laravel documentation, under the controllers, like I showed you before, it gives you a list of resources that are available, because we used resource when creating it from the command line. So we can see that edit works like this. Oh, we missed the order. So you have your main controller, then you have the ID, then you have the edit. So that's what I'm going to do right here. So I'll just come back and make sure that this works exactly as planned. So we're just going to put it here. What is all this? Just this way, and then this. So now if somebody clicks on this, it will try and go to company's edit. Alright, so if we now go to company's controller and scroll down, you will see the edit function. Here it is. So all we need to do is to actually go to the database, fetch the data we want to edit, and then pass it into a page that contains the form to be edited. So since we've already done fetching of the company item from here, I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy exactly what we have here. I've copied it, and then I'll paste it here. And to me, this sorts our problem. So basically, we are taking the ID that is being fetched, we're passing it into here. We're taking the ID that is being fetched, then we're going to the database to fetch the company's details. Then we'll pass it into a page that we call a date. This page is resident in the resources. If you go to resources, go to views, you will see the companies, and there is an edit page. Alright, so when the get request arrives here, it fetches the details and passes it into the edit page. Now our own target is to actually go to that edit page, which is here, and create a page where there is a form that people can fill and edit. the contents of the company. So for us to do that, we can type it out directly, or we can copy an already existing HTML that we have inside one of our forms. Let me clean up this, delete this. I'm actually looking for that company index. Remove this. This is what I'm looking for, so we'll just open it here and take the contents. Alright, so the contents, we can now modify the contents to suit what we want. This is not the one. I'm looking for show.blade. So the one we just worked on in the recent videos. So we'll just copy everything here because it looks like what we want, so that the amount of work left for us in this empty page will be little. So I'll just paste it here. The reason I copied it is because it already has some side menu and already has some content. So what I'll do right now is to actually delete everything here and insert a form. Alright, so I'll delete the top jumbotron, and this is where I will insert a form. Alright, so I'll delete this and make it 12. I'll just make this 12 and 12 and 12. Then I'll copy it out because I don't want the for each loop. Copy it out, and oh, this even solves it. So there is a 12 12 12 here, there's a white background, so this solves it. So this is where we're going to paste the form. So I'm just going to go online now, look for a very nice bootstrap form and paste here. Alright, so let's go do it. So in this video we'll be doing something quite interesting, which is we will create the form for the edit content. As you can see, we are on the edit page under companies, the edit page. So we want to create the form. I've already created it in the background, so I'll just show you right now. So I pasted it inside this. Now this is basically a regular HTML form, but I'll walk you through what I did. The first thing you will notice is that the method here, although it's post, and the action here, this is how you route actions in Laravel, where you have you use the route function and then you put the name of the route. Remember, in the Laravel descriptions they put the route name here. So if you wanted to access the update field, this is the nature of the route name. So it should be like whatever your controller is, and the .update. Okay, so that is the route name that Laravel works with. So because we're trying to send data to the update method in our controller, so if you come to your controller, the edit method is what displays the page, but when the user submits the form, the update method is what saves it in the database. Okay, so that's what we're trying to achieve. So that is the form action, route.companies, and then you have to put the company ID. Alright, because just like the other time, if we look at this place, we will see that it has to be do with company / the ID of the company. You understand? So that's why we have route.companies, which is the route name. Then this is the parameter that is being expected, so that this parameter will be received in the controller here and then used to find, we'll receive the parameter here, the ID, then we'll use it to find which which record are we talking about in the database, then we update the record. So back to the form again. So that sorts the form action out. So we now enter into the form. The first thing you will observe is this CSRS field. This is cross-site request forgery field. It's inbuilt in Laravel, and it helps Laravel to make sure that people can't just hack your site like that. It will create a hidden field with a unique key into this form, so that somebody cannot mimic this form from another page. You understand? And this key expires. So if the person waits too long on the form, the key will expire. They have to refresh the page to fill the form again. If you don't fill this, if you don't put this, none of your forms in Laravel will work. So anytime you want to create a form in Laravel, by default, make sure that you have this CSRS field. And two, it doesn't matter where it is on the form. It can be at the bottom of the form, in the middle, or anywhere, but it must be in the form. The next one is the hidden field that says, as you can see, type hidden. It says that the method is put, and you have to note that this is an underscore. The method is put, and the reason the method is put is because if we go back here, the update method expects either a put or patch method, but in HTML, the method attributes in the HTML form can only take post or get, either post or get, like this. So for you to do all the other HTTP verbs, you have to actually put it in a hidden form and tell it that the method is put. So Laravel will know that it should ignore this post and actually use whatever method you put here. So the next one we're going to look at is this is basic bootstrap form, which means you have to put your form elements in a form group. So we have this form group. Inside there we have the form label. I think this is pretty much straightforward for you. I just came up with this company name as the form label because I wanted to reflect or refer to this ID. Otherwise you may not even need the for attributes. Then you have a name. You understand? So if I show you this form right now, you will see that the name is, this is the name. That is what is showing here. Then this little star icon is what I used to, it has the class required. I use it to indicate that this field is required. Alright, so you have the placeholder in case the field is empty. If we empty this field, we'll see the placeholder, enter name. Okay, then moving quickly, we have the company ID. I just generated this so that it will match with this. Then it is required, which means the user can submit this form if it is empty. As you can see, fill this field. The browser will prompt the user to fill this field. Okay, and then the description. Description is the name that this field bears in the database. So if we go to a company's model, look at company model, you'll see that the field's name is description. You understand? So that is it. And then it doesn't spell check. There's no need to spell check. So if the person spells the name of the company and it's not an English word, they shouldn't underline it. Then of course in Bootstrap, all your form elements must have the class of form control. But then the value, you know this is an edit field. In an edit field, you're supposed to pre-fill the fields, whatever the field value is in the database. So that's what we did. Remember in our control companies here, controller, in the edit field, we retrieved the data, we passed it into the view, then inside the edit view we received it, and that's where we're able to generate it and put it here. So this gives us the company name. You understand? So the same thing with the second field. The second field is basically a text area that does exactly the same thing and gives us the company description. So that's basically it, and we gave it 5 rows and made sure that it can only scale vertical, it can only resize vertically. You understand? Apart from that, every other thing is the same thing. Then finally we put a submit button in its own form group, and then the type is submit. It doesn't matter what color you give the field. As you can see, this is blue, but if I changed it to secondary or danger, it will change to red. You understand? But it doesn't matter what class it is. Just make sure that the value is the name you're seeing on the form here. You're just seeing this submit, that is the value. But make sure that the type is submit. Alright, so that's how that's the tutorial on WordPress, on Laravel forms. So if somebody clicks this submit, the content of this form will be sent to this route that you have here. Alright, so but if we click it now, nothing will happen, because once the content is sent to the route, it will come here, and unfortunately it is empty. This is empty, as you can see. So in the next video we'll create the content here, and what we'll create here is basically something that will just upload the content to the database. Alright, then finally what we'll have to clean up on this page is the right menu. So what link do we need on the right menu? We don't need to delete. Okay, I think this is, we need to have a delete button here on the right menu. Then the edit button, we're already on the edit page, so this button is irrelevant. Then the add new member is irrelevant. So we just put a button that will point back to the index page. Now you may observe that we didn't add the user ID. As you can see, our form contains only two fields, which is the name and the description. It's an edit form, so we don't need an ID field. But then the user ID was not added. The reason is that when the user is creating the form, we include the user ID, but then that user ID, we are not expecting it to change. So the person that created the form remains the person that created the form forever. So we don't expect it to change. So that's why I didn't put it in the, it's not editable. I didn't put it in the edit form. So our form just contains only two fields. All right. Now that is sorted out, let us quickly fix this and then we move over to the next video. So we scroll down. What I have here is basically just companies, list companies. I'll just call it list companies. So every other field is irrelevant to us. So list companies will be companies basically this way, or back to company. I think instead of list company, it should be back to company. All companies. View company. So this one should just be a view company. So let's see what view show. I know this route because if I look at my HTTP verbs, I will know that the show works like this: company/id, company/id, okay, and then the index is just companies. So that's what we're gonna do. We have the index that is just companies, and the company/id should take on the show. So these two links are enough for us. Let's just refresh and check one more time, and if it is cool, then we move over to the next video. Refresh and we check, and that makes sense to me. I don't know about you. So if we click this, it should take us back to the form itself, the company itself. Cool, works perfectly. See you in the next video where we'll fix the update, then we'll fix the edit link. Thank you. So in this video we will make sure that we update, we'll receive the data that is coming in and then we update it to the database. All right. So what we are going to do here is simply to save data and then we will redirect. Just two things. So if all else fails, we are going to redirect. So what we're going to call it is simply return back, and then with all the inputs. So we're just going to say with input. So that is, if everything we're going to try fails, we should just return to the page that brought us here, and with all the data that they gave us, we should just return it back to the page. So the next thing we're going to do is to actually receive the data up here. Let me call this company update. That is what I want to call this data. And then I'm going to say a company. Find the company where the ID is the same thing as the ID that we received. ID, that is this ID, the ID that is in this company. Once we find it, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to try and update. All right, and our updates will take some payload, and this is where we specify. I would like to put this here. Okay, this is where we'll specify the rest of the data that should be updated. And the first one is the name, and the second one is the description, because we're expecting these two fields. We have name, and then we have name, and then we are going to just take the request, because this is receiving a put request, you understand? So inside the request we'll have every other thing that is in the form. So one thing that we can find in the form is the name. There is a field called name in the form, because if we go back here, show the in edit.blade, if we look at the form, we'll see that the name, there's a description, and in the name, here, the name here should have a name. You understand? So if you need this code directly, you can go to my GitHub account and get it. It should be at the link or at the bottom of this video. I'll walk you through my GitHub account by the end. Alright, so at the end, you're going to put a comma, and then we're going to do the same thing, but this time for description. So we're just going to say description. I'm going to copy this description and put it here. So I'm going to move this to the left, to the right, just to make it look cool. Alright, so we're going to find, what this basically does is find the company with this ID, then update it with these two fields. And then what we're going to do is we have to check whether this update was successful. If it was successful, then we redirect successfully to the view page or the show page. If not, we will just run this. So I'm just going to check if this guy successfully updated. So if it's successfully updated, then return redirect route, and then the route we're looking at is companies. We're looking at companies routes so far, and companies.show, that is the route. Then we add the other details because we need to pass in the ID too. And don't worry if this confuses you, I'll explain it once I finish typing it. The ID of the company we received. So we're basically redirecting to a route called company.show with the ID of the company we just received. I think I should just put this here. So why are we getting an underline? Because right here we need this. This is a function. So cool. So we are basically redirecting to this if this update was successful, but then we need to pass a message to, like a flash message, to say yes, your update was successful. So this is how you would do it. Wait, then we should just call it success message, and then success message is company updated successfully. Alright, so what are we missing? Colon here. I'm going to put this underneath so that we can see it directly. So what we basically have here is so this basically solves our problem. Alright, so what we're basically doing, just one more time, is that we save the data, we will find it, then we save it, then we redirect, then to the show, to the view page with this message, flash message, and then if it was not successful, then of course we redirect to the page that we just edited. Alright, so the problem, one more thing we have to do is to actually go to our page and find out a way to display this message. Alright, so we have to display it at the top of every page. We have to put the code at the top of every page so that anytime we redirect with a message, it should just display itself. Alright, so see you in the next video where we'll create the files that we'll use to display all our flash messages. We're going to have to paste a code right on our app.blade. Remember, the rest of this thing, the rest of each page, for instance the edit page, extends the app.layout page, so which means the rest of this content is inside the app.blade layout page. So if we go to our resources, views, and we go to the layout folder and we click on app.blade, we will see the content. This is where the rest of the page, for instance the rest of the edit.blade.php page, will be pasted inside here. So right above that, or somewhere here, I would like to put this code. So I'm just going to remove this. So this code calls two types of classes, which is the errors, two files, which is the errors and the success. So the files are supposed to be in the partials folder. As you can see, we've not created a partials folder. So what I'm going to do right now is to create a partials folder and create these two files. These two files are the two types of errors that we will be displaying. So I'll right click inside the view and a new folder. I'll call it partials. Hit enter. Then inside partials folder, I'll create two new files. One error.blade.php. One is errors.blade.php. And the second will be the success.blade.php. So let's call it success.blade.php. Alright, just for fun, we just need to confirm that we're all good. Errors and success. Alright, so inside errors, I'll have to paste the error code. Then inside success, I'll paste the success code. So we'll start with that of the success. So I'll just paste the code. Remember, you can always get this from my GitHub channel. In the next video, I'll show you my GitHub channel. You can just go to github.com/DaveOzalo. Then you look for pmanager. Look at the name pmanager. That is pmanager. And with that, you can be able to find the source code for this project. Alright, so we're good to go. And this is basically a Bootstrap alert template that, first of all, using the if statement, it checks whether there is a success in the flash message that is coming. If there is a success, then it will display it inside this template and get the value and display here. That's just it. So we'll do the same thing for the error page. So I'm selecting this, then right click, paste, then save. So as you can see, it checks whether there's an error. If there's more than one error, then of course display it. So this simply sorts our problem. So if there is an error, if we're passing a message that contains an error, then it will display at the top. The reason why we are doing it here, the reason why we pasted these two here at the top of the rest of the content, is so that it will simply appear at the top of our page. If there's an error, the error message should pop up at the top of the page. So what we're going to do now is to actually test the code we've written so far. Remember that we wrote the edit page, the edit code. To edit a company, the person will click a submit button, and the submit button will take the person to this route, company's update. So if we go to the company's controller here, on the update section of it, we will see that we've written a code that is supposed to take whatever content that is in the form, save it on the database. If the saving was successful, then it should just from here on redirect to the show page. Alright, if not, it will redirect with this successful message. If not, it will just redirect. Alright, so we're good to go, and I'm going to I just want to quickly mention that this is not the most fail-proof way to write this code. There could be other checks you could do, like validation and a whole lot of things that are outside the scope of this function. We just want to get things working. Okay, so we're just going to go and try and test out what we've written so far. So if we just go, we'll click on edit, and it's opening right now. You may not see the icon, but it's opening. So we're right there, and the name of the company is Berkshire Hathaway, and this is the description. So what do we change? We can just edit something, Berkshire Hathaway 2, and that's it. So I'm gonna click on submit, and it's loading, as you can see right here, and it worked perfectly. Alright, so I believe this is enough for this video. We will walk into the next video and try and sort out other things. So if you're observant, you realize that in our past video we edited this Berkshire Hathaway 2, but then our message did not display, and that's a thing of concern. So we're going to try and debug to know why it did not display. So I've right clicked on where the message is supposed to show, and then I'm looking at my code in the inspect element. As you can see, this is the div that is supposed to display the code. Keep your eye on the left hand side as I hover over the div. but then you will notice that actually the div is there. That's why there is this space, but the message is not showing. So we're going to try and see whether there is a special class in the div that is causing the problem. For me, I'll try and remove these two classes, which is the one that will fade it and show it gradually. Once I remove them, I'll click somewhere outside here, and of course the message displays. So I now know what is the problem, which means I can go to my code and actually remove the message. So we'll go to our partials folder. In our resources, we scroll to the partials folder and we go to success message. This fade and show, for some reason they're not working for us, so we're going to remove the two of them. And then of course we're going to check the error message whether they have the two, fade and show. So for some reason they didn't work for us, so we're going to remove two of them, and then we're going to save, and then we're good to go. Alright, so if you had that problem yourself in the last video, this is how to resolve it. And thank you very much. See you in the next video where we'll sort out the edit and the create company page, and then we'll also sort out the delete company. Alright, see you.
Hello everyone, I hope you've been enjoying this video so far, and we've advanced to the point that you started getting a general overview and grip on the Laravel 5.5 platform. And I hope you are also building nice stuff with it already. I'm getting a lot of positive reviews, full 5-star ratings reviews on this course. If this is your first time and you've not given me a review, please head over to the review section of this course and give a review, alright? And then also click the like button at the bottom of this video. There is like the thumbs up button. Click on it so that it will get so I'll know that you're participating in this course. Now what we're going to do in this video is but before I move, then if you've not subscribed to my YouTube channel, this is the moment to subscribe. So if you go to my YouTube, your YouTube, click /c/braintemorg, braintemorg, and that is the channel to subscribe to. When it opens, you pan to the right and click the red subscribe button. So are we good to go? Now we can go back to our platform, and we want to make sure that this delete button works. As of now, it doesn't work, nothing. So we'll make sure that it works. If you've not understood what we're doing so far, what we're trying to do is to make sure that we design the project, the company's views and controllers and models perfectly. If it is done perfectly, then we can clone it into other controllers like the project controller, the comments controller, the tasks controller. We can just clone it into that, alright? So that's why we're spending much time trying to make sure that it is perfect, so that when we clone, we will have just later to edit, alright? So we need to make this delete button work, and we have to do it in a very intuitive way. So let's get back to our code and look at what we have. This is the same page we're looking at, the show blade, and this is the edit button. This is the delete, the add new member. Just as you can see it here, edit, delete, and add new member, right? So what we're going to do is, first of all, we don't need this add new member on this particular view. Maybe in the project session we need it, so I'm just going to comment it out. But then the delete, we're going to create a link from here that will point to our delete page. But if you look at Laravel, you see that the delete button, or the delete function, as you can see, the delete resource, it makes use of a delete request, not a get request, not a post request. So it makes use of a delete request. If it was a get request, we could just do it and make it a link. But since the request is delete, like this one, edit is just a get request. We can just make a get request to the page. But then the delete is not a get request, it's a delete request. So we have to create a form, a hidden form, and then so that when somebody clicks on a edit link, it will activate that form and send a delete request to the delete method, alright? So here is how we'll do it. So I'll just make sure that this delete button, I delete it, and then I'll paste the code I've written, the modified version of the delete button. So I'll paste it right here. As you can see, this is the start li button that we had, and this is the end closing li button. So inside the li button, we have the delete link. This is an ahref, the delete link, as you can, just like this one. I just paste it out so you understand. Then as an attribute here, we added something called onClick, because we want to add a JavaScript function that will secretly trigger the method, the form, and submit it. So we did something like this. That's what you're seeing here. I'm just going to delete this. So inside it, we wrote a JavaScript function. This is open quote and this is close quote. So inside, in between the quotes, we wrote a JavaScript function. Now, what the function does is, first of all, we want people to, we don't want people to accidentally delete anything. So we want them to click, and then they'll see a pop-up on the screen asking them, "Are you really sure you wish to delete this item or project?" If they say yes or okay, then it will delete. So this is where we save the confirm. This is the pop-up box, and then we saved it in a variable called result. And then we're saying if result, that is if they click yes, then we should execute the code we have inside here. But then if they cancel it, nothing will happen. All right. So the code we have here is basically just looking for a form that we created on this page with this ID and submitting it. So if you go down the page just below the link, that is where I created the form, and this is where I give it the ID. So I'm just going to change this to logout form to delete form. Delete form. All right. So when they click on it, it will ask them a question, and if they say yes, it will go and look for this form and submit it. So if we look at the form, we created an action. An action is the path it will submit to. The action is submitting to companies destroy, because in Laravel we've been told that the delete button has to be in that method. It has to be whatever controller you have /destroy. All right, look at it here, whatever .destroy. So that's where we have it, companies.destroy. But then we're supposed to pass in the ID. So if you look at this place, you see that you have to pass in the ID. So pass in the company, the particular company that is going to be deleted. That's what we're passing in. And then because, like I told you in the previous videos, forms can only take HTML forms can only take two types of requests. That is the post and the get request. Apart from that, it can't take any other. But in Laravel, what you can do is to actually insert a hidden field telling it that the real method you wish to pass is a delete method. Alright, so if you are going to pass a put or patch or push or whatever request, put, patch, this is where you tell it that yeah, what I'm actually trying to pass is a delete method. Then it is hidden. Alright, then every form in Laravel must have this field. This is what generates the token for your field, the hidden token for your field. So this form is basically hidden because all the elements in the form are hidden. Alright, so if you now go and refresh the Laravel site we have, for refresh, it will look just exactly the same. You won't notice that there is anything. Just keep your eye here. As you can see, perfectly the same. But this time around, when we click on it, we have a pop-up. It says, "Are you sure you wish to delete this project?" If the person clicks OK to delete this, click cancel, nothing will happen. So now, just to make sure that what we did actually worked, what I did was go to company's controller, because this is supposed to submit to company's controller that destroy. We'll go to company's controller, and then we scroll down, we'll get to the destroy function. And what we just did is, whatever happens, we're just going to output, or DD helps you to like output the contents, dump the contents of whatever you're receiving, or variable you put here. So we're just going to DD whatever we receive. It will help us to know whether what we did actually got to this function. Then in the next video, we'll actually write the contents of this function. So we're going to test our code now. Just delete, okay, and it's refreshing, and as you can see, the DD worked. It dumped the full contents of the function for us. So if we look at the attributes, we'll see that this is the content of what was dumped in. So it's actually trying to delete this. All right, so this works well for us. In the next video, we'll actually do the deleting. All right, thank you very much. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to write the code that we eventually delete whatever whatever record we pass to it from the database. This function will just take the method and then apply a delete function on it. Alright, so we have two companies and we want to be able to delete at least one of them. The first one has an ID of 1, the second one has an ID of 2, which is the Supersoft. So I'm just going to open the Supersoft companies, Supersoft, and then it opens well super soft and the description. So I'm just going to try and apply the delete method, but then before then we need to actually write the method. So here I'm just going to delete the dd we put in the last video, and I'm going to paste the code I already wrote. What the code simply does is to find the company using the company ID that we passed in, finds the company, saves it in this, and then applies the delete method on it. And when it deletes, we're supposed to redirect to the company's index page. As you can see, companies, if you look at the Laravel, you will see that at the resources section that if you want to visit the index page, you're just going to do this. So we're just going to do companies.index. all right, so route companies.index. Okay, cool. So this is just the redirection, so we're just going to do redirect. The delete is successful, so we redirect to this page with a message saying, yeah, successful delete, thank you. Otherwise, if the delete is not successful, we're supposed to we go back to the page we're coming from, and we tell the page, sorry, company could not be deleted. Alright, so with an error. So we can now test it. From here, I'm just going to refresh our page, just to refresh it one more time, and then we'll click this. So it's refreshing, it has refreshed. I'll click delete to ask me, are you sure you wish to delete this company? In case you wrote project mistakenly like I did in the past video, just make sure you change it to company because we're actually in companies. I'll say yeah, okay. And then it's refreshing. You can't see it, but I can see that it's refreshing. It has deleted, company deleted successfully, and we're redirected to the index page. And as you can see, the company is gone. We just have one company left. Now what you can do in the next video is, or what we're going to do is to add a link here that someone can just click and go and create a new company. Alright, because we've done every other thing about this company, except that we can't create a company. We can view a company, we can edit, and we can delete. Now we can edit and we can delete, but we can't add a new company. So that's what we're going to do in the next video, after which we add a link here that will help us to add a new project to this company. Alright, thank you very much. See you in the next video. So we need people to be able to add a project to this straight up. They need to click a button and then add a project. So we can either add that button here or we add it here. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is to find probably here or somewhere there to add the project button, but for now I'm just gonna put it here. To do that, we just simply go to our show.blade and then scroll to the bottom. I usually like to make sure that my users don't accidentally click the delete button. So if we could do something like this, not the perfect way to do that, but then it could help just to separate the delete button from the rest of the buttons. And then we're just going to duplicate this line, and we are going to say projects add projects. Let's check how we can add projects in Laravel. Look at this, create projects.create. Alright, so we come here and we have projects create /create. Alright, so we can say add project. So people can just click this and add a new project to this company. Now that's settled. We've not created the add project page, but we'll do that in further tutorials. But for now, let us quickly look at how we can create a new project. Okay, so for me, or a new company, for me, we can still create a new company from here, depending on how you want to create yours. Company, we can say create, and we can say create new company. So people can just click here and land at the create company page. The other place we need to actually add this link is on the list of companies page. That's the index page for companies. So if we go here in the companies folder, click on index, this is a group list, And in the panel heading we can add, the panel heading, we can just add a link that says create new. So we can just call this link a button and put some classes on it. We want it to pull left, pull right, we want it to be at the extreme right. Then we can just call it a button primary. Let's just see what it feels like. Okay, so we get back to our code and we refresh. We're expecting a link right here. As you can see, 2 links have appeared that we can use. And then if we get back to, we need to be able to get back to the company's page, index page from here. So I can go back to our show.blade, add one more link that says view list of companies, view my companies. List of companies. Well, I can just call this list of companies. List of companies. Alright, don't mind me, I'm just making the names up as we go. So we're just gonna call this index. Alright, just to confirm, come here, we'll say that the photos for the index is just this. We don't have to put /index, so we're just gonna put it there. Companies. Cool. So we can add project. We can see list of companies, list of my companies, or my companies. I think this is eventually cooler. My companies. Then we have create new company. Right. Then we have a space. Then we can delete. For you, in your own case, you can just create a whole new unlisted, unordered list and then put the link to the delete button there. For me, this is just okay for me. Alright, so from here, let us quickly test this link. Refresh. Then my companies. Yes, brings us here. Then as you can see, there's a button already that we can now use. We've created it, that we can now use to create new company. If we click on this button, it takes us to somewhere that is really cool, which is a page. We're supposed to create a new company, and we made a mistake in the link. It's supposed to be companies plural. It's supposed to be companies plural, which means we have to go back to our index page and the button link here. Let's make the button small, button SM, if I remember clearly. And this is supposed to be companies create. Companies create. So I'm just going to confirm this button and we'll refresh. Okay, we can go back to the index page. We refresh. So as you can see, now the button is now smaller, and people can now use it to create new companies. So if they click on it, brings them to this empty page that we are going to fill in the next video. But this page, what it does is simply help you to create a new company. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. Welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to make sure that we create a new company. If you've not subscribed to my channel up to this point, this is your moment to subscribe. I'm going to give you 3 seconds. What you're going to do is to go to youtube.com/c/braintem.org, hit on it. When it opens, you click on the red subscribe button so that you can be notified when next I make new videos. Now, if you've not given a rating on this tutorial, please go and give a rating, and I'm expecting you to give a superstar rating. Alright, I've gotten so many 5-star ratings and it has helped a lot to show that you appreciate what is going on. Alright, now what we're gonna do in this video is to create the page, the create companies page. If you've been observant, you will notice that the edit and the create page are just similar. They contain the same fields, and then the only difference between the edit and the create page is that the edit page is actually editing something that already exists, which means it needs an ID, the ID of the item in the database, so that it can edit. But the create page is creating a fresh record in the database, so it doesn't need an ID. Apart from that, every other thing is identical. So what do? We just simply have to copy the code in our edit.blade.php and paste it in the create, then modify it. So the code here, we'll just copy it and paste it here. To do that, I'll just Control A on my keyboard, then of course copy, and then go to my create page, which is empty, and paste. And then when we paste, the main thing we have to make sure is that there is no ID. All right. The first thing is to make sure that there is no ID. So in the method, in the action here, as you can see, it's going to companies.update instead of this time around companies.create. Just to be sure, I just want to show you that you can, whenever you're trying to deal with URLs, make sure that you can go to the Laravel page and confirm the URL. Now we can go to that Laravel page and confirm the URL. The Laravel page is photos.create. All right, that is companies.create or /create. So here the create, but we don't need an ID, so we delete this ID, so it's gone now. Cool. And then for the rest of the form elements, I want you to know that since it's a brand new form, we don't need a value, because in the edit form we go and create the database, get the values, and pre-fill the fields so that the user can now edit. But it's a fresh form that we're creating, so we don't need the values. So the same thing with here, we won't be needing the values. We're looking for the value field. Oops, so there is no value field here. This is quite surprising. Alright, makes sense now. Text areas don't have value fields. They just have the content of the text area in between them. So I'm just going to remove the content. We don't need the content. We just need a placeholder that will say enter description code, enter name code. The rest of these things are just identical. They're just identical. So what we're going to do is here we don't need to view this company because we've not created it. So what we can do is view list of companies, or my companies, and it's going to be just companies field, and that sorts it. So instead of all companies, just my companies. This sorts it out for us. And what we're going to do in next is to go to the company's controller and scroll to the as you can see, this is the edit. It just retrieves this is the update method. What it just does is update according to an ID, but then we have to write a method that will help us to create. All right, so this is the create method. Alright, so from here we're supposed to display this form. To do that, we just want to copy what we already have in the edits, this, so which is basically return the view.blade companies.create. We're referring to the blade method in our resources. We're trying to make a reference to this file. So companies.create, that's the file we want to load, and we're not loading any other thing, so I'm just going to delete. That's it. So when somebody visits this page, it just loads this page for them, and that's all. So in the next video, we will now write the function to actually store the details of the company in the database, and that's it. Now most of the methods I'm writing here are not like 100% of all the things you need to check. They're not like all foolproof or fail-proof. For instance, in the delete method, we're supposed to check if this user is an admin and has the authority to delete this, but it's a little outside the scope of this, and we'll do it for this video for now. Further down, we'll get to that topic where we actually check if a user has an authority to do something before we actually allow them to execute it. All right, that's like access control. But for now, I want to get our MVP out and then run out some things. All right, see you in the next video. If you're looking for the code for this project, just go to github.com/c/Dave and make sure you give a star rating before you start downloading. So that's where you get the code for this project. All right, see you in the next video. All right, in this video we'll write the create company method, the method for creating a new company. I want you to first of all observe that we have not logged in. We don't have a user that is logged in, so which means we're logged out. And the way we want to build this, we don't just want a stranger to show up and just click a button and start creating a new company. It doesn't make sense. All right, so we want the user to be, we want to be sure that the user is logged in, when they are creating a new company. And that means that we're entering a new phase in this development where we will start looking at user authentication and authorization. All right, but for now we'll just chip it in so that we can achieve what we want. We want to make sure that once the user fills the form, the create form, this is it, that we created in the past video. After the user has filled this form, once they click on submit, we'll first of all check whether this user is logged in. If they are logged in, then we can save the data in the database. If they're not logged in, then we can redirect and tell them that no, I'm sorry, you have to be logged in to create this. Alright, so let me show you. I've written part of this code, and so that it will save us time, so we'll just do more of an explanation. So back in the company's controller, you observe that I've written this code. What this does is this is an if statement that houses every other thing. So what I'll do is just to make sure that everything is inside. So all these are inside this if statement. Alright, so what this if is saying is if auth check, which means check whether this user is logged in. This is how you check whether a user is logged in Laravel. Now, for you to use auth check or auth anything, what you have to do is to import the auth facade. Alright, you have to import this auth facade. In Laravel 5.5, I need to chip in that it's also embedded inside the request. So, for instance, you could do instead of doing this to retrieve, we're trying to retrieve the users, the details of the logged in user. You know, when you log in, Laravel takes all the details you have in your database and saves it in a session, in this auth session. So instead of doing this, you can also do a request. It is also present in the request user in Laravel 5.5, this version of Laravel. But this wasn't possible in previous versions of Laravel. So this and what we had here is basically the same. Alright. So what we're basically doing here is once your auth facade is imported, we are checking if this user is logged in. If they're logged in, then we have to create a new company. Make sure that you have company imported here. It should be imported by default. So we're using the create method, and what the create method has is this block brackets, and it now you have to check get the inputs that is coming in, the name that is coming in, then you get the description, and then remember that we didn't add the user ID in the form. That is because we don't want somebody to edit our form and add the user ID by default, or manipulate it and add the user ID. This is what the people see when they open this form. So we didn't add the user ID here because we don't want somebody to right click and inspect element and be able to add an extra user ID field. For instance, we don't want people to be able to do this and look for the ID field on this form, which is probably something around here, and then add their own HTML by right clicking, edit as HTML, add an extra field, which is like user input type text name user ID, then value. They could now put the malicious value they want, maybe the ID of number 123. That's the user ID they want to pretend to be. So we don't want this to happen. If I click outside, you see that an extra field will be created here. As you can see, there's now an extra field that is created here. So if the person clicks submit, the form will carry everything here and try to submit it. But that's what we're trying to prevent from here, so that whatever they enter, we can only save 3 things, and 2 of which is what is in the name and the description. The last one, we're not giving them the option to save it. We save it by ourselves. So it's the ID of the logged in user. So if the user is not even logged in at all, nothing will happen. If they're logged in, it has to be their ID, nothing else. They can't change it. All right. Okay, so we've now saved it into a variable called company. Then we're checking if the company was created successfully. If this record was created successfully, then we have to redirect to the page to display it. All right. So we're displaying the company ID, we're redirecting to show, and then we're saying that it was successfully created. But then what if it's not successfully created? We have to still redirect to the previous page. So I'm just going to try and
find a redirect. So we're going to redirect to the page they've just filled the form, and we're going to tell them that, hey, outside this if, whether they're logged in or not, we have to redirect. So outside this if, we're just going to tell them that you have to redirect. Sorry, you're whatever, you're not logged in, with error. Then whatever error message you want to give, error creating. Alright, cool. So this sorts our problem for the star method. Now, which means going further, we'll start looking at so our user authorization and authentication. But for now, let us test that we can create a new company, right? So we get back to our code, and list of companies. We click on this, and this looks cool. So remember that we just have only one company now. So I'll click on create new, and I'll enter the name of the company. So the name of the company I'm going to create is, what company would you want me to create? Let's create a Tesla. We will not use the corresponding, but Tesla Incorporation. So Inc. Alright, this is the foremost car company in the planet of Mars, 2070. Alright, so this is the explanation. I will click submit, and we have an error because there's a problem with the route. So let's go and check our route in case you had that problem in the previous video. So just let's go and check our route. We have companies, we have create the blade, and it is going to create instead of to update. Let me confirm. Photos.create. Photos.store. So it should go to store instead of create. So create displays the page, but stores actually takes the value and tries to store it. So it should be photos.store. And then the method is post, which means we don't need to put, the method is post. The reason I know is because here under store the method is post. Alright, so we don't need to use this hidden value again, so I'll remove it. And we will have to go back and try to save again. I'll go back, then I'll refresh. I have to refresh to make sure that our changes have been effected. I've refreshed. I'll say Tesla Motors Inc. Then the foremost insect company in Jupiter. Alright, that's 2099. Don't worry, you'll not be there. Okay, so we click submit. It's opening, and what happens? Nothing happens. Okay, let me check. Yes, of course, nothing happens because we are not logged in. Alright, and what we'll do is to try and log in, then test it again. Now it appears that this is errors, so let's check on the files here. We'll look at the layouts, and what we have right here is errors. Okay, so which means we have to go back and make sure in the companies, and what we have here is errors. Alright, that's why there is no error that displayed. So the next thing we have to do is to make sure that we can log in and just test. So if I come to my database and check the users browse, you see that there is no user registered. So let us try and register a new user. So we'll click on registration, and then I'll just enter my name and then my email, and I'll choose a password. Choosing a strange password, the world's most strangest password, and then I'll click register. Once I'm registered, it will sign me in automatically, and once I'm signed in, then I can now go and create a new company for myself.
the role ID doesn't have a default value. A quick thing we can do is to actually come here and look at the role ID and give it a default value of 3 role ID, because if somebody doesn't select a role, you should automatically give them a role ID. Alright, so we're there, role ID of default as defined, default 3. Cool. So click save. Alright, now we can now test. I'll click Ctrl R. Ctrl R means refresh, then click continue to resubmit what I did before, and let us see whether the registration is successful. Okay, registration is now successful. So let us go to companies. So it is /companies and hit enter, and then let us try and create a new company and see what happens. Tesla, and submit. So as you can see, it's worked perfectly. Alright, so if you have any issue, just make sure you drop a question in the comments, and going further we will fix our navigation so we can add links to all this in our navigation, and then we'll work on several other things. Thank you. See you. Hello, in the past video we went directly to our database to fix a problem that prevented us from signing up a new user. In our database, what we basically did was to go and set a default value for the role ID. So, but in Laravel, it's not advised to actually work on your database directly. You're supposed to create a migration, then run migration, and it will update your database. Now, that I didn't want to do that, so I had to go and set it directly in my database. So, but which means it's a problem. We need to fix it in our migration so that if somebody is going to get the software and the person wants to run a migration straight up, it should run without errors. Okay, so we're going to set a default value in our migration for role ID so that when it's being created, it will have a default value. So this is how you set default values in Laravel. Also, we want when the person is running the migration, they don't have to run 2 different migrations. So we just delete this and make sure that any migration anybody is running at all should just be a one-time thing. So here we just paste all the contents of the other migration. So there's just one migration for the users table. That's it. Sorts our problem. So the next thing we have to look at is the navigation. If you take a look at the navigation here in this Laravel, you'll see that there's just one item on the menu which just lets you to log out. So what I will do is to try and add an account here. Alright, that will add another drop down here or just here so that we can have other items here. Alright, so to do that, what we'll simply do is to go to our resources. Inside the resources folder, you go to views. Inside the views folder, we'll look for the item that has a navigation, and it's probably it could be this. This is the guy that has a navigation, the app.blade, and what we're looking for mainly is the drop down that has this. Okay, so this one, what this does is when it's a guest, when the user is not logged in, should show the login and register links. But when the user is logged in, it should show the drop down. Alright, so what we're going to do is when the user is logged in, apart from the drop down for the user's details, we should see a drop down of something like what do we call that? I just duplicated that. I copied the drop down here and pasted it on top of this place. So I'm going to start editing now. As you can see here, it's trying to get the username. We don't need the username here. We just need to call it something like account details or whatever. My account. Oh well, without a drop down, there's another way we could do it. We could just make it just look like this ones. So there'll just be links. So we can just say from what we have here, we can just say companies, my companies, that's my companies, projects and tasks. So, and of course we'll need notifications, but then that one will be an icon for us, so we'll put it further down the video
So to see all my companies, all I have to do is companies dot index, or what, if I can remember clearly. Then to see all my projects, and then to see all my tasks, should be tasks dot index. I'm not really sure about the URL, so but let's check it out and see whether it works for us. So keep an eye here. We'll refresh and then see whether it will work for us. It's refreshing. You can't see it, but I can. So just as expected, it complained. It's not supposed to be .index. It's just be companies, I presume. So what we're going to do is to remove all the .index. We're trying to list all our companies and all our tasks. This way is cool. Then we can refresh. And oops, what we did before actually worked. The problem was that there was no tasks index. So if we go to routes, just to make sure that we have a route for tasks. So we have tasks. It should be plural. So make sure you fix this for us. Tasks index. So this should solve it. If we go back, we can refresh and just be sure that we've done it. So our app now has companies, projects, tasks, and drop down here. So one more thing we have to add is an admin menu. We will sort it out later on, but eventually we'll have to have an admin menu. Okay. So this sorts out this video. We'll see in the next video where we'll go deeper into solving other things. Thank you. See you. Hello. Just a few minor adjustments, and we'll get right back to working on the projects themselves. We're just almost through with the companies. I just feel that we should have a button here or somewhere here that people can use to create new projects. Alright, I know we already have the link here. I think we should have a link or a button here. So that is the first thing I will create. To do that, I will simply copy the code we have for the link, and it's somewhere here, and then we'll convert it to a button. So we have it, and then I'll pull up to where we have this. Now if you notice something from here, what we can just do is to paste this guy here. This is a link, and then we start adding some cool stuff like to style it properly. So I'm just gonna add a class, and I'll pull to the right. I'll pull it to the right, and then I'm gonna make it a button, btn primary. Alright, so this is basically Bootstrap trade code. So if I refresh, what happens is that we have this button here. Now I can make it smaller by just btn lg, and instead of primary I can just make it default, just to make it to try a different color. Alright, so something like this looks cool, but it's LG is big. I can just use a smaller button. Okay, but then that simply solves the problem for me. The next thing we're gonna do is to get back to our list of companies. From our code, this just retrieves the list of all companies, and this says create new company instead of just create new. You understand? So we're going to try and change this to the narrative for this to. What we'll do is to go to our companies index, and then from the index we'll just say anything that says from here. This guy just says create new company. We'll just say create new, and then our code from the companies controller just retrieves all companies instead of companies owned by the particular user. If we go up to the index, this is just all companies. You understand? It is not supposed to be. We're supposed to just list companies where the user ID, that is the ID of the guy that created it, is the same thing as the ID of the guy that is logged in. So we'll just do an auth user, and then the ID of the currently logged in user. So we're saying find all companies where the guy that created it is the same guy that is currently logged in. You understand? And make sure that you actually import this auth facade
because if you don't import it, you can use auth here. Alright, so this basically solves our problem. You won't notice any difference because the current logged in user, I think, is the one that created this. So let's just say I don't think so. If not, we'll have to go in and add it. So it's refreshing. You can't see it, but I can. From what we have, it's as if we have an error. Of course, there's the error that we're trying to get the ID of the current logged in user, but we have not even checked if the user is even logged in. So that's what we're gonna do. We can say if auth check. So so if we check this guy is logged in, so if this guy is logged in, give us a list of so give us a list of the details of this guy. But if he's not logged in, you better redirect to the login page. So we're gonna say where is our login page? Our login page is somewhere in the auth login. Okay, so we just say auth.login. Alright, so the user needs to log in, and that's just it. So we'll test one more time, and so this guy is asked to log in. Alright, so this basically sorts our problem so far. I would like to change this. The login seems plain white. Depending on what you want, instead of panel default, I can just say panel primary, depending on the kind of design you want in your app. Alright, good to go. So we're logged in. What else do we need to sort out? So we just need to go to our database and make sure that at least the user ID is 1 here. We make sure at least our company, 1 or 2 companies, is owned by this user, because we created the companies from the database themselves, created it directly from the database. Okay, at least 1 company is owned by this user, which means if we get back here and click on companies, we should see a list of companies owned by this guy. I'm surprised. Company with the user ID of 1. So instead of sorting it at the background, let me show you how I'm going to figure this out. From our database, we have 2 companies with the user ID of 1. So let's just confirm from here that the logged in user has an ID of 1. What I would do is to come here, copy this user ID that we have here for the logged in user, and then I'll do, instead of a DD, I'll just do a dump. So when I do a dump, once the program gets to this point, it will exit. After executing this particular dish, it will exit. It will continue, but then I will be able to see the value contained in this. So that is how to debug in Laravel. So I'll just refresh. Keep your eye at the top of this. As you can see it. So I have to pan to the left. As you can see here, there is 1. That is the user ID of 1. So we're correct. So what is the problem? The problem is actually with our query. Our query here needs just one more thing. At the end of it, we need to say get. That's how it gets to execute. If we don't say get, then we'll have to say if companies. You understand? So get back to this place and we'll refresh. We should now see a list of our companies, and that looks cool. So see you in the next video where we'll focus more on the project. Alright, so we'll work out the projects page in the next video. Hello, in this video we will try to create the views and the controllers for this method, the projects method. So first of all, we will have to copy the rest of the company's controller. I'll copy everything except the last. Alright, except the last item here. So I'll copy it this way. So I just copied everything inside this company's controller class, and I'll paste it inside the project's controller because they are identical. Everything I want to do is already done in the other controller, so I'll just Ctrl V. So I basically copied everything and pasted.
What I will now do is to look for every occurrence of companies and change it to projects. Alright, so I'll Control H on my keyboard, hold down the Control key and press H, and you have companies there. I want to change it to projects. Alright, projects, and this item here is replace all. This one is just to replace one after the other. So I'll just click it and it replaces all. So the next one I'm gonna change is this one. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste it here. Every occurrence of capital letter company, replace with capital letter project with these two columns, and then I'll just click replace all. So this pretty much replaces everything. Now the final one I'm gonna do is, make sure you do it in this order I'm doing mine. If you don't do it in this order, you scatter everything. Then you have to go over it one by one. So every occurrence of company as a small letter and in singular, replace it with project as a small letter and in singular. So I'll change that, and that is sorted out for me. Everything is sorted out, as you can see. So our work now remains little. We'll have to go through the pages one by one to be sure that we've done everything. Now we've copied that. We'll still get back and fix some stuff, but we need to go down again and copy something else, which is the view. This folder contains files that we need, so we can just copy the folder, copy, then we repaste it inside the views page, paste. So we now have two, so we have to rename one of them to projects. So we'll call it projects, and that seems cool to me so far. So we now have companies and we now have our projects. So we'll start with projects create the blade. So if we come here and refresh, it's reloading. As you can see, we now have a create new company. Now if you've not made this adjustment, I made this adjustment outside this video, so let me just walk you through it. If you go to companies, create, you see that at the top here I took I added this style, which is style background white. I just wanted the background to be white. I know I could do this in a CSS file or something, but I just want to do it this way. Then I removed the styling that was here before, and then I added the H1 that says create new company. Okay, so you should do it too, and do it in the edit company too. Exactly the same thing, but this one is update company. That's in the edit file. So that's translated to what we have here. This one is asking me to create new company. Now what we're going to do is to make sure the same thing we did in the controller, we'll replace everything. So Control H on my keyboard, every occurrence of small letter company, and we change it to project singular too. I'll click this, and this refresh replaces everything. Make sure you're working on your projects, not on your companies. So this sorts everything out. Then we have to do that of plural. Every occurrence of plural, I'll change it to projects plural. So I'll click, place everything. So if we refresh, nothing much will change. You can't see it from here, nothing much will change, but keep your eyes here. So this will now mean my project, you understand? So create new project. Now we have to go to our model or database to see the fields we need to create here. So if I go to the database and check out the projects, check out the project structure, I'll see the fields that I need to create. There's a name, there's a description. We already have it in the form. We have name, description. Then we need company ID, the ID of the company that this project is under. So what we should do is, if we get back to companies and the add project company, the add project link, we should have an extension or an ID that we can pass on. We should pass on the ID of this company from there. So what we'll do is we'll get back to our companies, companies that show. So we're looking for add project link. From the add project link, we'll have to do something like this. exactly this. We just want to pass in the project ID, the company ID, to the project page. And same thing here. We'll pass the company ID to the projects page, which means from the controller, company's controller, where we're getting it from. Okay, the project's controller is going to create. So this should receive it should receive the ID and pass it on to this the view. All right. During our mass edit, we accidentally replaced this to be small letter. All these ones should be capital. Project this way should be capital. This guy should be a capital letter. Which other guy? This guy should start with a capital letter. And that pretty much solves our problem. So we're looking for the create field. So we'll pass basically the same thing to it. Say capital letter project. So we have something like this. So now, which means the ID we just passed in should be available to us from here if we do something like this. So to test it, we have to just dump. We do a dump to see if we pass an ID from the company's controller, whether it will get to the projects. All right, so let's try it out. We'll refresh. Keep your eye at the bottom of the screen. If I place my mouse here on the add project, you will see that it's projects create. But if I refresh and we have refreshed, if I place my mouse on it again, you see that it's now project create /1. All right. So if I click on it, we'll see whether we can be able to see at least one up here. Oops, we have an issue with it. Alright, I just resolved this, so I'll put you through the way I did it, and I made sure that I have to do everything so that it doesn't waste our time in this video. So quickly, what I did was go to the route file. You know where your route file is, your web.php, and then create a special route that will contain an extra ID. So route, it's a GET request, and for the user to visit it, they have to visit project/create and then an ID. This question mark means that the ID is optional, and then it has to route to the create method. Alright, so once I inserted it there above this project, it's above the parent route. Alright, above the resource, parent resource. So now it means the user can now put /create and put a number here. Now when this number is entered, it goes to this create function inside the project controller. So inside project controller, we have a create function, and we're receiving the ID, which is the ID that is passed in here. Now remember that this ID is optional, which means if it's not entered, we're supposed to assign a default value for it, just in case it is not entered. So you say ID is equal to null. This is how you do it in Laravel when you want to assign a default value, an optional default value. So once we get that value, we need to pull up the create method, the create page or view for project create view. Then we need to pass in that ID. So we've passed in as project ID, which means if we now get to the create page, the project create page, what we'll have is a form that works well, which we already had in the past. For instance, if I should pull up and go to project, this is create. What I will now do is to create a hidden field that will contain the project ID. So what I can do is to just duplicate what we have here, make sure it's a hidden field, and then I just have to delete everything, but then it has to contain project ID. Okay, so class form control, everything type should be hidden, everything else. So have type equal to hidden. So name, project ID, and then value. The value will be the value that we just got from the controller, which is the same thing as project ID. Project ID.
Alright, so this field is hidden, which means if we come to our project ID /1, we will not see it, but it's actually here, so that when we create a new project, it will contain it. So what we have to do in the next video is to make sure that when somebody clicks this submit button, we'll verify that the project actually creates, because it will come to store. I'll make sure that it actually creates. But then apart from this, we have to add the new project ID we just added, project ID. So that is the new project ID in our store. We have project ID. Just grab the project ID from the form and save it along the database. So thank you very much. See you in the next video.
Hello guys, this is a correction video for a mistake we made in the last video. Now in that last video, in the shoulder blade for companies, so if we go to companies shoulder blade, we passed in here, when we want to create a new project, we passed in the company ID correctly to the project's create route. So if we go to the routes or web.php, we called it an ID instead of company ID. The reason I'm calling it company ID is for convention, so that it will be easy for anybody else reading our code to know which type of ID this is. But if you call it company, if you just call it ID, or in fact anything else, it will work. All right, as long as what you call it here eventually becomes the same name with what you call it in this method inside the project controller. So let us go to this method inside the project controller. I want to copy this company ID inside the project controller. We head to here. Instead of calling it ID, we can call it company ID, so that it's clear what it means. That means here we'll call it company ID, and in the past video we accidentally called it project ID, but actually it's company ID. What we're trying to do is to pass the ID of the company into the create projects page. So let us get to create projects page, and it's available in your views under projects. You'll see create.blade. So when I click it, it opens up for me. We've passed in company ID into it, and we're trying to have it as a hidden ID or hidden value, but we may accidentally call it project ID. In reality, it's supposed to be company ID and company ID. So we're passing in the company ID we received from the controller as a value, hidden value inside this form, so that when the submit button to this form is created in projects.store, so we'll go to projects controller.store and just make sure that we're receiving the project ID instead of the company ID. So what you have is the description project, instead of project ID we should have a company ID. So this sorts it out for us, and see you in the next video. And thank you for following this. If you've not subscribed to my channel yet on YouTube, this is your golden moment to subscribe to the channel. I have lots and lots of free videos. So this is the URL to the channel on YouTube. If you want to get the source code to this project, you go to github.com/Dave and look for P Manager or Project Manager. Alright, if you want to contact me privately, you just go to facebook.com or fb.com/Dave. I can work with your team, so just talk to me on Facebook. I'll be willing and happy to work with your team. I can even fly over to your country and join your team and work out on your project. Alright, I can lead your team to execute the project properly. Thank you very much. See you in the next video.
Alright, this will be a very short video before we move over to the next thing. Before then, I want to click on projects and show you that we could just have we could resolve the error, but then apart from that, there's something else I want to show you. So while it's opening, I just clicked on projects. While it's opening, I want you to see that I've grouped my routes. So if I kind of delete all these empty spaces, it helps you to see that you can group all your routes. For instance, if you have a situation where you want only certain routes to be
accessible after the user is logged in, which is what we want in our case. For instance, when the user is not logged in, we just want the user to be able to access the default page, the home, and then the routes that have to do with user registration and login. Then the rest of the site, the person has to be logged in to access it. Alright, so as you can see, these routes, I grouped them, I put them inside this route middleware, then I activated the auth middleware and grouped them so that before anybody can access this route, the auth middleware must execute, and the auth is just the authentication to check whether the person is actually authenticated. If they authenticated, then they can access it. If not, there is no way they can access the route, so it will redirect to default home. You understand? So it will redirect to login page. Alright, so that's just it about routes. But then what we can do, the other thing we can do is to fix this error. So it's telling us when we click on projects view, that is show, it's telling us on line 10 that the company was not defined. So if we go to our code and go to resources, I'm just going to minimize this. If I go to resources, and this is the page. Now the page we're looking for is in projects, show the blade, and on line 10 right here is looking for a company, and we just copied it. So what we can do is to change all occurrences of companies. So I'll do Ctrl H on my keyboard, hold down the Ctrl key and press H to pull up this. So I'll just Ctrl V, and then I'll do projects. So every time a singular company appears, it will put singular project. So I'll do this to replace all, and that happens. And the next thing we're going to do is the plural of it. So anywhere there is companies, the plural, we're going to change it to projects. So refresh. This is not a magic word that solves everything, but at least it should clear us of this error. So if we refresh, it's refreshing. Of course, we run into another error where let me fix it. So it's saying invalid argument on line 18. That's because we've not defined that. So if we go to line 18, we can see the lines are not exactly, but then we see what it's talking about on the for each loop. So let's comment it out for now, because what we'll look through in our projects is the comments. We like to look through comments, but we need to comment this out for now. Alright, just for peace to reign. So we'll refresh, and once our errors are gone, this commenting did not remove this because we are in Blade templating engine. So the HTML styled comments does not work. You will have to use the Blade styled comments. This is it. So I'll just pull it down to this place and then remove this. In Blade, this basically comments out any code. Unfortunately, the color will not change. So we'll refresh, and there we are. Our project now works. So but this is not our main target. So remember the first thing I taught you in the video, that you can group your links. When you go to your routes file, you can group your links and decide which links should only show when the user is logged in. And then we fixed the error. So see you in the next video where we will work out these projects and then add comments. We need to list comments here. Alright, thank you. See you. So this is a project. I feel that we should give a project a slightly different look so that it will be easy to know when we have a project. And then we will change this, some of the icons. For instance, this edits a project code, but then we don't need to add a new project, or do we? Then we need to see a list of my projects. Then we don't need one of these links. Alright. What we can do is to quickly go to our controller, and in our view we'll see the projects show the Blade, and we change this jump button to well LG. It is a class in Bootstrap that you can use to change the design of a certain well. So if I refresh, it's reloading. So as you can see, the design has changed, and to me it looks cool. So what we can do from then on is to allow people to add comments, and then we'll have to fix up these options. So I'll get the options at the bottom, and first of all, there is edit. Yeah, we can edit project, and then there is create. We can create new project from here, and then there are projects. That is my list of projects. View my projects. Okay, and then there's project create. As you can see, it's twice here, so I can just remove one. Alright, after one has been removed, what else do we have? Delete. So I actually want to delete this project code, and delete from takes us to project.destroy. Okay, cool. So this works well, and what we can do is to make sure that the only person that can delete this project is the person that started it. Isn't that a nice deal to have? Only person that can see the delete button is the person that started it. So we're gonna do it here by saying end if, and then no, we have to end the if outside this button, outside the li. Okay, so then up here, remember that this is not valid HTML. You can put a BR tag between li tags, but I don't care. Alright, so here we have at if. So here we're basically going to check if the user that is currently logged in is equal to the user that is that created this project. Alright, so first of all, we can access the user that created the project by using something like this. So we can say project, and we can say user underscore ID. You understand? So we're saying project if the user ID of the guy that created this project is the same thing as the user ID of the guy that is currently logged in. So this is how you access the user ID of the person that is currently logged in, by accessing it from the auth. You understand? So this basically makes sure that all the other members of this project cannot delete it, and then it is only the person that created the project that can delete it. And then when they click delete, they will actually see a pop-up to confirm. All these things are just a way to make sure that we don't accidentally delete a project that we're working on. Alright, so I'm gonna refresh it, and as you can see, this rightfully works well. Now what we're gonna do next is, in the next video, we will go into the comments and make sure that people can just come here and add comments of what they have done for the day. Alright, see you in the next video. Hello everyone, we're going to start adding comments to our project, so that the project team members can just log in and click on the project and add a comment to it. Now, comments involves a special kind of relationship called polymorphic relationship. So if we click on projects, on companies, we'll see our companies, then we'll click on projects under that company. We should be able to add comments. So we want to build this app in such a way that everything can have comments. So a company can have comments. So we have probably a tab here that has comments, and then we can make the comments anonymous so that nobody knows who adds comments, so that the members of the company can just log in and express their views and opinions about the company, and then other members can see it anonymously. So if we click on view project, we'll see that this is a project, and then people need to be able to come here and add comments of what they have done for the day. Alright, so what we will do is to show you how to do that. First of all, we have to work on our model. So go to your app, and then click on comment model. So for us to work on it, we have to tell it that it has a polymorphic relationship with other models. So when we are saving a new comment, if somebody types a comment and we're saving it, we have to enter the model name here. So in this case, if somebody is saving a comment on the project, we have to, the model name here will be project, and then the commentable ID will be the ID of the project. So in this case, the ID of the project is 2, so the commentable ID will be 2. Alright, so what we'll do is, I'm going to delete this. So now we've added this. We have to go and tell projects that also it has a relationship with comments. So we just come here and indicate to it that it has a polymorphic relationship with comments, and the field that is dealing with is the commentable field. So what we're going to do is we have to do it in all our major tables where we expect people to have comments. People should be able to add comments to people's profile to tell them what they feel like in the comments. Okay, so we have it doesn't have many comments. We're deleting this. Actually, it has a polymorphic relationship with comments. And then we're going to go to tasks. Tasks has comments, polymorphic relationship. And then we're going to go to projects. We've done projects. Then we'll go to companies, polymorphic relationship. So this sorts it out. So if we loop through a company and if we get the company details, if we do the thin arrow comments, we get the list of comments, so we can loop through it. So let us, now I've specified this, we'll have to actually start creating comments. So we'll go to one of these pages, and in the next video we'll be able to start adding comments. Alright, thank you very much. See you in the next video where we'll change this to comment button and be able to add comments. Alright, in this video what we'll do is to add the add comment box here. So what we'll do is to copy one of the comment box or one of the forms we've created and add it there. So we'll go there and in create companies, for instance, we have a very nice form that we can copy. So I'll just click here to minimize, or let me just make it so you can see. So I'll copy from form to form. So I'll stop here, form, copy it, then I will go to our projects, under projects, and projects show the blade. So where we had add project, we had a button called add project, and here's the button. Remember, this is commented out because we might need a loop later on, but for now. So what we can do is to paste it here. So I'm going to give enough space so we can paste a button. I'll give first of all, I'll do a BR to make sure that the button is a little out of this. Then add comment box, I've just pasted a form, sorry. So to take a post request, and it's gonna be going to comments store. Alright, and because it's going to create a new comment, then we will be needing, for comments, we'll be needing several fields. One of the fields is the body of the comment, which we have here. Then all other fields will be hidden. For instance, the field here, we don't need a label. In case you're lost with what I'm doing, just go to the models and comments. These are the fields we need. We need body, we need URL, and then we need commentable ID and commentable type, then user ID. Alright, so we get back to our code and show the blade. So I'll Ctrl Z and make this a URL. I'll just say URL because basically we want people to add proof. I can just say proof of work done. URL. Proof of work done. Alright, and then the person will enter URL, And then what we have is okay, I think this should be a big form instead of just I think this should be a text area, because the person should be able to enter URL or text area. So we can just say proof of work done. If you understand what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make sure that if somebody updates that they have done something in the project, they should put pictures or screenshots, or they should put the URL. Alright, so what we have here, enter description, enter URL or screenshots. Alright, so what else do we need? The rows are too many. We just have like, we're just gonna call it like 3 rows. So once this is done, then the name should be URL. Then the next one is body, if they want to explain what they have done. So the name here should be body. Comment. So this is the comment, and I think this one should be right underneath. Yeah. Okay, so they add a comment and then they put proof. Alright, enter description, enter comment. And then comment content, same here. Okay, so now this has been sorted out, and there's a submit. So it goes to comment.store, but then we need to pass in the ID for it. So we need to pass in a hidden field. So to do that, we go to edit, take this hidden field, and get back to where we were. So the first hidden field is commentable. So the commentable model is the model we're working on, which is basically a project. Then we do the same thing for the commentable ID, the project ID. So I'll do this to add the project ID. So I have this sorted out now, so I'll just call this commentable ID. Alright, so what else are we missing? So far everything looks alright. So I just want this to be on its own row, so I will just do a div class. The class is equal to row div, and I'll just put this here, then pull up the rest of this. Okay, so this looks cool. So let's check out what it is like here. So we're expecting to see a form here that looks cool, asking us to add comments, and then oops, okay, we've not actually added this. That means we have to make sure that it is actually listed. So according to that error, our comment store doesn't exist. So what we can do is to add it. So we'll go to your route in web app, so make sure that there is comment. And for mine, I didn't enter any comments, so I'll just have to duplicate this line and call it comments. Comments goes to comments controller. Alright, so make sure you have your comments route, and then we'll refresh, reload, and now we have it. And I think we should have to reduce this. We have to reduce it, so we'll go to shoulder blade. Instead of 3 lines, I want it to be 2. So generally, remember that you can use any pattern. So this is row of 5. I want to reduce it to 3, row of 3. I want to reduce it to row of 3. And then instead of this, I just want to reduce it to row of 2. Alright, so those are magic for us. And there we are. So the person can actually add a comment, or they can add URL or screenshots of what they've done. Then they can click submit. Alright, So quickly, the first thing you notice is that this comments box is actually touching the edge of this, and this is touching the edge of this. So what we can do is to add container fluid. Once we add this to the div, you know, this form is inside a div. Once we add it and we refresh, we'll get what we're looking for. I'm refreshing right now, and it's refreshing. So as you can see, it is sorted. And what we'll do in the next video is to actually put these things in tabs. So we have comments here, then we have users or members, then we have tasks. All right. Okay, so see you in the next video. Alright, so quickly we will make this method or this feature work, the add comments feature. So to do that, we make sure that our comments feature, comment form is pointing to the right store, the right URL. So we go to the, have to just minimize that. We go to our controller inside the app folder, go to your HTTP, and there you see your controllers. Then the comments controller. On the store, this is where we're supposed to write the method that will save the comment. And before we write it, we need to just go and copy an already written one for store. So this is one we have for store. I'll just copy this and copy. So I'll go to comments. Where is it? Comments controller, and then inside there I'll paste. Because I'm lazy, I just want to copy what I've done before to work it out. So what we have here is we're trying to create, instead of company, we're going to create a comment. Okay, so we're going to create a comment, and then we're going to say the comment has a body. It has a user ID show. That's the ID of the currently logged in user. It has a URL that we can grab from the URL. And then what else does the comment have? We can quickly check out here and see that it has commentable ID and a commentable type. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy and right here, I'll just paste it here. Now we'll duplicate one of these lines, and we have commentable type, and then of course commentable ID. So we're just going to quickly verify that these two fields exist in our comment form. As you can see, commentable ID. This is commentable type, and commentable ID. Alright, this basically solves our problem. From what we have, once we get all this, we're supposed to make sure that comment is imported. Yes. We're supposed to make sure that auth is imported. So if we come back, if you're going to use auth in any controller, make sure you import it. So we're just going to import the auth facade. Copy. So we'll go back to our comments and paste at the top of our method. So auth is now imported, so we can now make sure we can now use this easily. Alright, that's settled. The next thing is we'll actually make sure that it was implemented. So if it runs, that means comment was saved successfully. We're supposed to redirect to the form that we came with. Alright. With a success message. So we're going, wherever we're coming from, we're supposed to redirect back to it. Okay, so I'm just gonna get this and say just get back to where we're coming from with a success message. Comments added successfully. But then if it's not successful, just go back with an error creating new comments. This is simple, isn't it? So we're going to delete one return, and then we're gonna test what we've written so far. Alright, so to test it, we have to check out our database. So I've opened my database and click on comments browse, just to be sure that there is no comment. As you can see, the number here is 0. There is no comment in the database yet, so we're gonna test by going to here and saying today I worked on 17 screens for the mobile app. 17 screens for the mobile app. Here are the screenshots to the 17 screens. Alright, so of course the person is supposed to paste the screenshot here. So we'll click submit, and it's refreshing. It should bring us back to this page with a success message if our code worked. If not, probably throw an error. So we ended up with an error, and that could be most probably because Laravel timed us out, because I've opened the page for hours. It has been open for hours. So what we could do is to refresh the page. Click on this. Oops, just go back. This is the project 2. I hit enter, then it refreshes. I'll log in, and then when we log in, we get back to our project 2. So here we are in project 2. I'm just gonna type it again. So I completed 7 screens for the mobile app project. This is just a sample of what the users will add, and then these are the screens. Okay, so we click submit, and it's refreshing. So I got this error, column body cannot be null. That is because I made a mistake. I didn't see it, but I know you might have seen it. So I set this to body, but I didn't change this to body too. Alright, so for refresh, should work. So it works. Comment successfully added. The thing is that the comment has been added, but it's not listed here because we've not written the code to display list of comments. But if we go back to our database and click on under comments too, under comments, just click on browse. Let us see if the comment will be listed. As you can see, it is listed. So our code to add new comments worked, and then it's successfully redirected us to the current page. So what we'll do in the next video tutorial is to make sure that we list the comments that are adding up. Okay, thank you. See you in the next video. In this video, we will try and fix some errors with our projects, and then we continue. Now if you click on projects, it will bring you here, and it will throw this error because we didn't import auth before trying to use it inside the project controller. So to sort it out, we'll go to the project controller. It is an app, HTTP, controllers, project controller, and we'll scroll to the top. At the top of it, we're supposed to import auth here. That is the code to import auth, because we're trying to use it here without importing it first. That's why we have that error. So if we go and refresh now, this error will be gone, but we might have another error, but this particular one will be gone. So I'll right click on the page and click on reload, and it's gone. But we have another error on the view page. So if we go to the view page, we are using companies on line 11, and it's complaining that it doesn't know what companies is. So let us go to projects index.blade and check out line 11. So first of all, as we can see here in the index, we are not importing anything that has to do with companies. The value we are passing to our view is projects. There is no companies passed. So if we go to resources, views, we look for projects, index, and then on line 11, oops, it's messed up, but this is what we're looking for. The project cannot be trying to list companies, so we'll fix that immediately. So it is actually a company. Create new. So for what we have here is projects. project. This is supposed to list all the projects, and we give it a project name, and here should be projects, so projects with a project ID. So what we have has been sorted, but then for here, this is a company, right? Call it projects, all the projects, and is there supposed to be a link? A link to create new projects. Yes, so create new projects, but to create new projects we actually have to go select a company. So we'll say companies, create new. So when the person clicks on create a new project, it will go to companies list. They will select the company before creating the project, because every project has to be inside a company. Alright, so this sorts our problem. So let's go and check. Refresh. And we're good to go. So creating a project, the index or the view for creating a project is similar to the view for creating a company. The only difference, as you can see, these companies, this project, they are very similar. The only difference is that what is listed here is companies, and when you click on this, it will take you to create new company. Or when you click on this, it should take you to list of companies, so that you can select a company before continuing. The other thing we can do is to make sure that when somebody clicks on create new projects, it takes them to create project page, but then it would list the full list of projects for them. So, but we can do that later. So let's cross check that the list of projects here, equals the list of projects here equals the list of projects owned by this currently logged in user. Let's just be sure that that's what we did. So if we go here in the projects index, we will see that if the user is logged in, it is getting all projects by this user, and this is very good, very good. Alright, what we can do in the next video is to work on the create new project link. So we'll work on this link so that we can create new projects directly. Thank you. In this video, we will try and do something very smart here, and that is, we want people to click this. It will take them directly to create projects page, but on that page, it will now list the companies. So we don't want them to go back to companies page first of all, and then continue from there. So we want them to click it, and it will take them to create projects page directly. So to do that, we'll go back to our code and make sure that here we are doing projects/create. But before then, I want you to remember that in the routes file here, we've already in the past videos defined that it is optional that when someone wants to create a new project, they can pass in the company ID. So what we're going to do in the project controller/create is that if the company ID is not passed in, then we should generate the list of companies owned by this person and pass it to the view too. So what we'll do is to go to projects page, then we'll look for the create function. What we're basically doing here is if the company ID is passed in, then we'll pass it to the view. So what we're going to do is to check whether this company ID is actually passed in. So we are going to say if it exists, then we have to get the list of companies. Before we get the list of companies, we have to import companies. I will do this and do company. So right now we want to import the list of companies owned by this person that is logged in. So we'll do, this is if the company ID doesn't exist. So we pass in the list of companies. So we'll say let's just call it companies. Sorry, I can't see my keyboard, so I'm just typing out of the blue. So companies, and then we will call it company. We'll do something like this, where the user ID is the ID of the guy that is currently logged in, and to do that we will do auth user then ID. And remember that to use auth you have to import it, so we will make sure that auth facade, as you can see here, is imported so that we can use it. So if we go back, so this is giving us a list of all the companies that are owned by these users. So to do, the other thing we can do is to add get, okay, so that it will actually execute, and then we can pass it to the view. So what we'll do here is we can just say company equal to null, but if this exists then we can pass this here. So right here we can now pass these companies. We can say companies equal to companies. Cool. Now let us first of all let us go and to our view and do the same check. If this guy exists, then so in the view we'll have this. We're going to pull up a list in the create. We're looking for the create the blade project create. Cool. So we're trying to use a drop down, a select drop down. So I'm going to do a form group for a select drop down. This is basic Bootstrap, so if this is new to you, div, yeah, and then we're gonna have a label, and the label will just say I'll select company. So the label will have select company. So we'll call it company. And then we're gonna do a select box, select, and select boxes always have something called options. So we'll do option. So we're gonna give a name to this select box. So we'll call it name. The name of this select box, we'll call it company ID, because that's the name in the database. So we're gonna do something else where we enter a class, form control. We must have the class of form control for it to look cool in Bootstrap. So we add a class and say the class is form control. Alright, cool. So here is where we will now do our for each loop. So we'll do for each and for each and for each. So we're good to go. So we're going to do for each companies as company. So we're looking through all the companies that we received here, and we're going to, while we look through, we print out the list of companies. So every option must have a value. Say value. The value of the company is the company ID. So we do company ID, that's the value. So here the what the user will see in the drop down will be the company name. So we'll do a company /name, company name, and this is cool for us, only that we need to check whether the variable was passed in. So we need to actually check whether there is something inside these companies. If there is something inside companies, then we echo it, otherwise we don't, so that we avoid errors. So we'll go to create and say if company is not empty. So we will add if. So if companies is not null. Okay. So we can do end if. Alright, so it's time to test whether whatever we wrote worked out. So we can actually test. We'll go to Laravel, refresh first, because refresh is a quick way to save the world. Then once we refresh, we go to create new. As you can see, it works perfectly because we didn't have a company ID, so it works. So what if we did project create /1, that is passing in the company ID? Let us see if the second field will be there. As you can see, the second field has disappeared, but if the company ID is not passed in, the list of companies will be shown for the person to select. As you can see, the list of companies created by this guy. So I hope you understand this. Then in the next video, we'll test whether this form works. We've not tested it. We'll test whether it actually submits. As you can see, it's not submitting. Something is wrong somewhere. So see you in the next video. If by this time you've not subscribed to my channel, I don't know what you're doing. So what you should do is go online right now on youtube.com, then put /c/braintemorg, then hit enter. When the site opens, you click on the red subscribe button by your right and you're good to go. In this video, we will be fixing this form. As you can see, the menu is pushed down by the right, and the form is the project create form. Alright, so we need to look at the code and see what's causing this to go down and fix it. So if you go to the code, the project create template, the first thing you notice is that we have a hidden input field that passes in the ID of the company. And we're also saying that if the ID of the company doesn't exist, we should list all companies. So we need to put another if statement here so that the two of them can be happening at the same time. Alright, so we are simply going to check if the company ID exists. So if we have, I'll do an end if. Alright, so if company ID is equal to null, that is, if companies is not listed, then we use this field, but if it is listed, we use this one. Then one other thing we will have to do is that this is the field that is pushing this thing down because it doesn't have the form control class. So we need to add the form control class. So we do a class, even though it's hidden, according to Bootstrap, it still needs a class. So we'll do a class, and the class will be form group. Right? Not really. It's supposed to be form group, form control. So let's see if form control class actually sorts it out, because from what we have here, that particular field is shooting out like this. So let us try and refresh and see what will happen. So as you can see, it fixes it. So even though the field is hidden, it was preventing this one from being on top. So now we have a good field that is ready to run. Let us try and see if this form can submit. So to do that, we will create a dummy project under Berkshire Hathaway. The dummy project should be Dave's Git repo, and then this is an ultimate Git repo to kill all repos. So this is the project that we're working on under Berkshire Hathaway, and I'll click submit. As you can see, this time it submits, and but it heads into a dead page. So let's refresh. As you can see, it's telling us to refresh. We'll refresh. Let's list. Let me just click this and list a list of our projects. As you can see, it didn't work. What we'll do is try and create again. Click on create new. We stayed too long on the page, and it got Dave's Git repo, the ultimate Git repo. We'll treat this further down the tutorials, prevent it from giving us that error of running to a dead page. So as you can see, it worked. If we go to our controller, we'll see why we are outputting this instead of the correct page, because we are the ones that did it. If we go to our projects controller and go to show, you see that we're doing this, so we should remove it. If we remove it, the page will work perfectly well. Refresh. and as you can see, project created successfully, Dave's Git repo, the ultimate repo, and then people can add comments. All right, so we'll get back to these comments in the next video, where we'll try and list comments. In the past video we added comments and it worked, so we'll list comments. All right, and also we'll remove this add project link. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. In this video, we'll have to get our comments working. So first of all, let us enter a comment and see whether it should appear. Remember, from our code, this is the project's view page. So project show, if we go to our projects show the blade, and we'll see that we're trying to print out the comments here. All right, but then it's not showing. Let us add a comment and see whether it will show. So say this is a new comment on the Zioni project, because this is Zioni, and then the URL is http youtube.com or whatever URL. So click submit, and it refreshes. As you can see, comment added successfully, but then if we scroll up and down, you see that it's not showing. It's supposed to display there underneath. So if we go to our database and on pmanager and comments, and if we refresh, I'll click on browse, you see that this is a new comment has been added, and then you'll see that the user ID is 1, added correctly. Commentable ID is the ID of the model, which is ID of the project. As you can see, this is 1, correctly reflected, and then the commentable type is project, correctly, and then everything is correct, but it's not showing because there is a little mistake and it's not even indicated in the Laravel documentation. So if we go to Laravel documentation, under relationship, eloquent relationship, if you go to Laravel documentation and under relationships, if you could click on polymorphic relationship, and if you read through, as you can see, polymorphic relations, if you read through, you will not see where it's indicated that we're making a mistake, but actually we're making a mistake. So what happens is that when we save a new user, as you can see right here, this is the form, the comment form. As you can see, comment store, it goes to it saves the commentable ID, which is the ID of this project. Then it saves the commentable type. According to this, they say the commentable type column is how your ORM determines which type of owner model to return. But then they say the commentable type column will contain the class name of the owning model. So if you go to the class, the owning model is the project model now. So if we go to the project model and project, and the class name is project, so we did something right. But something we're missing is that it is actually, the class name is actually app / project, because we didn't do that here because we are actually importing this already. We are importing the namespace, app namespace. So that's why we're having an issue. So what we should save actually is if we come to our shoulder blade, and we try to save, I'm looking for the comment model under projects, and we click on shoulder blade. We're supposed to save app / project instead of just project, so that Laravel will know where this class is. So if we go back and fill our form again and say this is the latest comment with app project properly set, and then we put a URL and say facebook.com/whatever. We'll click submit. So we're expecting, if what we did is correct, we're expecting to see the comment underneath. So after it has submitted, we'll have to sort out this page expiry. So if I refresh this page, I will be able to add another one. So I can refresh and say this is the latest comment blah, blah, blah. Then put fb.com. This is my FB page in case you want to chat me up personally for a project, or if you want me to join your team. This is my correct real Facebook page, so you can go there and leave me a message. So now we click on submit. As you can see, comment added successfully. If we scroll down, we'll see that comment. Alright, so what we can now do is to style this comment to look really cool, which we will do in the next video. We'll take our time to style our comments and make them look really cool. As you can see, the URL is here. So thank you very much. Hope you understand polymorphic relationships now. And just before I round out, I want to remove this add project link. So I just go there. There is an add project link that I need to remove here. So for now, I'll just comment it out. So what we have is this, and refresh to see whether it goes out, and it's out. So thank you very much. See you in the next video. This nice and beautiful interface, very simplistic and straight to the point, but then we still need to make sure that our comments are displaying very professionally. The way to do that is to actually write your own Bootstrap code and make sure that the Bootstrap code makes it look cool. Another way to do it is to go and hijack the ones other people have done and put out for free out there, and then use it for us. And that's the second one we'll use. So you go to a site called Bootsnip. It's a Bootstrap, a site that you see snippets for Bootstrap code. Alright, so when you are there, you can see that there are so many snippets. As you can see, this one, this for registration form, this sample page, just sample sections of a web page that people have designed and decided to put it out here for free. So for us to add comments, we can just search for comments to see if anybody has done anyone on comments. What I'll do is to click on this, and then this search box pulls up. So from the search box, I'll just type comments, because I'm looking for boot snippets that are tagged comments. Maybe from there we can see something that we can use. As you can see, there is one, and then there's another. This one is tagged like is the nested comment, like the Reddit. Then there is this one, and there are so many of them. So what we're gonna do is to hijack one of them and use. So for me, we could use this one, or we could use this. So I've clicked on that, and it looks pretty much okay for me. So what I'll do is to look at the code. As you can see, the code is just two. You see that this is the preview, and then there's the code, the HTML. Click on the HTML. It has a container and then has a role. For us, we already have container in our code, so I'll just copy from role the second div up to the last, that is second to the last div. So if I scroll up, I'll see that it's stopping here. So I'll click, right click copy, and then we head into our code, and the place we're looking for in our code is the project show.blade. So we'll go to our code and look for show.blade, and then right there underneath this place where we have this loop, so I'm just going to paste it on the first, just to be sure of what we copied, and then after editing it, we can take it up. So from what I have here, we have a media list that is a UL tag. Just not to confuse you, this is what I copied, the whole row. Okay, so I'm trying to remove all these other ones, because if you look back at the code, if we get back to preview, we'll see that there are many of them. There's Maris EU there. I just want to remove all this second one and the third one, so that we can concentrate on just one of them. So back to my code, I'm looking for, there's an li tag, so I'm looking for all these other li tags that I can delete. So I'll just click and delete, and then I'll just delete, and then we're good. Alright, and who needs more events? I doubt. So we can remove this. Cool, so we just have one, and what we're gonna do is to make sure that this is what actually loops. the li tag is what loops. So we're going to end for each here, end for each. Then we are going to do this for each here. So we're going to copy, and we'll put the for each here. Cool. So that the loop generates different li tags. And then the next thing we're going to do is to start putting all these comment body and comment URL. So in the comment we have here's the body, and the URL is supposed to be more like URL, like a proof of work done. So I'm just gonna call it proof for now. Okay, cool. Then about the name, we'll do something about the name, which is we'll work out the name. But first, let's test it out first. So we go back to our code. Then inside our code, we'll refresh, and keep your eyes here. So the refresh has occurred right now, and remember we didn't delete this, but then if we scroll down, we'll see this. And what we'll do is to make sure that it extends to the extremes, as like this one did. We'll just make sure that it extends. So if we come to our code, we'll see that there's a panel default, but there's no width. Okay, there's width :MD4 instead of 12. We need it to extend. We don't need an offset. An offset puts it in the middle. That's not what we need. For small phones, it should be 12 too, and we don't need an offset. For extra small phones, it should be 12 too. We don't need an offset. Then we'll do for large phones or large screens. For large screens, it should be 12 too. So it should just generally be 12. That is, extend the whole screen. So I'll refresh and see whether what we did worked. If we scroll down, see that this now contains the comments, and to me it looks cool. So what we're gonna do is work out the name and the post title.
Alright, so in order to add a new user, I have added a new code to the comment model. So if you go to your comment model, and I've opened mine, this is the comment model. This is what you had, but then I added this. Basically, it just has one relationship to tell comment that every comment has at least one user that made the comment, and it connects to app user ID. And of course, this is not really necessary, but then I just put it just to indicate the two fields, but it's not really necessary. Laravel will pick it up by itself. So these two fields are not really necessary for you. You can just delete it, leave stuff like this. Okay, so what we're gonna do is to go to our shoulder blade and then try and make use of what we have. So to go ahead, we have a comment, and then on a comment model we have user, right? User, because I'm making reference to this guy here, user model. So inside comment model we'll have user, and that user will now help us pick out the user we're looking for. And what we're looking for in the user is basically maybe first name. That's the name of the field that we're looking for inside the users table. Alright, so when we refresh, we are hoping to see the name of the user, and we have a problem. So this error threw up because we removed that. So of course we should just add it back. So we have this ID and user ID. That's what we're looking for. And so depending on which version of Laravel you're using, if yours throws the error, make sure you have these two fields in it. So when we get back and refresh, our error should be gone. So our error is gone, but if we look at the comments now, we'll now see the name of the user that made the comment. It's supposed to show here, but it's not showing, probably because the user that made the comment may not have had a first name. So but what we can do just to test what we have is to use email, because every user that signs up has an email. But when we are signing up, the user that created the comment, it obviously doesn't have an email. So
I'm refreshing. If we scroll down, we'll see that there's an email to it. So what we're gonna do, for me, what I think we should do is to have both first name and last name and email. So we should have something like this. Something like this. Okay, so we have first name of the user that made the comment, and their last name of the user that made the comment, then a dash or a hyphen, then their email. So at least one of these must show up, but then we need to have it in an href tag so that somebody can click on it once and then it will take them to where they are supposed to redirect to. For me, I can just do a href equal to, it goes to users. Do we even have the link? I'm not sure we've created a user profile link yet, but it should go to users slash the user ID, comment user ID. So I strongly doubt that we've created a user ID yet, so we may just run into an error telling us that we need to create this route yet. So we've not created this route, I think. So if we refresh, let's see if we have the error. Okay, so far, if we click on it, takes us to, as you can see, there's an error because we've not created the page. The page could not be found, but so far it looks cool. So we have a user that makes a comment, and then we have the comments that the user made, and so on and so forth. So see you in the next video. The other thing I can try and do is to make sure that the names are not that big. As you can see, the names here are actually big. So if we have a shorter name, it will be really cool. So what else we should have is the date that the comment was created. I'm just going to do a comment created at comment created at. So we'll still get back around to work on time and make sure that things are cool, but for now we can go with this. So this looks cool for me, and the next video tutorial, let's work out other things. Alright, we're getting closer to the point that we're going to do the magic. For now, let us make sure that this is not too huge. I'm going to put it inside here, and small. So I just want it, the heading to be quite small. It's too big. And then I want to delete this guy here. So I'll just be back here, and I'll do a delete up here. Thank you. We don't need this. And let's just cross check that it's okay. Once it's okay, we'll do something more interesting. So it's okay, we can see comments here, and we can see the proof. Cool. So I'm just gonna make proof to be bold, and the proof is bold. Comments, and then there's need to be proof. Where's the proof? Bold. Alright, so of course you can design yours in a different way and make things more cooler, but for me, I'm just sticking to this simple design for now. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is something very interesting. We're going to copy this guy out, the whole comments, the whole row. We're going to copy it out into something or some other file that is in our partials folder, so that all other models can use it. For instance, this is what I mean. Our projects makes use of comments. Our tasks are going to make use of comments. Companies are going to make use of comments. The exact same thing. People should be able to add comments to any of them. So what we're going to do is to make sure that we don't have to repeat ourselves in all of them. We'll just copy these comments and add it in one of the tasks or anything. We'll just add it in the one we need. We'll add it, save it in partials folder, so that any of them we just that we need it, we just reference it. So it will make work easier for us. All right. So to do that, let's go to the partials folder, partials, layouts, companies, partials. Inside partials folder, we're going to create another folder and just call it comments. So new file, and call it comments. Of course, all your view files must be .blade.php. Now we have comments. We're going to do the next thing of the next task is to copy all of everything inside that row. So I'm just going to copy everything. And of course, if you copy, you go and check and refresh just to make sure that, oops. If you copy, you refresh just to make sure you didn't scatter things and that you copy the right thing. As you can see, we didn't copy the right thing. Right menu has come here, so we're going to go back and try one more time. I hate text editors that don't copy well or tell you where to stop. So I'm going to try one more time before I switch this text editor. Reload. Doesn't work, so I'm going to use another text editor that does this very well. So what I'll do is to pause this video and return to my other text editor. So to do that, I'll just go to resources, to the folder, and look for it in projects. It's called show.blade. So I'll open it with something called code lobster. Here is the spelling: code lobster, PHP edition, code lobster. So this is a text editor that does code folding very well. So once I highlight something, it tells me exactly where it stops. Alright, the same show.blade has opened in code lobster PHP edition, and if you scroll down, we'll get to the point we want. If I click on it and scroll down, I'll see exactly the coloring where it stops. Look at it, row stops exactly here, so I know exactly what to copy. And then the code folding is just amazing. If I click on it, it folds exactly what I need, so I can just copy it off. Alright, from what I can see, these two divs before this is where I need to stop. So if I go back to my code, these two divs is where I need to stop. So if I scroll up, I can copy here too. This seems to be exactly what we're looking for. So if we go and refresh, we'll see that the comment is gone. As you can see, the refresh is gone and everything still looks cool. So we're going to paste the comment in the partials that we created, comments.blade, and of course we will now include it. But then this is how you include. If you go to layouts app.blade, you'll see that we've included something before. As you can see, we used includes like this to include errors.blade.php file that is inside partials folder. So if we copy this code, we will still go back to our show.blade. Right here, we're going to include comments. So we're making reference to this comments file. We're including it here. Now, one more thing before we go, there is, as you can see, if you go to the comments.blade, see that it's making reference to project comments. Alright, so but when we are in other models, if we are in companies, for instance, it will be companies comments. If we're in tasks, it will be tasks comments. So this particular pattern cannot work for us in other models, but we're going to change the variable we're using now from the controller so that we use one unique variable for all in the controller. But before then, let us test what we've done. It should work at least for our refresh. As you can see, it works perfectly, but then we can now make reference to this file from any of our controllers. So what we can do is to go to the project controller, go to project controller, and make sure that this particular variable is renamed. I want to call it something like comments. So inside our HTTP, go to HTTP controllers, we look for project controller, show.blade, show. As you can see, so what we're going to do is, after retrieving the project, this particular variable, we are going to call it something called just simply comments. So since it's comments, we're going to pass it into our model. Since it's comments, we're just going to pass it into the view. I'll just do comments, and I'll just do this. We've passed it into the view. And then if we reload, we've not finished. We just need to do one more thing. We have to come to our show.blade and rename it. Where is it? we have to come to our comments.blade. Comments.blade. Let me find it. Yes, comment.blade, and rename projects to comments. Let's just call it comments. I hope you understand what I've done in this video. What I just did was copy out this code, put it in a separate partials file, just one single file, so that we can make reference to it from any model we are in. So if we're in company's page, we can make reference to, we can just add list of comments by just calling one single line. And then to make sure that we don't battle with renaming this all the time, we just rename it once in the model, in the controller. So if we go to the controller, we just rename it to comments. So if we go to company's controller, we rename it to comments. In tasks for controller, it will still be comments, alright, so that it will work perfectly for any of the comments. Alright, so thank you very much. See you in the next video, where we'll go ahead and add some interesting stuff here, like icons. We've not added icons to our site. Icons will make it really look cool. Thank you. See you. In this video, we will add icons to our website. So we'll just add a couple icons so that you can go ahead and add more to your application, just to show you how to add it. But before I add the icons, I want to exchange this. I want the add comment button to be above the list of comments, to be below the list of comments. So we will go to our code, and we'll look for, in the show.blade, this item, we'll put it above the add comment. I've copied it, and this is the form that adds new comments. And what I can do is to put it above, and we go back and refresh. Once the refresh is done, we'll see that it's now above, so you can see recent comments, and then you can add your own new comments. Now the next thing we're going to do is to add new icons. To add a new icon to your application, what you would do is to visit a website called fontawesome.io, then /icons, or you visit just fontawesome.io, then click on icons. Then you come down here, you'll see a whole lot of icons to add. Thousands of icons you can add on your website. Now for you to first add the icons to your website, you need to add, you get to getting started, and you need to add their SDK to your platform. So they will have to email you the SDK. So you do it, enter your email here, say send my FontAwesome embed code. So they'll send you an SDK link. From then on, you can add your FontAwesome. Now they have sent it. I have to go and check my email, and I will not open my email for you, but I'll copy it and show you. So as you can see, the embed code here, the FontAwesome embed code. So if I can just copy it, I will go and put it inside my Laravel code. I'll just right click and copy, and then that's all. We'll get back to our code, get to the resources views. We're looking for our app.blade. This is the code we're looking for, the file app.blade. Then in the head section, somewhere here, we put it. Otherwise, you can just put yours at the bottom, somewhere here, just before the closing body tag, depending on where you want to put yours. I want mine to be in the head. So the next thing we're going to do is to go back to FontAwesome site, go and click on icons, and then we'll start adding icons. So the first icon we want to add is icon for companies. So I wouldn't know what that will be, but we can just search for company here and see whether we can see any icon. So company, there is a company, and that sounds cool. So we'll just look at we click on it, and then you copy the code. We go and paste it in our navigation. Navigation is inside the app.blade. This is our navigation code inside our app.blade. We're looking for companies. So this is the companies. We will paste it and give a little space. I'll hit the space key, space bar on my keyboard, just to give a little space between the icon and the lettering. So if we go back and we refresh, keep your eye here. When we refresh, we reload. As you can see, our company now has an icon. So I can do the same thing, the same process for projects, and not just projects. I'll do the same thing for all our links here, all the menu, and then right here do the same thing. For every key place in our application, we can just add icons. Alright, so I'll just do, for this video, I'll just cover for this top, and then you can figure out the rest by yourself. So we'll go here and we'll look for project. Sometimes what you're looking for will not be available directly, but you can search for others. So I can just look for work instead of project. So inside project and work, I'm saying briefcase. I think briefcase is okay. So if I go to our project, I'll just click on paste what I had before, but I'll change building to briefcase. Briefcase, and that feels cool. So we just test, refresh, and that sounds cool. We now have briefcase. So in the next video, by the time we start the next video, I would have added more icons. So just take your time and add all the cool icons to your application, and just search for any icon here. If you can't find the direct one, you look for the alternative. Alright, so this is just for tasks. So I'll just go and paste. If you observe and you see that they look alike except for the name, the only thing that changes is the name. So I will just do a tasks here, tasks, and we're good to go. Refresh. Oops. Refresh. Keep your eye on the tasks. And that's it. See you in the next video where we'll sort out other things.
Hello everyone, welcome to this tutorial on Laravel 5.5. In this tutorial, what we're going to do is to start sorting out the user roles. Remember when we first started this video course, we created roles, and these roles contains different roles for our users. So if I click on browse, it's still empty right now, but what we wanted to use it to do is so that we can create different access controls, so that we can have admins being able to access certain features. Then we have moderators, for instance, maybe the staff of the company, being able to access certain features. And then finally we have the users who will just log in, create products, create companies, and add other users. Alright, so we wanted to create those three different levels, and we want to create it in such a way, we want to build the site in such a way that we can create any unlimited number of roles, user roles. Alright, so what we're going to do here is to actually see how it works, because many people have been requesting it. We'll stop by, make it work, then we'll continue on with creating tasks. Alright, so if we get back to roles, we'll see that this roles table has only 2 columns or 3. It has role ID, it has name, it has created that and updated that, of course. We could add description too if we wanted to add, but I don't feel it's necessary. So what we're going to do from now on is to quickly go and work out these roles. Alright, first of all, I want to create roles here. I'll just do insert, create 3 different people. Remember, we still have to create an interface, a user interface where we can do that, but for now I just want to create 3 different roles. So I will have the first one will be admin. Make sure that your first one is the role with the highest permission level, that is the super admin, understand? So we now have other admins, or just I can just call it moderators. I like to use different names for that. And then of course I'll click go, then I'll add one more. So we now have these 2 sorted out. Let us add just one more, which is the users or the floor members. So I'll just say user, admin, moderator, and user. So I say go.
Alright, so if we get back to this browse, we'll see that the three of them has been created, but they have the IDs of 1, 2, 3. So what we're going to do is whenever a user is signing up into our application, we'll give the user an ID, a role ID. So if the user has a role ID of 1, that means they are an admin. And then inside our code, we'll make sure that anytime the user is an admin, he has certain privileges. All right. And then if a user signs up with a role ID of 2, then they are moderators. So let's go and quickly check out the users table. If we go to the users table, if I click on Manager, go to users table, click on structure, we'll see that there is a role ID and it's an integer, and the default is 3. You understand? You now see why we did the default to be 3. We want anybody signing up into this application to sign up as a user, that is a floor member, just normal user. Then if we wanted to make them an admin, then we have to log in, get to their account, and change this number from 3 to 2 or 1. You understand? Alright, so let's get back into our code, or let's just see a structure. Let's see the users that are signed up. In this application, I just have one user signed up. So if I scroll to the right, I will see the role. The role ID is at the extreme. That is it. That's the role ID, which is 3. You understand? If we change it to 1, automatically the user will be an admin. So what we're going to do from now on is to get into our code and then sort out the remaining, which is if we open our web platform with Manager and I click on home, and once home opens, what I'll see is that we have companies, projects, tasks, and we have the account of the user. We need to add a column here that has to do with admin. You understand? So that the user can access other admin menu. You understand? So only an admin will be able to see that admin menu. So let us go to our code, navigate to resources and views, and we're gonna go to layouts and navigation. Inside our layout, we have the navigation. This is the navigation bar where we have all the menu we need. So we're gonna create one more menu here that has to do with the user roles. So right here, if I scroll to the right, I'll see that there's companies, projects, tasks when the user is logged in. This code is basically checking if the user is a guest. They should be, that means they have not logged in. They should still log in and register buttons or links. But else, if they are already logged in, they should see these other links. Now we're going to do one more to check if the user is an admin. So I'm going to first of all duplicate one of these links. I need it to be a drop down, so we already have a drop down here. So I'm just going to duplicate this drop down. This is a drop down. I've copied it. Oops. Sorry for the mistake. So I've copied this drop down, but first of all, I want to do an if statement. So I'll do @if. We're trying to check if this user is an admin. So we're going to check the user's role ID. If the user role ID, if the user's role ID is equal to 1, that means the user is an admin. So we're going to say at end if. And if that is anything we put here in between this, anything we put here will just work for the admin only. So I've pasted, as you can see, I've pasted the drop down we copied, so only the admin can see this drop down. So if only the admin can see the drop down, what I'll do is to call the drop down an admin, and then we'll start putting in all the menus. So I'll delete this. So this is the UL. So I'll just copy just one more li that we have here and paste here and duplicate it several times. What I'm trying to do is to create a menu, a drop down menu that have the admin details, all projects, all users. So I'll stop here and
and in the next video we'll sort out the rest of the links, all tasks and all companies. So admin should be able to see the full details of anything that they select. Alright, so let us just go and check it out. If we come here, keep your eye here because a new menu will appear if I refresh. So because this user is not an admin, he can't see the menu. But if we go back to our database and to the right here, if we decide to edit this role and make it 1, I'll hit enter. I double click it to edit, and if I hit enter, it has edited it. So if we come back here and we refresh, as you can see, an admin menu has appeared. So if the user clicks it, they will see a drop down. Only the admin can see this drop down of these extra new links. Alright, so see in the next video where we actually make these links to work. So the method I'm using here is the most basic way of building roles and access control in Laravel, and in fact in any website at all. This system will work for any application you're building, but there are many other ways to do that. There are even packages that will help you. If you Google Laravel packages for access control, you'll see a number of them. So let me just do a quick recap of what we have and how we did it. We have a database called pmanager, then we have roles table, we have users table. Inside users table, we have role ID. So each user has a role ID. So if we get back here, we'll see that each user has a role ID, and that role ID is an integer. And then by default, we set the role ID to be 3. You will see why we did that. So now in each role, in the roles table, we just have basically 2 fields, and of course the time and it was created. So the field is just the name of the table and the ID, the name of the role and the ID. So we decided to create 3 roles. The first one we created was the admin. Had moderators, we have users, and of course you can create an endless number of roles. So see these roles as having different permission levels in your application. So an admin has all permissions, a moderator has some permissions, users has a few more permissions, and so on and so forth. So you can create users that have paid, users that have not paid, and so on permissions. You understand? Okay, so now we have this, and remember that they have IDs. What we basically did was, for each user that is signing up, we are giving the user a default ID of 3 first, so that we'll make sure that everybody starts with an ID of 3. Everybody is a basic user. Then the admin or the moderator can log in and make somebody a moderator or admin by just adding, increasing their number or reducing their number. You understand? So by adjusting the number on the role ID of each user, we can change the permission for the user. So this is a users table. This is a sample user that is signed up here. If we pan to the right, we'll see that this user has a role ID of 1, which makes him an admin. If it was 2, he'll be a moderator, and it was 3. If it was 3, he'll be a normal user. Alright, so I hope you understand it now, and it's that simple. So what we're going to do, what is left for anybody, is to make sure that the roles, you have an interface for it in your app where admin can quickly manipulate people's roles. You understand? And even create more, and that's just it. So first of all, let us get back to what we were doing in the past video, which is trying to make sure that everything here works well. So the final thing I'm going to create here is the roles table. These are the links we just saw. So there needs to be all roles, a link that treats all roles. So I'm just going to move this to the right a little so that we can see everything. Cool. So this link should be all roles. So admin can delete roles, edit, manipulate some roles. So what we're going to have in all projects is, yes, projects index. All users is users index. Users index. All tasks is tasks index. So what we're going to be doing in every part of our code to make sure that admin has a permission is to do something like this. We're just basically going to check if the user is an admin. If he's an admin, then we enable them to see some things. If not, we enable them to see other things. You understand? So we have companies of course, companies roles. Then we have just ordinary roles. Roles have index. So this sorts our problem. If we get back to our app now and refresh, what we're going to have is this, and if we click on projects, it should take us to the projects index. Now when we arrive at projects index, right now what we can do is to make sure that the admin has a certain level of or degree of control here. Maybe admin sees some control where they can delete the project or something. So if we click on any project, this is a company, admin should be able to delete too. You understand? So the way we did it is that only the user that created this can delete. So we want to also make sure that admin should be able to delete this. Maybe if this is a project that is about something that is not permitted in this app, admin should be able just to click on it and delete. Alright, so there we are. We just want to make sure that the icons are corresponding to what they should be. So the icons, we'll work on them right now. The icon for companies is building. The one for projects, okay, the one for tasks, we'll just go to companies and make it a building. So this is just for the user experience. The one for tasks, we'll make it tasks. So we'll just say tasks. I'm getting them from here. The one for user should be user. Is it user or person? User plus user. Alright, the one for roles, we should probably figure out one for roles. I'll just put something else later on there. I can just say envelope or message. So if we refresh, admin, and of course we have all these well sorted out. So one more thing I can do is to make sure that there is space in between all this. I think it's okay this way. So as we create more things, we should have admin being able to see all things. For instance, these roles, only admin can see a role. As you can see, it's not here. It's not on the menu here. Only admin can see it from here. Alright, so see you in the next video where we'll continue making things work perfectly well. Now, in case this is the first time you're joining this video, what you have to observe is that the user has a certain relationship with the roles. So if we go to the model, user model, and we look at the role, you see that the user belongs to a role. Each user belongs to a role. Then each role can have many users. So if we go to the role, we see that each role can have many users. So if you're just watching this video to see how to set up a role for in Laravel, just make sure that you have these two relationships set up for you. Alright, so thank you very much. See you in the next video.
Hello. Alright, in the past week video, what we did was we basically listed some random static team members. Then we added a form to help us. Remember that the user stable and the project stable in the database has a many-to-many relationship, which simply means that there is a middle table. Remember I told you in the beginning of the project, there is a middle table that connects users to projects. So inside a middle table is where we store all the users that belong to each table, each project. So let's look at it again. So there's a projects table, and the projects table contains the details of the project title, project description, and then there is a users table that contains the details of the users, email, password, and so on. Now we need to keep track of users that belong to a project. All right, that is a project team members. To do that, we need to create another table that we already have here. We've created it in the beginning. It's called project user table. What it will contain is basically the user ID, the project ID, and maybe or probably just the time the user subscribed or the user was added. All right, so this just keeps a record of the user and the project they belong to, the user and the project they belong to. So that is how we will be able to add a user here. So when we add a user's email here, we're supposed to just quickly go to database, fetch this user's ID, and with the ID we're going to add the user to this project by just creating a record on this middle table. This is the join table, joining the project table and the user table, right? So to do that, we'll first of all convert this to a form. This is just an input field with a button. Let's convert it to a form and look at it, an input field and a submit button. So what we're gonna do is to look at a form we've created before. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna copy what we already had in the past. What's wrong? So I'm just gonna copy this out of awesome laziness. And now we have this. I'll put it on top of this input group. So there we go. Okay, so I'll just paste. So now the ID of this form is going to be add user, and then the route is going to is projects add user. Let me just make everything small letter. Project add user, and then it takes the project ID. We've not created this route, so we're gonna have error after this, but we'll create it soon. The method is post, and we are not hiding the form, of course. Cool. So we're gonna close it, close this form, close it here. So we've closed the form. Good. So when someone clicks on this submit button, I think the type should be submit. Type submit. Alright, so once someone clicks on add, save, submit. I don't know what shortcut I pressed that just got my editor dismissed or disappeared, so I'll sort it out. So the next thing we have to do is to create this route. So we'll go to our route file, we'll close the resources, then go to routes, go to web.php, and we're going to add a route projects right here. We're going to do I'm duplicating this. I used Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. If you're using this editor I'm using to duplicate the line, just to make things easy for me. And then we're going to create add user, and it's going to be project ID. Oh, do we even need a project ID? Okay, yeah, project ID, and it's going to go to add user method in the controller. So if we go to project controller, we will create the add user method. So we'll go to project controller HTTP controller. We'll see project controller. So we'll create the add user method. So we will do public function add user. So we are going to call this the add user method at the project. So before we stop this video, I want to remind you what we have in the model. If you go to model, the models here, go to project model, we'll see that we have a relationship. Project has a many-to-many relationship with the user. So as you can see, projects belongs to a user, but then it has a many-to-many relationship with the user. So I'll create the many-to-many relationship in the next video, so that people can just add projects to users. All right, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, it's your boy Dave Partner, and we're continuing the creation of Ajax. I'm taking it step by step so you understand everything about Ajax. And remember, the pattern, the step we're following, or the method we're following, is to do that first without Ajax. Once we accomplish the task without Ajax, then we can see how we can convert it to Ajax. That way it will make a whole lot of sense to you. You will understand it, because sometimes Ajax confuses a whole lot of people. So I'm following it the right way. Now in the past video, what we're trying to achieve is to add users to projects. And what we do is I try to remind you that users has a special relationship with projects, where users has a many-to-many relationship with projects, and then there's a middle table, a join table between users and projects. Now what we did, if you had this problem, then probably I had it. Let me just try and fix this error. So this error is basically saying that the add user was not defined. First of all, remember that this is going to be, we're on the show the blade page, and we are on the method that we're going to use to add users. Let me find it. Okay, this is crazy. This is companies. We're on the show.blade page for the projects, and this is the form that we're supposed to use to add members. Somebody's going to click on the add, and this form will add. Now the method for this form is post, and our error is complaining that this route hasn't been created. That's the error we're basically getting here. So in projects.addUser hasn't been created. Alright, so what we're gonna do is to cross-check what we created. Remember that the method is post. What we're gonna do is to go to our route web.php. We had projects add user. We're gonna convert it to post. Oops, this is supposed to be post. Okay. So if this is a post request, we wouldn't have to treat it as a GET request. So this post ID, project ID we're trying to pass here, we don't need to pass it. And then if we go back to the show.blade, we're trying to pass a project ID in the field here. We don't really need to pass it here. We're just gonna have to pass it in the body of the message, just as a hidden field. So to do that, we'll create a hidden field. I'm just gonna paste this here. So create a hidden field. Right here, this is the input box. I need to show you this as I'm doing this so you understand what we're doing. I'll refresh this page. So I have to pause and explain named parameters very well to you so that you don't run into this kind of errors next time. Now when you say route and you put a name here or an address, Laravel is expecting this thing to exist exactly as it is, project.name in your web.php file. In this case, we just defined the route, we didn't give it a name. So we have to actually name this route, where we say that the name is projects.addUser. So Laravel automatically knows that once it sees project.addUser anywhere in this application, it is referring to this particular route. You understand? So if we refresh this page now, our error should be gone. Now it's gone. Now there's another way to solve our problem, which may not always be ideal, but I just have to show you at this moment. Now instead of declaring a route directly, what we can do is just to copy this, delete this, put this, and then this way. So if we just say project/addUser, Laravel is basically looking for this other guy here. You get, and it will work just as well as the other one, but not in all cases. So I prefer to always give it a named parameter. You understand? Now the reason why all our other forms worked perfectly without throwing up errors is that they are defining the resource. This is what I mean. We have in show.blade, we define this. Now the reason why all our other forms, let's say, let me just rewind. This is what we have. Let's say we have create.blade. In create.blade file, we had this guy routes.store, and it didn't throw up any error for us. The reason is that under projects, .store is a predefined named route that comes with Laravel resource. So if we go to web.php, under projects, remember it's a resource, so it has .create.store. I taught you that in the beginning. It has a number of them, .delete, and so on. So once you put Laravel resource, it has some predefined named parameters. Now if you want to form your own URL or route, if you want to form your own route, you have to give it a named parameter, otherwise you'll be getting this kind of error that we just got. So now we fixed the error. The next thing we're going to do is to actually go to projects controller, create this application, this method, and start working with it. So if I go to Laravel, HTTP controllers, I will open projects controller. And I think somewhere in the past video we created an add user field. So we created this. So in the next video I will explain some things about the relationship and then we are good to go. So we'll start adding stuff here. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to your 59 tutorial on Laravel. Now what we're going to see quickly is before we start doing this, we need to take one more look at the relationship. Remember that in our database we have projects table, then we have users table, and to add projects to users, what we did was we created a table that we called project user, and that table simply contains ID of the table, user ID, and project ID. So that is what we have contained in project user table. So this third table, we need to make sure Laravel already handles some things for us if we name it correctly. We've named it correctly by putting the one that comes first in the alphabet first. That is P comes before U in the English alphabet. So we'll put it first and make two of them singular, right? Now let us look at the project model. If we go to the model and look at projects. So inside the project model, we define that projects can have many users. So I'll make this plural, S. So a project belongs to many users, you understand? And that's how you define a many-to-many relationship. So in projects, we can say a project belongs to many users, you understand? So we can go to the users table too, and also do the same thing because a user belongs to many projects. So if we go to the users model, we'll go to projects and say make sure it's in plural. A user belongs to many projects. This simply means that a user can have many projects, and a user can have many projects, and the project can have many users. That's simply what it means. So this is how you define a many-to-many relationship. Many-to-many relationship in Laravel. Now we have this definition correctly. The rest of the things will work like magic for us. So what we do is I'll close this, then I'll close this just for space. We need space in the world, so I'll delete this. So we're simply going to identify what this basically does is take a project and add a user to it. That's what this method does. So take a project, add a user to it. So the reason there's a reason I put this comment here so you understand it better. So what we do is we're just gonna say the project we're working with is whatever comes as request. So we're gonna do, when the form is submitted, we're expecting the form to be submitted, so we just say the request, we just declare a variable for it, request. Cool. So what the project is if we say project, find the project, find the project that has which ID, the ID of the project that we are working with. So for us to get the ID of the project, we're going to go to show.blade, make sure that we're secretly passing the ID of the project first. So for me, I will Control C, Control V. That duplicated this line for me, so I'm just going to make one hidden. I will say type equal to hidden. Now this is hidden. What we're going to do is to put the value. So we say value equals, so to put the value we will have to use project ID. The reason we're using project ID is that project ID is already available for us in this page. If we can scroll up, you see that we already have project name, project description. Project ID is already available, so we're going to add project ID to as you can see, it's already available here too. So to the form we're using, who knows where we kept the form? Okay, cool. So I'm just going to do project ID, so that when this user submits this form, email will be submitted and also the ID of the project will be submitted. You understand? So I'm going to give it a name and call it project underscore ID. So is this name that the request method picks up. So we're going to do name here and say the name here is email. Cool. So now we have the name and email. We can now start. We can now submit this form, and it will get to our project controller, and work wonders from here. Alright, so what we do next is, so we're gonna do request whatever is coming from the form, check the input fields that are coming from the form, and find the one that has to do with project ID. Okay, so this project ID, cool. So this project ID, now we're getting the details of the project that has this project ID. What we're gonna do next is to attach, save the user. So we can do user, but before then, this is where the magic happens. So if we say project, we can call a function inside the project method. Remember that we have this function here in project. We have users that attaches belongs to, so we can call this method and then instruct it on what to do. So we go back to our code and we say users, that is the method we just called. We can now tell it to attach, so it's going to attach something which is the user ID for us. So it's going to, we're going to pick the user ID from the input. So for us to do that, for us to pick a user ID, we actually have to translate the email. You remember that what we're passing into the form is actually an email. So we're going to do user, find a user, oops, we're going to find a user that has, the user that has this email. Let me just say where email is equal to whatever is coming from the form as the email. So for you to do this, make sure that you have imported the users tables. As you can see, we didn't import it, so I'm going to do that here. Ctrl C, Ctrl V duplicates the line. I'm going to say import the user model. So the user model is now imported, so we can actually do this manipulation that we're working on here. Where are we? So we can now use it here. So we're saying look for the user where the email is this. So if we found the user, if we actually found the user, we can now go ahead and attach the user. We can now say users attach projects attach a user with the ID of this user ID. So cool. Does it make sense to you so far? Let me just run over it one more time. We basically got the form, the whatever is submitted from the form, we got it, and then we extracted the project ID from it, and then we went to the database to look for the project with this ID. Now we've got it. Cool. The next thing we did was take the email that is from the form, go to the users table and look for the user with this email. If we actually found this user, we're going to attach this user to this project. Okay, so we're going to attach this user ID to this project. Now there are so many ways you can do what I'm trying to do now, which is basically also check if the project worked, if the project existed. There are many ways in Laravel. In fact, there are better ways to actually do this. So what I'm trying to do is to make sure that this project actually existed and this one existed. There are many other ways to you can do find or fail, and there are many functions for in Laravel to do that. Okay, so we're basically checking did this query work and did this other query work, and then if it works, we'll just attach this user to this guy. So basically this works for us. But before we test it, I want to tell you that there's a security loophole here. There's a loophole. What if from our form here, remember that what we're doing in the code is to in shoulder blade, we have a hidden class, a hidden input field, type. Okay, input field. I'm going to delete type text from the here. Cool. So because we already put type hidden, and if it's hidden, we don't need a placeholder. We don't need a placeholder. Cool. So we have a hidden field, then we have the field that they can see. What if some hacker decides to actually see, explore our site? Here, let me refresh this site. So once we have refreshed it, okay. What if a hacker decides to right click here and inspect elements to see what is there? And remember that the ID for this project is 1, and the hacker decides to right click, inspect element, and see the form
and go to add members. See this form, cool. Expand the form. We are pretending that we are a hacker now, and now we've expanded the form. The hacker is now saying that there's an input field with a project ID of value of 1. Remember that this is the value of this ID, this project. Now what this user might intend to do is to add themselves to another project belonging to another company or whatever. They can just put the ID of the project or random ID. If they now submit this form, if they now submit an email here, they will be automatically added to this particular project. So this way they can just gain access to any project they want. Okay, so we're going to prevent this loophole by making sure there are many ways we can approach this, but the first basic thing we can do is to make sure that the user that is adding this email is the one that created this project. Okay, apart from that, we can go to more extents to make sure that this security loophole is blocked. Okay, so in the projects folder here, we're going to first of all check whether the user here is the same person that created this project. So we're going to check if the authentication, first of all, I want to just put get here. Alright, so we're going to first of all make sure that if the user, now we found this user, we're going to compare, we're going to first make sure that if the authentication, the user in the auth, this is the currently logged in user, the ID of this user is the same thing as the ID of the user that created this project. So we can say the project ID, user ID. Then we can proceed with the rest of the application. So what we do is copy everything inside here. Like I said, this is not enough, but you can take your time, since this is not a completely security project. You can take your time to figure out all the other ways to block a user from entering another project. Okay, so by just entering the project user ID. Okay, great. Now what we have here is once we get this user from the project ID, once we get this project ID, we'll check whether the logged in user is the one trying to add a new user. If it's a person, we can now permit them to add a new user. Like I said, as an assignment, you can check because this way we've restricted the possible number of hackers to be the person that created the project. Is just the only one that can be able to add a new person now to this project. Now what we're going to do next is to check how we can prevent this person from adding themselves to another project. Alright, thank you very much. See you in the next video where we actually send some things back to the user page. So what we're doing worked. So since it worked, what we're going to do is, since what we're doing worked, let us redirect to the page we're coming from. So we redirect to route.show, and we're opening the project with this project ID, and we're passing a success message saying user was added to project. User was added to project successfully. So some other thing you can do, instead of putting user, you can just put an email, the email of this user. You can just say that the user with this email. So this is basically whatever email the user entered was added to the project successfully. Alright, that is if this was successful. Since it is there, we can actually put it inside to make sure that if this was successful, say user was added to this project successfully, and but if it is not, we can get back to the same project and say error adding user, error adding user project. So back to the same project, we'll give another message, and this time it's an error. I hope you understand. Is it error or errors that we have? I hope you understand what is happening and how it is being displayed, or what we actually did here.
after attaching user to the model, this basically creates that join table, a record in that join table. This attach creates a record in that join table, and once that record is created, we can then redirect to the page we were just coming from and give the person a success message. I think this is errors. Otherwise, we can just show up here and give her a failed message. You understand? So thank you very much. What else do you think could be done here? You could do other crazy stuff here, but we're just basically trying to get it to work on our system. In the next video, what we're gonna do is let's just continue from this video. So we're supposed to pass something to the view. As you can see here, we're passing project and the ID of the project. We're passing this variable and we're loading up this stuff to the ID. So since we're loading up this stuff, what we're gonna do is to go and actually access the project variable in our show.blade. So inside our show.blade, as you can see, project variable is already available everywhere. Let me show you. There's project name, project description, and so on and so forth. So we're basically looking for a way to look through and get the users. So what we can do from here is to create a loop and say add for each. So okay, so we can say for each project users, project, remember we have a users model as user. In our project method, we have this users project model, we have this users method. So we're saying for each of the users as user, we are going to simply end for each. To do so, we just do this. I bought a new keyboard and my keyboard is just messing up sometimes. Alright, so we'll delete these other ones. We're trying to list all the projects. So inside there, we can start using user to list all the projects. We can just do user email. This is going to the users table and picking up the email of this user. Now this is enough to actually list our users for us. So let's quickly check whether what we did even worked at all. So to do that, so we'll do end for each. Okay. So we'll come here and we'll refresh this page. So our page has refreshed now, and we don't have any team members. So can we just try and add a team member? So far I just have only one user in the database, which is basically me. Let's check the user we have in the database. So there we are in our pmanager account. So I'm just trying to cross check. Click on browse the users we have registered already, so we can know the user to add. We don't just want to have an error. So there's only one user, which is me. So I'm just gonna save Dave Ozalo, that's my email. So I'm gonna open it and add. So if everything works well, we'll see a beautiful notification here. Oh, our page expired. We're gonna visit it again. Oops. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh this page and add this. Click. Why is it expiring due to inactivity? Oh, we're having that error due to CSRF token that we didn't add. Every form in Laravel must have a CSRF token. So inside the form tag, in between the form tags, I can just put a CSRF token here. So we're gonna go to projects, go back and refresh the page. Now the page has refreshed. We're gonna try to add it one more time. Click add. If everything works out well, we'll see a beautiful message here, and then we'll see a new user here. So but it doesn't work out. I think what we'll do is to pause this video, and the next video we'll continue to fix this error. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. I wouldn't want this video to go long. In the past video, we were having an error whenever we filled this. So this is how the error was happening. So we click on this and then click on add user. We run into this error. It's telling us property key does not exist in the collection instance. Now what the solution to the problem is that here we're trying to retrieve the user with this email, and that's a single record, right? So when you're trying to retrieve a single record in Laravel, you use first. Alright, if you're trying to retrieve a group of records, like a list of users that matches this email or something, you can now use get. So in this case, we're retrieving a single record. So we're telling it, once you find the first record that matches this email, just stop searching. You understand? Single record. So since it's a single record, we'll use first. Once we use first, every other code we wrote will start working. Sorry for the highlight. Where are we? Add user. Cool. So right here, what we can do is to refresh. Pressing Ctrl R on my keyboard to refresh, and I click continue. Then it will add the user to my database. So as you can see, devozalo@gmail.com was added to the project successfully. Cool. Now we have this added. We're supposed to display it here as a team member. So what we can do is, as you can see, it's showing up a kind of a weird text. That's because we have a syntax error. Let us go to show.blade.php and look for what we have here. As you can see, we have curly bracelets too here, but here we have a block bracelet. We have one curly bracelet and one block. We're supposed to make everything curly bracelets. Right now we have sorted the curly bracelet issue out. So let us refresh. As you can see, that's added Dave, but there is a problem. It is adding Dave twice. We don't need it to add twice. Okay, that's one problem. And so which means if we go to project user, this is the join table, and click on browse, we're having we're having two users added to the project. So we don't want the same user being added to the same project twice. So we're going to write a code. There are many ways to there could be other ways to sort this out, but what we're going to do here is to first of all write a code to check whether this user already exists. So one way to do that is to actually write a code that works with Laravel, that join table. The name of the join table is project user. So we're going to go to project user. So copy this class name. Like I said, you could achieve this in other ways, but I'm just going to do it the basic way. So we've copied the class name, so we're going to simply check project user. We're going to check if that record already exists. So we can say project user, please check if where, of course, we do first. So before we save the user, we're trying to check if the user has already existed. If the person exists already, we'll just throw up a sort of message for the person. So first of all, we are looking for a way where so that's just one way. We're going to start searching for email if the email exists and it matches, and then the username or whatever. So but instead of searching for this table directly, what we can do is we can come here and directly here, instead of just using attach, we can try to use toggle. Toggle tells this table what to do. In toggle, if the record already exists, it will remove it. If the record doesn't exist, it will create it. So you see that method also doesn't work in all instances. For instance, we wouldn't want to remove a user that already exists, that when somebody is accidentally trying to add them again. You understand? So if you use toggle, toggle will check whether this user already exists in this project table. If this user already exists, it will detach, it will delete it. You understand? But if the user doesn't exist, it will create the record. That's what toggle does. Remember, you can read this up in Laravel documentation. If you go to Laravel documentation and you click on Eloquence,
relationships, so we can start looking at many-to-many relationships, saving many-to-many relationships. So if you go to toggle, you see toggle. So toggle basically, from what is written here, the attachment, if the given ID is currently attached, it will attach. Likewise, if it is currently detached, it will attach. We don't really need this because we don't want somebody that already existed in the table to be removed accidentally. You understand? Because somebody doesn't know and somebody's trying to add them. We don't want that. So we will have to go the manual way and then manually do what we want to do. So if you find another way to do this, let me see in the comments. So we're basically going to check if this user guy exists. So where the email is the input email. Yeah, this guy. Not email. We're watching for the user ID. Where the user ID being added is the user ID. So we're gonna go here, and this is where we've already retrieved it. We've retrieved the user ID. Check if user is already added to the project. Okay, so sorry if I'm making mistakes while typing. I bought a new keyboard. Water spilled on my keyboard, so I bought a new keyboard, and I'm still battling with it. So if you want to donate to me, remember you can donate to my Bitcoin account. So I'll paste my Bitcoin account on the first video in this series. If you have Bitcoin and you feel like you want to donate, you can transfer Bitcoin. Then I'll paste it at the bottom of this video in the description. So if you want to donate Bitcoin, you can donate so I can buy much better equipment for these tutorials. Alright, so we're back to what we're doing. Now we are basically checking if the user with this email exists. Cool. We're gonna check if the user with this ID exists. So we're gonna check again where the project ID also is the project ID we're having. The project ID is the ID of the project in question. So I can just say project ID, same thing. So I hope you understand what I'm doing. I will explain it one more time so that it all makes sense, but I'll just show you what I'm trying to do. Cool. What we're trying to do is to just take a look at this database. If you go to our database and we check the join table, which is project user, we'll see that this table has project ID and user ID. The reason why we're having double record here is because there is a match. The project ID and the user ID has already existed before, but our method couldn't check it, so it just added it again. Same project and same user. So what we're trying to do is that before we create a project, we want to check whether the project we want to create, does it already exist here? If it exists, does this user already exist along with the project? So that's what we're basically trying to do here. Whatever we're trying to save, does it already exist? The user ID and the project ID, do they already exist in the table? If they already exist, then there's no point creating them. We'll have to pan out immediately. We have to exit this method immediately. So we can say if this actually ran, I'm still battling with my keyboard. Okay, cool. So we're basically saying if this actually ran, what we're gonna do is exit this immediately. So we'll copy this. You know, when a method is running and it says the return statement, it will end this method. It will not run anything below again. Okay, so I'm gonna put a check if user exists. So I'm gonna put if user already exists, exit. So we're gonna exit, go to the page, and we're gonna pass a message. We can say user already exists, is already a member of this project, is already a member of this project. So this sorts out the issue.
So we will never be able to add somebody that already exists in this project. So let's try it just to be sure it works. We'll go to a Laravel, we'll go to a database and we'll delete one of them. Let's delete this one. So once it's deleted, we'll try and add Dave again and see whether it will add. So if we try, let's refresh just to be sure that one of them goes. I'll right click and refresh, one of them will disappear. And we have an error. And where is our error? We didn't actually, we just duplicated company here. So I know you must have seen it, but I didn't see it. So what we're looking for is project user, which is this table, just to confirm, this project user model, and this is the class we're looking for, project user. So we're trying to import it here so that we can use it here. Alright, so that's settled. So refresh this page, and now it is refreshed. We see that we just have only one Dave. So let's try and add Dave again to this project. We'll do add Dave to the project again. Say add. We're supposed to get a message telling us that hey, Dave already exists, and there we have an error. The error is, yeah, right, is a basic error that is saying that this project users table doesn't exist. The reason why it doesn't exist is that if we go to project table, Laravel is trying to guess the table name for us, and we named it something else. What we actually named it is all in singular, project user. Alright, so but Laravel is trying to get that is project users, so we will have to tell Laravel the name of the table. Say project user. We did it in singular. Laravel gives you the really, I think this is how it's done, protected. So this is how you in Laravel, this is how you tell Laravel the table that is working with this model. Now we have it sorted out, we can simply go back to our app and refresh and click continue, and it works out this time. It's telling us that Dave is already a member of this project and it never added. So I can try just one more time to show you. Click on add. As you can see, Dave is already a member of this project and it didn't happen. So in the next video, what we're going to do is that we're going to make sure that somebody who hasn't already signed up in our app cannot be added to a project. So imagine that somebody comes here and starts adding strangers to this project. It will be crazy, really crazy. So if the person hasn't already signed up, we're gonna just pass a message saying that this guy hasn't signed up. Let them sign up first. Now, to know a user that has signed up, what we're going to do is to check the users table whether that user exists. So, but we'll do it in the next video. Now, what I want you to do for me right now is to start this source code. The source code to this project I'm building, I gave it out for free, and it's on GitHub. So to find it on GitHub, you have to go to my repository, go to github.com/Dave Ozalo, this is me. So once you type this correctly, it will show up my GitHub account. Now the first thing you do for my GitHub account is to follow me. You will check out this section. You will see a button to follow me on GitHub, right? That's the first thing. Then the next thing you have to do is to start this repository. So you click on repositories. We want to get the stars up to 1000. Can we do that, guys? You'll see P Manager. That is the name of this project. Click on it once. Once it opens, you just click on star. Look at star here. I've started, that's why there's an on star. There are 10 of you that have clicked this already. I really appreciate. So if you click it, if I click on these names, I will see your name as one of the people that have contributed, and that means a lot. So click on the star. We're trying to get 1000 stars on this repository. So pause right now, whatever you're doing, go to this GitHub repository and follow me, then hit the star button for this repository. Let us see if we can make it the best Laravel project out there. Thank you very much. See you in the next video.